Good morning. Are you ready to rock and roll today? Are we on? Yes.
No, we're not ready. Can we start in just 1 minute?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. If you can, please stand for the pledge. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You know, I'm just looking at this. This is care of Tommy Taylor. He had us do this. I don't know why. I saw Pam just before I came in, so I just... A bit of history. Pam Taylor. No, when I got out of my car, she was walking.
I talked to Pam this weekend. I said, boy, would I really like to spend some time with your father.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to move to staff announcement, or so. Are there any staff announcements, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there are.
Good morning. Rebecca Turner, Registrar of Voters. I have an exciting announcement today. Today is the 100th year of the Women's Suffrage Act, and I have a really fast PowerPoint that I'm going to go through just because I believe voting is very important, and the amount of time that it took women to get the right to vote in our country is very exciting. So today marks the 100th anniversary of the Women's Suffrage Act. The act, the movement began in 1848 in Seneca Falls, New York at a women's rights convention. And women from that point for decades lobbied Congress to pass a constitutional amendment to give women the right to vote and other equal rights as men. Amendments to the federal constitution concerning women's suffrage had been introduced into Congress in 1878 and 1914. Both attempts failed. Even a simple majority of the votes in the White House, in the House of Representatives and Senate could not be sought. In the meantime, there were campaigns to thwart the Women's Suffrage Act. So, headquarters opposed women's suffrage. Some of the arguments were that women will eventually overrule men because there's far more women than men. And the other argument I liked is it would mean women would eventually get to vote if we supported the Women's Suffrage Act. Flyers that were posted in support of the Women's Suffrage Act included arguments such as women have to obey the same laws as men, they have to pay taxes, so they should be able to vote equally as well. I would say all of their arguments were good cause for allowing women to vote. 72 years after the initiation of the movement and 2 failed attempts, the 19th Amendment was finally ratified, marking August 18, 1920, an important part of history. The victory is considered the most significant achievement of women in the progressive era. It was the single largest extension of democratic voting rights in our nation's history, and it was achieved peacefully through a democratic process. So don't let those who work so hard to get the right to vote be forgotten. Vote November 3rd. Remember the struggle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Turner.
Try to do that quickly because I don't know that my full PowerPoint was appropriate for a quick staff announcement. So
It was totally appropriate.
So I do want to remind people, November 3rd, a lot of people have fought just to have the right to vote, and so remember and vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
I'd like to acknowledge our chair in white honoring the 100 years of suffrage.
Yeah, thank you.
today. Madam Chair.
Do we have any other staff announcements?
Yes.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Stranger.
Yes, Mr. All.
Kristen has a staff. Oh, I see she's in now. Robin brought her in as a panelist, so I know that Kristen has an announcement.
Ms.
Good morning.
Stranger? Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. I did want to present 2 staff comments today. So the first is I wanted to make the board as well as the public aware that the Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Division and the Calaveras County Office of Education have been awarded a competitive 4-year, $2.5 million Mental Health Services Act grant to support student mental health needs in local elementary schools. This project is the culmination of years of working together to build more mental health programs and services for our children. We've been partnering with CCOE to provide crisis services, intervention programs, and school culture programs for many years. But this is the very first time we've had the opportunity to deliver early intervention services for our youngest students. We're very excited about what this will mean for our schools and our families, especially with the added stress of COVID-19 and distance learning. The partnership will contract with community-based nonprofit known as Sierra Child and Family Services to provide on-campus mental wellness centers at the local elementary schools in Calaveras County. Working in concert with school counselors and administrators, a small team of mental health wellness professionals will establish a regular presence at elementary schools for training and relationship building and be deployed around the county for special events and circumstances. The services include trainings for staff and students and families in coping with resiliency skills, targeted interventions for students exhibiting trauma or other mental health stresses, and specific treatment for students exhibiting higher level symptoms. Services will be available to every student, regardless of their insurance or income eligibility. The grant will allow us to create the infrastructure we need to provide these services into the future. Once this component is in place, Calaveras County will have the full continuum of student mental health services, prevention and education, intervention, and crisis response available to all grade levels in our county. The opportunity came about when the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, better known as the MHS-OAC, offered a competitive funding opportunity for county mental health or behavioral health departments to partner with local educational entities to increase access for mental health services in locations that are easily accessible to students and their families. Small counties were selected for the funding as new or emerging partnerships, with Calaveras County's application receiving the highest score among the 10 applicants. The development of wellness centers on school campuses will provide students with the safe, supportive services and promote emotional health, school engagement, and positive connections with peers, teachers, and families. This is an enormous need for our mental health services and other based programs which contribute to healthy development of young people. Mental health problems already affect 1 in 7 children in the United States, and rates go up during the community crisis. These mental health issues include anxiety, depression, disruptive behavior problems, and sleep disorders. For more information, this information is available on CCOE's website. And again, just want to recognize the community, the partners. So much work went into this, and it's a huge accomplishment. I'll also add that in addition to, we competed against our group of counties, highest score amongst the 10, but we also had one of the highest scores in the entire state, competing alongside with the other larger counties. So we're just very proud of that, and wanted to make the board aware.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Stranger, to you and CCOE.
Thank you. I also wanted to provide some information about the heat event that we've got going on right now and provide an update to the board on the various cooling centers and make the public aware of the resources we have in place right now. So due to the extreme heat, the Health and Human Services Agency Public Health Division issued a heat advisory late last week. Also late last week, the Social Services Division reached out to all frail and or elderly community members that we are aware of that work with us regularly to ensure that we can provide them information about how to prevent heat-related illness, as well as provide information about where cooling centers would be available throughout the weekend. We also established 4 cooling centers throughout the county. We thank the public for being nimble with us. We have had to maneuver to new locations when something didn't go right with a cooling, with like an air conditioning and such. So we've been sending those messages out, trying to make the public aware of the new sites when we have had to change them. But I think we're pretty good and solid for the rest of the week. As a reminder, we have 4 sites throughout the county, operated by county. They're open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. They will go through this coming Thursday. The locations are at Jenny Lind Elementary School, Mark Twain Elementary School, the Copper Girl at Copper Valley Golf Club, and the San Andreas Library. The cooling centers are operating in accordance with the COVID-19 guidelines. We have a framework that was provided to us from the state early on about operating cooling centers during a pandemic, so these sites have been set up with that. We'd like to recognize the team members as well as volunteers who came through over the weekend. We want to recognize the VOAD, the voluntary organization active in disasters, and Sherry Rush's leadership for pulling together a number of local volunteers. So those sites did start on Saturday, though they haven't seen high numbers of individuals. The individuals that have been present have been very grateful for the opportunity to cool off during this extreme heat. We've seen 12 individuals who've received cooling center services, and we anticipate that number to continue to go up throughout the week. We'd like to recognize again the county employees. Like I said, 9 county employees over the weekend, VOAD volunteers, and 1 spouse of an HHSA team member who also provided assistance. I think that is probably the most information about that. And if there's any additional information, you can go to our public health website. We've made all of this available online too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stranger. We'll see you at 1:30.
Mr. Osborne, did you have a question or want to make a staff announcement?
I just wanted to, good morning, Madam Chair and Board. I just wanted to also add that there is an additional cooling center in Murphy's at the Murphy's Fire Training Center. They've stood that up for us as well.
Mr. Osborne?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. I sent you an email early this morning about a state of emergency the governor called. Will we be doing one, or you be initiating one for Calaveras?
Madam Chair, based on your email, I have reached out to Kristen, obviously with her integral in the board meeting this morning. We haven't actually had a moment to speak about that. And I've also been in touch with State Cal OES about that as well. To this point, no county throughout the state has proclaimed, including us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any others?
Yes, Sheriff De Basilio is on the line.
Sheriff?
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to give the board an update on a couple of things. One, I know Supervisor Mills has been working with me with the Bureau of Reclamation on our contract. At this point, it looks like they're going to be ending our contract on October 31st. Again, Supervisor Mills and myself, we're actually meeting with BOR tomorrow, trying to get them to continue with that contract. I just want to bring to the board's attention, I noted one quite a while back here, about a month ago or so, that if we lose that contract, I'm going to be looking to get the board to give me another position, because if I don't, I will not have a position because my staffing levels are full at this time. Again, I want to reiterate that it's not full from where we were. I'm still down 9 positions, but full with what you folks have allowed me to have at this point in time. So if I do in fact lose that contract, if we can't pick up that position, I would end up having to lay off a deputy. That being said, I wanted to kind of give you an update. I know that, again, Supervisor Mills has been dealing with some issues down at Lake Tulloch. Friday night, I had my 2 Marine safety guys double up, and this is in the dark hours on Tulloch. There were about 50 boats out there, and they wrote 2 citations. The same gentleman doubled up on Saturday night at Maloney's, where there was over 400 boats. They made 4 educational stops, They kicked one boat off the water for not having the proper safety equipment and arrested one driver under the influence. They stopped one boat for operating dangerously. They had two folks riding on the transom at over 35 miles an hour. The operator was also intoxicated, and he was arrested and cited, released out basically, so we didn't have to take him to the jail. Sunday was obviously very hot and windy. There were over 100 boats on Tulloch. This is during the day. There was no sights written. Hogan was busy. They had about 200 plus boats on the lake. There was a group from Lodi that was given citations. And it was a very busy weekend on all the lakes. We had a group out of the Lodi area that were very anti-cop, and when the officers made an enforcement stop, there was a lot of harassment going on. They videotaped and put it on YouTube, so that the board is aware. The deputies acted accordingly and wrote the citations that they needed to write, and then let the people proceed on about their day. So the reason for these statistics is just to give the folks, the community, and yourselves an idea of how busy our lakes have become because of this coronavirus, and the fact that, there's no football, no baseball for people to watch, there's no indoor bowling alleys, no movie theaters, so all these folks are coming into our area, and just inundating our area. I know that last Saturday I was up by Lake Alpine and Mosquito Lake, and you could barely get by on Highway 4. There were so many vehicles up there. So again, just some information to bring the board's attention to what's going on with our lakes, and the fact that if we can't keep our Bureau of Reclamation contract, that I'm going to be looking to add that position so that I don't lose a deputy. That's all I have. Does any board members have any questions for me?
Yes, Supervisor Tuffanelli has a question or comment.
Yeah, Rick, this deputy that BLR funds, that's not full-time for a whole year funding. You may have the deputy. Go ahead.
I was going to say that is a full-time position that works Maloney's. We have a contract with them. We've had that contract since 9/11. And they patrol the camping areas. That position is land only. It patrols the camping areas. It patrols natural bridges and down into Camp 9 down towards the powerhouse.
So the contract funds it completely for a year. We don't have it part-time, that is general fund dollars for part of the year.
Well, they've continued the contract. The last day of the contract is October 31st of this year. Typically, they do June to June like we do our fiscal year. However, this year they've opted to only continue it until October 31st. They said they were going to reassess. Again, Supervisor Mills and I are working with them to show them that because they have no other law enforcement, they're talking about bringing in the Bureau of Land Management law enforcement to enforce on their public lands. However, there are two officers that work from here to Trinity County, so the option of them actually having somebody here to utilize is slim to none. So we're going to try and show them that they need to continue with our contract. But again, the contract at this point will be ending October 31st. So at the end of October, come November 1, I will have a deputy with no job.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mills.
And Sheriff, just to clarify that you are working with Sheriff Bill Pooley over in Tuolumne County to be sure that we are coordinating our effort here in the discussion with the Bureau?
I am. I reached out to Sheriff Pooley, and he's going to be involved in the conversation that we have tomorrow with the BOR. They actively patrol the Tuolumne side at Tuttletown, and there's a recreation area over more towards the dam side that is on the Tuolumne side that they patrol right now. He does not want to share his patrolling. He basically does not want Calaveras County deputies working into the county because he has a contract with DOR. Although their contract is quite a bit less than ours because theirs is just part-time. They don't have near the activity on the Tuolumne side that we have here on the Calaveras side. So, but to answer your question directly, yes, we are working with Sheriff Pooley also in Tuolumne.
Mr. Stopper?
Thank you for bringing up the BLM and the substantial area that they have to cover. We've been through this issue with multiple issues in the past trying to get things done on BLM land. Honestly, Rick keep beating the drum on it when it comes to the fact that BLM's having a hard enough time taking care of their own land, much less being able to work a full time on New Maloney's.
Well, absolutely, Supervisor. I will do that because there is no way, again, with the staffing that they have, that they're going to be able to cover what we cover. And their big concern was that their staff does not have any law enforcement backup without us there because they don't have law enforcement. The Rangers, excuse me, I said law enforcement. Their Rangers have no law enforcement backup. So I'm 75% confident that between Sheriff Pooley and Supervisor Mills and myself that we can, get them to recognize that they do still need our assistance out there. But I just, again, brought it to the supervisor's attention that if for some reason they do decide to change their mind and not can carry on with our contract, then come November 1st, I will have a deputy that will end up having to lay off. I won't have a position for him. So that's the biggest reason for the conversation.
Any other questions or comments on this item? All right, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Supervisor, for your time.
Okay. Okay, no more staff announcements. I'd like to move to public comments. If there's any item that is not on the agenda that the public would like to address, please do so now.
Caller with the last four digits, 6008. You can make your public comment now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Board of Supervisors. This is Scott Nanick, County Superintendent of the Schools. I just want to express my appreciation for Kristen and her department on putting together this grant for schools and mental health services. It's going to be a dramatic impact to our county, and we could not do it without working together as a team, so I am very excited for that. Also want to let the board know that I will be on the line and available for any questions when we get to 4.1. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Nanick. Any other? I'm going to wait a couple of minutes. Okay, seeing no public comment, I want to close that item, move to the regular agenda. The first item, Ms. Glanville, would you like to read it, please, for the record?
Item number 1 is from the Division of Cannabis Control. Receive an update from the Division of Cannabis Control regarding the status of permitting and department objectives.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Pleased to present to you this morning what we have labeled a metrics update. The intent of this update is to address the status of the program in general, particularly with respect to the permits issued, and get into some more granulated detail on those, as well as CBCBs, some of the policies and programs that we have implemented related to those, and then sort of outline some objectives for the program moving forward. The last update was on or about March 24th, 2020. The board has received and considered a number of legislative updates since that time, including Chapter 922, 1795, 1791, and Chapter 356, our taxing ordinance, which will go to the voters on November 3rd, 2020. So we picked this opportunity to give the board more of an update in terms of the actual workings of the program. So let's move to our presentation. So initially, give me just a second. Can the board see the initial slide, the cannabis update metrics?
No. We can see if it's not open on the large screen.
Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty here. Can the board,
That's all right.
Can the board hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We just can't see what you're putting up on the,
We can now.
you can?
Oh, it was there, Greg. You just pulled it back off.
Your microphone's off.
All right, my apologies. It's a new system, so I've asked for a little assistance with
Greg, your initial slide is up right now.
Okay, thank you, Gary. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is an overview of our permitting right as of now. So what we have is approximately 138 permits out of what we estimated as an available 195. This gives the board these are administrative labels that you're looking at: denied, issued, under review, withdrawn, applied, and so on. These are administrative labels that we've given to various steps in the process. So of the 138 applications that we've received, they all fall in this spectrum. And so that's about 70% of the available 195. However, only about 20% of those applications have reached a final determination, meaning that the rest are still in this process somewhere, and I'll get into more detail on what the status of those is. If we could go to the next slide, thank you. So applied and conditional approval are our main administrative labels. So when someone submits an application, they're essentially an applied status, and we have two subcategories of that, including corrections needed and under review. So if there are corrections needed, there are minor discrepancies in the pre-application process. So that's our basic eligibility review. That can be corrected. It could be anything from a map that is not of high enough resolution or sufficient size that we can review it properly. It could be anything. When something falls under the under review label, that means that it's on my desk. So we've flagged it for a potential issue that needs more in-depth review. it's possible when an application gets to this stage, it can be denied. It can be something that can be resolved, but it's on my desk for review. As of this date, you'll see there's 21 withdrawn. So these are final determinations for our purposes right now, but these are not applications that have resulted in a permit or been rejected. So these are applications that can come back at a future date and a future year. And as you can see, there are 32 permits issued as of today, and there are 9 denied. So essentially what that works out to be is approximately 31% of available rights are being used, about 70% of, 70% of the entirety of the available rights to apply are being used. 31% have reached a final outcome. The number is more like 20 when you take into consideration whether they've been issued or denied. So this is kind of an overview of our process. And between applied, conditional approval, those are our main application phase. Once an application has reached the conditional approval stage, it's other land use departments have been engaged and they've submitted their main application and paid their fees, and they're under review and inspections by other departments at the county at that point. Go to the next slide, thanks. So this is more detailed view of the application denials. To date, there's approximately 9 that have been denied, resulting in about a 28% comparison between denied and issued permits. The number is relatively high, but that can probably be explained because of the top-heavy nature of the review process. So what we're trying to do is, particularly when we're looking at the rights to apply, which is something that I review, is that we're looking at whether there's been a valid transfer or the right to apply is still valid. And so that all takes place at the outset, because out of fairness to applicants and prudent use of county resources, we want to look at those types of issues as close to the beginning as possible. So the primary basis for these denials has been a transfer insufficiency from past years, if there were prior code cases or sheriff office warrants that were served at the property. And then you can get into some basic eligibility issues as well, such as a prior registration being denied or a CDFA license not issued or applied for properly, happening less frequently. But those have been the primary reasons why applications get denied. And to get into a little bit more detail about transfers, as the board is aware, we have these finite number of rights to apply that can either be applied for by the original applicant or it can be done by their successor in interest. So what happens is they can either transfer it or utilize their own right to apply. Either way, that transfer prompt in our system leads to an in-depth review of their file to know whether that right to apply is valid or not. And so that involves review of records for code cases, any evidence of a warrant being served at the property. And we've had success in being able to coordinate these reviews with code compliance and the sheriff's office, who have been very helpful in this in the past. And so we've been able to fully determine whether these issues exist and the nature of them in order to make determinations on these files. So if we could go to the next slide. This is a little bit more in depth of these criteria, in particular code cases or prior warrants. And these are issues that have arisen in the past, and that if there has been a code case on the property related to unlawful cultivation, or if there has been a warrant served at any given time in the past on this property in a relevant time period that resulted in eradication of cannabis, these are generally disqualifying criteria that we look at. And as I said, there's been approximately 9 rejections to date. The majority of those were related to these 2 factors. So these are things that we look at very closely at the pre-application phase in order to assess eligibility, and these get these get addressed very early on in the process. We could go to the next slide. So this is a little bit more in-depth review of our appeals process. It's in 1795-170. So of those 9 application rejections, 6 have been unchallenged, 3 have been appealed, and 2 were discretionary overturns, with 1 going to a half-day administrative trial. These administrative trials are before a county hearing officer. They did, in this case, involve live witnesses, including the sheriff's office, who was gracious enough to provide a witness on the issues in this case, and they involved live testimony, and they're very thoroughly briefed as well. So these are processes that require a lot of resources and time to do, but the county was successful in this one case. And as I said, 6 of them have been unchallenged. So these are all final determinations at this point on these on this appeal process. Could go to the next slide. So in terms of our CBCB applications, what we have to date is 138 CBCBs issued to date. 72 of those CBCBs have been issued to owners. 66 of the CBCBs have been issued to workers. One of the interesting things that we're seeing is that with these CBCBs being issued, particularly to workers, this is bringing in jobs into the county, and it's very preliminary at this point. We haven't really studied this, but kind of putting out our eyes to the internet and other places and speaking with people in the industry, what we're thinking is that these are somewhere between $13 and $25 an hour, depending on the job. It could be higher. But these are CBCBs issued that correspond to those permits, those 32 permits that we have to date. And these are review processes that me and my staff go through very thoroughly, according to Chapter 922, in order to issue these. And the next slide should provide a bit of a better look at that in terms of numbers. So what we have is 143 issued, 1 denied, and 2 denied without an app or a fee. And there are 27 in process to date. So this is kind of a snapshot of what the CBCBs look like as of right now. So one of the features in the next slide that we have just rolled out, and this is a very useful tool for us, as well as our code officers and sheriff officers, is the CBCBs themselves. These are highly complex badges, and they're designed to be very secure and give us functionality so that when we have personnel in the field and they are looking at individuals present at a cannabis cultivation site or any cannabis activity site, they will have to have these CBCBs in order to be present there. And the security features on these it's virtually impossible to recreate these. They're incredibly complex. Just to name a few of the features, they have metallic holographs, laser seals on the card, laser etches, serial numbers. The ink happens to be the very same ink that's used on the $100 bill. And the lamination also contains security features. But the best features that were important to us, and we believe will be very helpful to our code compliance officers in the sheriff's office, is the QR code and other features on these badges that are readily verifiable in the field. And I've had the opportunity to actually get trained on these and see how they work, and it's very simple. So what happens is you point your camera phone at these. It can be any phone at all that has a camera and a link to the internet. And what happens is you scan the QR code, and automatically what pops up on the phone is the information related to the particular CBCB holder, and everything that would be needed to identify them, as well as the status of the badge. That all pops up on their phone. And so it's extremely useful and is a very, very interesting tool that we have at our disposal, because anyone present on a cannabis activity site can be readily and certainly identified in the field and verified that their CBCB is current and in good standing. So this is one of the really interesting features that we're rolling out right now, and have meetings scheduled to get this program up and running with code compliance in the sheriff's office. So we're really proud of this. This is something that's going to really help with the administrative and enforcement side of things as the year progresses and in the future. So this has been rolled out, and we're working on getting this program out in the field. So this is a more granulated look at our permits. It's 32 permits total. What you see is that there's one indoor permit, 9 mixed light, and 22 outdoor permits to date. And with the status of these being issued, this means that these are active permits with cultivation sites in the county, and the total number again is 32. We can look at the next slide. So I presented a snapshot of what tax revenue may look like if Measure G is adopted on November 3rd, 2020. These numbers have been updated to reflect the 32 permits, and that number stands at about $2,276,000 a year. For perspective, under Measure C, back in 2017, there were north of 700 permits issued that were paying tax, and the total revenue, which I'll get to in the next slide, it's just sort of projecting this, and these are ballpark estimates, but if we reached a utilization rate of our rights to apply 4 times this, the total revenue from that would be $9,105,000. That's just using this square footage, the type of permit as well. So these are ballpark estimates, and here are the numbers for the current chapter 3.56. What's remarkable about this is that these numbers were created 2 months ago, but the actual issuance of permits is closely tracking this in terms of anticipated revenue. So the numbers that you see on the bottom, that high and low with the $2,087,000 and the $1,043,000, those are numbers based on actual revenues from 2017. The first installment, there were 566 growers paying tax. The second installment, there were 503. So combined, you're looking at $10,501,000 that was collected then. And if you take the numbers that we previously put together based on conditionally authorized permits from 2 months ago, you see that they're fairly close, $1,125,000 and $2,149,000. So these are numbers based on currently or what were conditionally authorized, but the current permitting is tracking this very closely. Based on the numbers that were in the previous slide on the proposed Measure G, those cultivation totals are looking to be about $2,276,000 a year. So these are best estimates that we've put together. They were based on what information that we had available in the past, and they appear to be holding up fairly well, although we don't have historic baselines besides the 2017 revenues to go off of. And that's one of the reasons why Chapter 3.56 came to the board last month, was because of the square footage estimates providing us a much more predictable for the industry as well, tax burden and tax revenue. So this is the outlook, and I think that it's helpful that it's tracking what we anticipated it would be, but these are just best estimates that we can put together for the foreseeable future right now, unless and until Measure G is adopted on November 3rd. So if we could go to the next slide. So in terms of upcoming objectives, what we've started to do is consult with planning on bringing forward future amendments to Chapter 1795. There was additional direction from the board in March that wanted us to explore CDFA license types for distribution, manufacturing, and testing, as well as working to streamline our collaboration with the Sheriff's Office and code enforcement regarding permit status, CBCB verification, and enforcement mechanisms. We've started that with our upcoming meeting to go over the CBCB verification tools, and we're continuing to do this. So another aspect of what we're working on is completing registration with Metric. I've reached out to them and I'm in correspondence with them about that. As of this moment, I can't say for sure that this is something that we will definitely have up and running at any specific point in time, but it's started and it's a process. But these are some of the things that we're working on. So with that, those are sort of basic overviews of the cannabis program as it exists. And if you go to the next slide, that's the conclusion of what we put together as sort of a snapshot of the numbers that we currently have. I'm happy to take any questions the board may have, and happy to address any comments from the public as well.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Are there any questions or comments from the board at this time? Mr. Whalen, I do. If a person wishes to buy a permit from someone else, do you do a preliminary view to see if they qualify before they make that investment?
So this has come up a couple of times. The short answer is not absolutely in depth because we're fee funded, and we have made sort of initial impressions in the past, but generally speaking, we want to avoid advisory opinions on something because when we receive an application, we tend to have to go very much in depth, and we need to look at land records. We need to look through all of the documentation that we have, and it's a time-consuming process. So out of fairness to our current applicants and keeping true to the fee-funded nature of the program, it's something that we don't do as a general rule. We have given impressions in the past that are non-committal type remarks that we see an issue and we say that can be an issue. But generally speaking, we haven't given advisory opinions about whether something would pass. If that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Also on the CBCB at renewal, how does that work with the badges?
So what we have tentatively put in place, and Marita, we're working on additional policies for this right now that are preliminary, but what we're anticipating is that we're going to have a renewal period of 3 years. So as of right now, that's what has been issued. However, again, this is a relatively new process, and we are working on policies to distribute on that may help provide additional clarification on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning, Craig. Got some
Morning.
questions for you. You listed how many people were issued here and then stated the rest. At what level or what kind of activity could the rest be undertaking at this point without jeopardizing their application?
So under the code, Mr. Mills, the applicants cannot cultivate, and that's a great point to make, is that they are not permitted to cultivate unless and until they have been licensed with the state and have received a validated permit from us. So that means that they've gone through the entire pre-application process, and they have also gone through their review and inspection process with other county departments that come into the review. So they're under the county code, they're not permitted to conduct cultivation or cannabis activities until they've been permitted.
So that means any preparation work, establishment of soils, hoop houses, whatever, should not be undertaken until the actual permit is issued?
What we're focused on there is the actual cannabis activities, and it's actually an important point to make too, that aside from land use transactions, such as purchases and leases and the expenditure of money on that, our applicants are actually spending quite a bit of money on improvements, including road improvements, making the road wide enough and strong enough for a fire apparatus to go out to the property, gates, fencing, and other types of infrastructure investments. And it's my intention to bring back something more detailed on this in the future. But for the time being, as sort of a ballpark of what may be typical, we're thinking that applicants are spending, aside from the land use transactions, are spending somewhere around $50,000 on their properties in order to satisfy various criteria that they have to in terms of fire prevention, roads and gates and so on. So there's a major investment. Those aren't technically cannabis activities. Those are improvements that they're making on the property that they're applying for separate permits for, or implementing in accordance with our code. But those aren't technically cannabis activities. What's important, the distinction is that if they are permitted, they're allowed to go forward with cannabis activities, including cultivation. But if they're not permitted, they can't do that. Does that answer your question?
I just wanted to be sure there was some clarity in the conversation. In terms of those that were denied, do we have, are we establishing any kind of a refund to them for the costs of their application, or is that lost, so to speak, in the system?
So one of the things that we have implemented at this point is sort of a process for review that they're going through the pre-application phase, and we're looking at basic eligibility criteria. So they're not in the main application phase yet, where they're paying the $12,500 and proceeding with additional reviews. So the issue of a refund in that stage has not yet come to me. It's come up in the process of withdrawals, and that's something that we're working on having established policies for at this point. But to answer your specific question about refunds at where they've been denied, that hasn't come up as of yet.
Well, I'm sure as time goes on, we're going to have a better understanding of what the costs are to handle an application in any stage that it might be in, because we always have to be very mindful of Prop 26 and being sure that we're collecting the correct fees for the work that we're doing.
Yeah.
So there might be some need for some clarity on that in the future. On discretionary overturns, you had 2 of those.
Yes.
Was there something specific that allowed them to be overturned?
So, yeah, I can sort of outline something. Again, I wouldn't want to say that these are this is any kind of formula for this outcome, but it's the totality of circumstances. Look at this, and it's a slim exception to the general rule, but there have been 2. And what I can say is typical of these is that they had the evidence showed that they had a limited number of plants in very close proximity to the ban. So within 2 weeks or days of the ban, there was immediate self-abatement. There was evidence that abatement was in the process at the time of the citation, so these weren't warrants. And there was candor in bringing this up to us at the outset and working with us to provide us mitigating circumstances for that. So these aren't something that we take lightly at all. So they are a slim exception to the general rule that these are disqualifying criteria, but 1795 allows us to take into consideration mitigating circumstances, and that's happened twice.
And the concern would be is establishing some type of a precedent in.
And that's why we've taken a very conservative approach to how we use those, because again, that's not a blueprint at all. for what may constitute grounds to discretionarily overturn something, but that's what was typical in the isolated two cases that we've had. We're very cognizant that there can be some kind of perception that this is precedent, but it isn't. Every case turns on its own facts, and we look at everything very closely, and obviously we spend a great deal of time looking at it too.
Is there anything on the corrections needed that we need some better clarity with the public regarding what those corrections are so we don't repeat them?
So that's something, that's part of what we've sort of planned to look at administratively. We've started meetings to look at the process application as a whole and see where we can improve or be more efficient. And one of the things that we're going to be looking at is that. But the corrections needed that I was referring to, they tend to be, Mr. Mills, more technical or format in nature. So maps is a good example of that. So if somebody submits a map that isn't detailed enough, maybe it's a Google Earth image or something else, or maybe it's too small, we can't see it and verify the details. That's part of where the corrections needed comes into play. But we are looking at our process as a whole to refine it and in the near future.
Thank you. One last question. How are you doing on your budget?
Very good. I did note that there was a question from the public that I'll address regarding budget, but I looked at the numbers, and this is something that I intend to address in much, much more detail the next time we come before you. But what we have is we're well within budget and on track as far as what I saw yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
And this is, of course, fee funded. So these are funds that are being paid by applicants.
All right. Thank you for your responses, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whelan, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess before I go to public comment, so stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Reconvene the meeting. We're on item 1, report from the Division of Cannabis Control. It's time for public comment. If anyone in the public has something they'd like to comment or question on this item, please call in or come forward. And if there are any questions, we'll take all the questions and answer them at one time. Please, go ahead.
One caller on the line.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 0233. You can make your comment now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0233. You can make your comment now.
Okay.
And that's the line I have right now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Do any of you have any? All right, thank you. Seeing there's no public comments on this item, we'll move to item 2, a presentation regarding the limited density owner-built rural dwellings and provide direction to staff. Mr. Whalen, thank you very much. And I'd like to move to Mr. Oliver.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, you've never looked so good.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Oliver, thank you very much for moving this item out a week. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Once again, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I'm going to attempt a screen share. This will be the first ever for my career, so let's see how this goes. Can everyone, let's see, there we go. Is everyone seeing this?
Yes.
Outstanding. Okay, so we are bringing forward an item that your board requested a while ago as part of the general plan update, and this is specific to owner-built limited density rural dwellings. Make sure that this is actually going to work here.
Can you?
There we are. Okay, so this is the...
Mr. Oliver, could you please speak a little louder? We're having trouble hearing you in board. Thank you.
Up a little closer here. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is the section of the general plan housing element that identified that the board direction to county staff to evaluate feasibility of including this owner-built rural dwelling ordinance for the purpose of implementing more housing. The information in here did direct county staff to establish a pilot program within the Butte Fire area to apply these measures. However, what I'm bringing forward is it goes well beyond that. I firmly believe that if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So we're moving forward an item that would make this usable throughout the county. Currently, in order to get here, we had to put together a complex recipe here. We started with soliciting public input to draft an ordinance that uses all of the following ingredients. We needed to align with the housing element and facilitate housing construction, and I want to state that this is, it's still considered safe housing. The building department is keen on making sure that whatever someone entertains as far as construction on public and private property, that first and foremost it is safe. So that falls into our building department goals. We need to facilitate safe construction. We need to keep this program as simple as possible, and recognize new materials as well as historic or other types of construction traditions that have worked in the past that might be able to be implemented again under this program. We also are allowing greater flexibility based on personal responsibility of the owner and or contractor. This is something that is extending throughout our department goals, is how do we make things move faster? How do we give people more flexibility by acknowledging that the responsibility is on the builder, on the owner of the parcel for much of construction activity. And then also provide for consumer protection, which is something that building departments in history past weren't really focused on, but in recent years, I'd say the last 10 years, it has developed that if we understand the lifespan of a structure means that it could pass through multiple owners, and there has to be some form of consumer protection that notifies the new owner that this is what you are purchasing. So that is a very important component in the development of this potential ordinance. And then the other recipe component is compliance with state law. This ordinance, for the most part, is containing mandatory features of California Code of Regulations, Title 25, and that's specific to Chapter 1, Subchapter 1, Article 8, which is the mandate to create a owner-built limited density rural dwelling ordinance if your county contains any rural components. In addition, incredibly important state law items that need to be codified in this was the Public Resources Code 4290 and 4291, which is specifically our fire access standards and our defensible space standards. These are regulations that are not alleviated by the implementation of this ordinance or the CCR 25. They are in addition to, and so we want to make sure that they were included in here for clarity. In addition, the laws that have been developed that require smoke detection and CO detection in single-family dwellings, once again, separate state laws that, in order to prevent any misunderstandings, they are included in this ordinance for clarity. So going back to ingredient number 1, the provisions of this article, what's italicized here comes directly out of the law. And as we move forward into this, if there's any questions on some of the items that go back to the information provided by County Council, where there's specific mandated inclusionary items that had to be there. One of the sections that we included also includes barns, sheds, shops, and other pertinent structures not intended for human habitation to be constructed and used solely by the owner of the property or by the owner's family. Important that if we're facilitating safe housing, once a person owns the parcel and they build this structure, is that all they get when they finally run out of whatever revenue they have for construction, especially when we're talking about fire recovery? What other structures on the parcel can they take advantage of specifically for their use? So that was included, which is a little bit further than the law specifically states, but it is in the spirit of that law, and we do have findings that can make that easily defensible, especially considering that, as we went into this, we did review several other rural communities, rural dwelling ordinances, and there was a broad spectrum of things that it was extended to in relation to for the owner's use, such as hunting lodges, cabins, detached accessory structures, including accessory dwelling units. Once again, only for the use of the owner and the owner's family. So going through ingredient 2 a little closer, we have items 15, 12, 300 through 360. They focus on the safety provisions of the adopted codes. And then specifically in 280, we identify the codes that we are going to be using, but make it clear that such codes shall be the basis for approval, rather than strict adherence, which allows for judgment on a broad range of construction issues. I want to point out that the specific language is the technical codes shall be the basis for approval, meaning that much of the things that an owner can do using this ordinance, it's a choice about whether you want it or not in your building. But once you elect to have it in your building, you have to follow technical codes to make sure that it's installed safely. So, for instance, a hunting lodge for the owner's use, or maybe what I've seen in the past are small cabins for cattle hands when they're herding cattle through mountainous terrain. They have occasionally these sleeping buildings in the woods. They can elect that I don't want electrical. They don't need it. But if they decide, okay, I want to have a couple of plugs and a light so that we can, charge safety equipment or what have you, we're going to use solar. Okay, fantastic. Now you have to install that to meet electrical code so you don't create a fire hazard or a hazard to the occupants. So that's essentially how the codes are going to be used in making sure that structures are safe. So in keeping it simple, 512 follows the language primarily contained in the enacting law. We didn't want to add anything that could make this ordinance long, burdensome, or easily misconstrued. Keep it simple. In enacting this, we can recognize a lot of new technologies that haven't been codified haven't been included in California Code regulations yet because there may not be enough background data. In addition, well, going back to the original drafting of this law, the law on the books was placed there during Governor Brown's first run as governor, and at the time, the state architect commented that one of the primary reasons for that law to be on the books is so that people could experiment with new technologies that, if they gained popularity and were proven safe, could be migrated into the code. So there's a lot of technologies out there that are new and developing as it relates to recycled plastics, and in some cases very old technologies like cob houses, or going back to maybe experimenting with adobe or other structures that we don't really have codes for, but they've been around for a long time. We can use existing structures as a basis for designing new structures that that could stand the test of time and give us a test models, if you will, for moving forward into including things into the code. Greater flexibility for homeowners specifically. I'm going to be beating this drum a lot during the development of this. It is specifically for owners and owners' family, but when they take advantage of this, they have a great deal of flexibility, bearing in mind that we are primarily concerned with basic safety and how we keep that level of safety and extend it out to the neighborhood. And we'll get into that further later on in the presentation. And then consumer protection. 1512-100 allows county to record a notice on the title of the property identifying the structure as a rural dwelling and limiting the occupancy as not for rent or lease. Incredibly important, especially in this environment where there is a lot of home sales and transactions, especially with what we're seeing as a migration from the cities into rural communities. We want to make sure if they're purchasing this, they know they're not purchasing a rental. They're not purchasing an Airbnb. They're not purchasing a bed and breakfast. They're purchasing this for the use of their family. They have to live in it. They have to use it. And by extension, it goes no further than their family. Now, getting further into the cannot rent it aspect of this, the notice of limited allowed use that is in the ordinance required to be reported on the title indicating the limitations. Within 3 years of a certificate, structures can't be sold, rented, leased, or used as employee housing. If this does occur, the language in the ordinance says, well, if you sell it within 3 years without getting some special consideration for emergencies, that's proof enough that you intended to build this for sale. If it gets rented or leased, we get a code compliance complaint and it's an Airbnb. These are violations now of our ordinance, and they would be required to bring it up to standard under the applicable provisions of Title 24. So if it didn't have certain features because they elected to not have it, now they got to put it in. So a good example is they may only want one outlet in every room of the house. They may want to have, no energy efficiency things that are standard. Now that they've, tripped over this and we've caught them, now they got to go in and put in an outlet every 12 feet. They got to put in the appropriate energy efficiency measures. They have to put in specific required heating elements. So there's a lot of stuff that if they wander away from this ordinance or try to use it incorrectly, there's a means to get them back into compliance, especially if it's sold and they're notified that this is not for rental and it gets rented. Huge red flag and easily enforceable. There is an out, though. If there's an unreasonable hardship, the building official would be allowed to grant an early sale and record the findings that granted that sale. So basically, there's an emergency. Someone loses, loses their job. or there's some tragic family event and they have to sell it. There's a means for us to look at that and say, okay, we understand that you're not intending to, make this a profitable thing. So, okay, we're going to allow you to sell it. But once again, to another homeowner who intends to live in it and use it as it's intended. Okay, so ingredient 3. Once again, we're following as much as possible the scope of the law. PRC 4290 and 4291, and that is incredibly important in this county with the environment we have. Having safe access, safe egress, and having areas that are defensible around every dwelling are incredibly important. I've talked to a handful of the fire chiefs. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to talk to all of them, but in communication with the chiefs that I have talked with, everyone agrees this needs to be in the ordinance so that there is no misunderstanding. Those laws apply, and they're going to be enforced rigidly in the development of these structures. Smoke and CO detection, the laws that apply there apply not just during the construction of the building, but they apply at the time of sale if it transfers hands, or if you do any upgrades to the building that requires a building permit, we're required to verify that you've maintained those smoke and CO detection measures. So those items, immensely important, especially in this environment, and so they have been included. So we find all these ingredients in the nonstick bowl, which is county council. They tell me everything I did wrong. We mix well, fix all of our mistakes, reach out to the other departments and make sure everybody's happy with that. And supper's ready. So now we get to salt and pepper to taste here, which is really a discussion of some of the things that happened in the development of this ordinance for the presentation, but in addition, kind of highlight some of the things that we have to be aware of when we enact this ordinance. That kind of leads to some of the decision making that we had here. One, residential fire sprinklers. This ordinance places the construction of rural dwellings in the enforcement provisions of Title 25. This is incredibly important to understand because the requirements for residential fire sprinklers are contained in Title 24, specifically in the building code and the residential code. If you're going to have a single family dwelling, you're required to have these sprinklers. Okay, now when you take this structure out of Title 24 and you put it in Title 25, Title 25 governs other types of structures that the enforcement agency is housing and community development, and it's not necessarily adopted by the California Building Standards Code. So when you get into that, if you look at mobile homes, generally mobile homes are not required to have fire sprinklers because they're enforced through Title 25, not Title 24. Likewise, when we have a structure designed under this ordinance and we're enacting this section of Title 25, fire sprinklers are not strictly a requirement, which means that we would be looking at other types of fire safety measures or materials that would give them some form of fire safety in exiting the building safely if there is a fire, which is essentially what residential fire sprinklers are designed to do, give you a time frame to safely exit the building by knocking down heat and smoke so that people can exit. That provision is not strictly required in this ordinance. Now, in the development, in looking at the owner-built limited density matrix I put together of the 8 counties that we reviewed, only one had on their ordinance specific language that omitted residential fire sprinklers. And in discussion with the industry work group who had a lot of input on this, it was agreed that it would not be respectful of our fire services to make a bold statement like that. We want to encourage people to have fire sprinklers. It's not required, but hey, they save lives. And we will say, hey, are you going to be doing this? This is a good idea. We can't strictly require it, but we can promote it, and we should promote it. So we decided to not have any specific language that says they're not required. This is simply a feature that the owner can elect to do for themselves after being given all the best information they can be given from our department to promote fire safety. In addition, because we're not going to strictly require residential fire sprinklers if they use this ordinance, it just made it more important to have 4290 and 4291 in the ordinance, because as discussed with some of the fire chiefs that are out there, if they're going to take the responsibility to limit themselves on their own personal safety in their building, okay, that's your right. However, we don't want this turning into a situation where you may have a fire and it spreads to your neighbor. We want to have the ability for local fire services to respond, be able to reach the property, attack the fire appropriately, and hopefully not let that spread by using good, sound, defensible space practices. So, going back into this, I mean, it's another drum I'm beating, but 4290 and 4291 are incredibly important, especially because of the option that the owner can take to not put in residential fire sprinklers. So other things that have come up, tiny home design would no longer be limited to being classified as one of the three things: an RV, a manufactured home, or a standard Title 24 dwelling. You have challenges in tiny homes in every one of these categories because there's specific limitations in each of these categories. Title 24 dwellings have specific requirements for room sizes, for space sizes, for ventilation and natural light and things like that. Manufactured homes, likewise, to a certain degree. They all have different construction types that you have to adhere to. RVs have to be licensed. They have to meet Department of Transportation specifications. When you get into this ordinance, you can have a tiny home that doesn't quite fit in any one of these categories, and it is still safe, and it can still be occupied. So this is a huge flexibility item for those folks who want to experiment with tiny homes in this county. In addition, yurts become available. Now, I don't know if they were a big deal in this jurisdiction in the past, but other jurisdictions have had a hard time with people wanting to install yurts. And the biggest complaint to yurts was, well, you have to put sprinklers in them, and they have to be ignition resistant, and they don't make them that way, which made them incredibly cost prohibitive to try and get them certified and have those sprinklers installed. If someone wanted to use a yurt under this ordinance, they could, bearing in mind that they have to have strict 4290 and 4291 compliance, and then we make sure those yurts have proper exiting and potentially other fire safety things rather than ignition resistance. What about flame retardant? Other things can be brought to bear here to give some measure of fire safety. So yurts are back on the menu. Recreational vehicles. Now here's something that is some people consider a con, but recreational vehicles, if they want to convert them into rural dwellings using this ordinance, they can be. You can take them off the axles. You can put them on a permanent foundation. There's a handful of things that you could do to make recreational vehicles into dwellings. Now, this leads to, well, we don't want those everywhere, and I'm sure there's some people that live in HOAs that just heard this and lost their minds. Nobody wants to have a recreational vehicle in, half-acre parcel homeowners associations. We'll get into the limitations on where we can apply this ordinance in just a moment, so hopefully it'll put some people's minds at ease. Because really, how we apply this in the county is going to be incredibly important so that we don't create neighborhood issues. Getting into the green building code. Strict compliance is not necessary for that either. However, because we are allowing people to experiment with new materials, that also means recycled materials, native materials, ungraded lumber, site milled lumber. So a lot of the wood that's out there, if they can, that it can't be used currently, has been laying around, if it's still viable and they can mill it and use it, God bless them. Let them use it. There is some provision for site grading by the inspector to make sure it looks durable, but there's no requirement to have to pay for an organization to go out and visually inspect for grading. There's no requirement to buy new lumber or use new lumber from a plant. It just has to be structurally sufficient. And the energy code, strict compliance with that also not necessary, which allows for passive heating and cooling. You're not required to adhere to a strict, this is how many degrees you have to keep the building to. You can allow a lot of passive design, wood burning situations. Whenever there is a non-renewable resource employed, the equipment that they're installing has to comply with the mechanical code. So if they're purchasing a furnace, that furnace has to meet current standards before they install it. So there is a bit of a trade-off there, but energy code, that gives people a lot of flexibility. In the sanitation realm, we did include clear guidance on the necessity of an approved on-site wastewater system or sewer connection. Any alternates have to be approved by environmental health before we even issue a permit. I don't know how many alternates are floating around out there, and I don't know if it would be something that environmental health would be interested in looking into. Currently, a on-site wastewater system is the best way to go. If they want to implement gray water and things like that, that's something that would have to be negotiated through that department, unless it's an exempt system. And if we go that direction, we'll have to get neck deep into some other provision that we could add on later. But currently, the plumbing code does allow for gray water systems to a certain size without a permit. We'll be working with environmental health later on for how to marry these two if they become popular. Now, if we adopt this ordinance moving forward, the good news is with the program we have currently and with the streamlining that staff has been working on, this is easily permitted and tracked the same way as any other dwelling. In our Track It permit software, our permits are broken out by type and subtype. We have a single family type existing. We create a subtype for rural dwelling, and we track each one of them that way. It doesn't require any special process. If your board decides you want to report on how many were issued, we can run that report in 10 seconds and send it out. The program will follow the same basic process as any other permit. That from application to approval, it's the same amount of information, but pared down, because some things they're just not going to bring in. They just let us know we're not doing these things, and then they don't bring in that information. So the plan review, to some degree, will be simplified. On the other hand, there will be time spent in negotiating alternates to make sure that they are at least comparable to what the code is telling us is safe. So alternate materials, historic materials, designs where they omit certain features. It's going to be an interesting challenge to learn how to negotiate with the owners as they recommend these things, because really that's what this boils down to now. Instead of a hard and fast rule you either pass or don't pass, this is a negotiation between the county and the owner of that parcel in order to gain an understanding of what is safe in implementing this rural standard. It's going to be case by case, and everybody's going to want a little something different. It's how we codify it in the permit process before we even roll into inspection. It may take a little time. I'm not certain how it's going to play out because I haven't been in this situation before. It may be that these, because of the negotiation, it'll be a wash. We may not spend too much more time because the things that they're omitting are often a lot of time in plan check to make sure they're done right. So some of these things may speed up. The negotiation will take time. So I'm expecting a wash. The inspections are limited to the actual work performed. In the ordinance, the mandatory requirements would say that if it is simple construction, only one inspection is necessary. Simple construction is open wood framing in general. So we're looking at the framing from the inside of the building and the nailing of the exterior components onto that framing. So one inspection will do. Anything beyond that would not be simple construction because you're including electrical, mechanical, plumbing, your own versions thereof. And we're going to have to make sure that they do, whatever they add does comply with the code. So there will be standard inspections just like a single family dwelling for the components that they are installing. So it could mean that they build a house that's 90% compliant with Title 24, but they elect a couple of special items that they're putting in the building. That means that we would follow the same process as if it was a single-family dwelling under Title 24. So that'll lead into the fee portion of this. So the fees, currently we don't have a fee except for our hourly rates that would apply to this. If it is, for all intents and purposes, very similar to a single-family dwelling in the amount of work we are doing, then charging that fee would be appropriate. However, if it's an accessory structure or it's a hunting lodge or something like that, where we go out there once and inspect it and we're done, then it's more appropriate that we charge an hourly rate until such time as I can bring a fee structure to you, which I am 80-90% complete on that. I'll be bringing that forward in the next month or two. But until we get that in place, we have to weigh this, each of these structures against, is it similar to the single-family dwelling, or is it similar to something else that we can apply an hourly rate to instead? To be frank, though, the savings really isn't in the permit fees, because really, when you look at the permit fees for just the building permit fee alone is $3,000 to $4,000. We're not saving that much money if we knock a couple thousand off by going to hourly rate. The savings is in the labor, the design, and the materials. Engineered features cost money. Engineered plans cost money. The materials themselves, using recycled materials, sometimes there's a great deal of savings, especially if you're harvesting lumber on your own property and milling it. So the savings really is directly to the owner, and often because they're putting in their own sweat equity into this. They're doing the work themselves instead of hiring, a series of contractors, or by extension, just by omitting certain features, they're saving money in the labor and the materials for those features. So this is the part where we get into some of the fine details on this, because there's a few things that we need guidance on, and this is kind of the end of the presentation portion. I did want to discuss in the ordinance the options for the definition of rural, because that is kind of leading into where do we want the possibility of an RV converted into a house. And then just kind of an overview if you have any questions about the findings we currently have for the items we have in here. And then whether or not we want an indemnification. Let me very briefly see if we can switch over to the ordinance. And Madam Chair, at your pleasure, which one would you like to discuss first?
We could take it in the order that you mentioned of rural.
Okay, thank you. Give me just a moment to shift gears here.
Madam Chair, it's page
You know,
26.
Mr. Oliver, before we start, let me see if the board has any questions or comments.
Very good.
Mr. Mills?
Well, maybe this will tie together. We're having some difficulty with long-term use of recreational vehicles on properties as it is. You're making it very clear then that the recreational vehicle needs to be on a foundation to qualify under Title 25?
Yes. Structural safety is a component of this, and so they have to have some form of permanent foundation. There's a lot of options out there, but the whole point of this is that it's no longer a vehicle, so it has to look and behave similar to a permanent structure, which first and foremost has a foundation.
Well, that brings me to another question then. Are you asking them to turn their tags into DMV?
That is an excellent question. If they make that recommendation that they want to use their RV and turn it into a dwelling, it makes sense that we do that, or at least that they show that it's been salvaged or otherwise no longer a vehicle.
Okay. I just wanted that in the conversation is all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. I'm going to write that down.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
Well, that brings up a question then. If you're going to do that as a recreational vehicle, doesn't that make it a permanent, like, mobile home type situation to which the state has regulations over? Instead of just being a permanent home, it seems to me that would be the definition then of the type of structures that the state has control over.
Well, once again, if it's because of this ordinance, if they're ending it as a, in essence, if they end the licensing as a vehicle, that doesn't mean that it automatically becomes a manufactured home, because in order to certify something as a manufactured home, there is a inspection and construction process that has to comply with Title 25, which includes inspection during the creation in the plant, and an RV would not comply under the strict regulation for the development of a manufactured home. So by ending it as a vehicle and getting a permit locally as an owner-built limited density, you're not tripping over the manufactured home requirements. It's going into a different category.
I think we need to look into that a little bit more, because of the control over just the manufacturing of that recreational vehicle. Moving on, I'm looking at your very first slide, the blue one.
Yes.
Has a structure on there. Is that a simple rural dwelling, limited density building you have on there?
That's a clever detail. I thought it looked nice.
Okay, all right. It looks like downtown San Francisco building to me. The other questions I had is I don't see anywhere in here a maximum on square footage, or rather a 1 or 2 story building anywhere mentioned in here. And then another question was having to do about if I want to build a home on my property right now and I bring my drawings in and fill out my application, the drawings have to be stamped by an engineer, and the products listed that are going to be used to build that. Is that still going to happen here when they bring in and apply for a permit? Is that process still going to be the same as far as stamped engineered drawings to make sure the building is structurally sound, whatever products or whatever they want to use? And then I have a real problem with the wood not being graded and what they're going to use and it not being inspected or looked at or being stamped as building grade materials. And if we're going to go down that route and allow it, if 5 years from the time it's constructed and they've sold it after 3 years and it collapses and it's found to be the wood that was ungraded caused the structure to fail, who's responsible for that? We signed off on it, we inspected it, we allowed it to happen. I just have a problem using ungraded materials for construction purposes and not knowing the square footage or the stories, the number of stories allowed under this thing. It just doesn't seem to me to be something responsible.
So, let me attempt to answer them in turn. Your first question about the size of the building and the limitations. In Title 24, there is no size limitation on a single-family dwelling, whether in the building code or the residential code. So, therefore, by enacting this ordinance, we're not enacting a square footage limitation for a dwelling that is owner-built and rural. The intent is, as the owner, if I had a right to have whatever size house I want under this law, there shouldn't be a restriction on what I should have under this other law. In addition to that, as it applies to the safety, unengineered lumber, let me go back. Going back to the technical codes being the basis of approval, if they elect to use wood framing, they're electing to follow the technical construction guidelines for conventional light frame construction, which our office knows inside and out, which means that wall heights, framing requirements for floors, load path from the roof, multiple stories, all of these standard requirements are triggered when they say, I want to build it out of wood. So regardless of the size of the building or whichever side of the aisle we're on, Title 24, Title 25, there is, because of the technical codes being the basis of approval and our inspections relying on that, that means that if they say I'm using lumber, we know what to ask for on the plans and it's not required to be engineered. As a side note, currently you're not required to have an engineer design your plans. Most people do because most builders want to have that layer of protection, and so they'll use an engineer to design the plans. And also for special architectural purposes, they'll say, I want something that spans a little further than what the code will allow. I'm going to hire an engineer to do that. I mean, that's oversimplifying, of course, but the California Residential Code was designed so that an average homeowner, if he had the ability, could draw his own plans and show that it complies with the residential code so that they are not required to hire an engineer or an architect or a contractor to design the plan. So currently that already exists. We're just sliding it over into a situation where they can elect to, they can choose different options, but if they elect wood, they're still going to have to follow those structural provisions to make sure that it's safe. Going to the ungraded lumber, the language makes it clear that it has to be structurally durable. So in our inspections, if they say we're using ungraded lumber, part of our inspection is making sure during the construction that they are free from defect. And so if we see dry rot, if we see the wrong lumber sizes, if we see knots in the middle of free spanning lumber where it could break, that's all stuff that we catch during construction, during the inspection process. In addition, if they're electing to go with wood construction, your sill plates still have to be pressure treated. You still have pest infiltration requirements. those are all part of the inspection process. So not having the grading, yes, they're electing to take a measure of potentially a measure of safety, but more importantly, a measure of comfort in the system, I would guess. I don't have another word for that other than to say that they're electing to say that I'm not buying this lumber that I know is good. I am taking a chance using, my own cognitive ability to decide what is adequate, and then I'm having an inspector check it to make sure I haven't done something that could be dangerous. Does that answer your question?
Well, you've answered the question, but I'm not sure I agree with you.
Can I jump in a little bit for a second just to help the board understand some of the options
Is this
that
Julie?
it has?
Julie?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Could you please introduce yourself? Thank you.
Sorry. I'm Julie Moss Lewis, Deputy County Counsel. I've been helping Mr. Oliver go through this rather large body of regulations and somewhat confusing language in Title 25. And it's difficult to figure out quickly what aspects of this set of regulations is mandatory when we adopt it and which ones are optional for the board. But in response to some of Supervisor Tofinelli's questions, if we had, we're supposed to be adopting a chapter like this if we have qualifying rural areas. And one of the things that is immutable, that we have to follow if we adopt this ordinance, is we cannot require those architectural or engineered drawings if it fits into our definition of simple construction. If it doesn't fit into our definition of simple construction, we can require the architectural drawings. So that's the one thing that you mentioned that we don't have a lot of room to change if we adopt this. As far as what materials we're going to allow, if we can make findings of special local conditions, maybe our increased fire hazard or what have you, we can set down, the board can decide what materials are safe or add some additional restrictions as long as we can make findings of why our local conditions require some of these changes. So as the board goes through and looks at what it wants to change or not change, you can check in with me and I can let you know whether it looks like we have room to add those additional restrictions, and I can then work with Doug on drafting some findings to add to the ordinance. And the last thing I wanted to touch on is when it comes to the requirements of the technical codes, that one is a little bit more murky. We are required under Title 25 to allow deviations from construction requirements of technical code. So we have to have a mechanism where we can waive strict compliance. This being said, 25 CCR 126 does say we can rely on the technical codes, however, as a basis of approval. So I think what that means and what Doug is trying to say is that he would be authorized, we'd have to let him be authorized to make exceptions to technical codes. However, he's supposed to rely on the technical codes in terms of helping determine whether or not the alternative construction is structurally sound. He is supposed to be looking at those codes in exercising his judgment with respect to the safety of the structure. So I hope that helps the board understand a little bit of where there's room to change that.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Julie, and it just seems a little bit strange to me that the drawings that are going to be turned in will not be architectural drawing, or Doug says I can draw them myself, so I envision somebody walking up with a handful of sketches and turning them in and asking for a permit for this rural dwelling. And then it's up to the inspector to go out and determine whether, our inspector to go out and determine whether the products they're using is structurally sound or not. I mean, I understand why this is here, but I don't understand what we're allowing people to do that over the course of the years in building to get to where we're at now, we've come up with all these things and designs in wood that's been graded, so we know it's going to do what it's intended to do. I just can't see issuing a permit for somebody's drawings that are not architecturally drawn or structurally engineered and stamped, unless the building is just going to be a shed. Or we're talking about these dwellings that could be 2-3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and allowing people and their family to move into them. We're talking about the possibility of the electrical not being engineered. And Doug, you know, one of the main things in buildings is the electrical and it being engineered by an electrical engineer, so there is no problems fire-wise when the building is complete and moved in.
I understand. I understand your concern, and you're right. This by virtue of saying the owner has the right to determine what he builds and what he lives in, that means that the owner could decide to bring in a handful of sketches. And when that happens, it's our job to try and derive from those sketches or have him include in those sketches the bare minimum to justify that it has reached a basic level of safety. And it's different when you apply it to different types of structures, which is really how the building code is set up. The different types of occupancies have different levels of concern when you get into fire safety, structural safety, electrical safety. It's a moving target based on how you're using it, and in addition, your population density, the density of structures in your community. Which is why the first item that we will be talking about is the most important part, the definition of rural, because you don't want to call a rural dwelling, call something a rural dwelling when it's in a multifamily subdivision, where you've got multiple structures that are occupied within a couple of feet of each other. You don't. The point is, this ordinance won't be used in an area where it will propagate the potential for harm to the public. And it's intended so that we interact with the owner so that when they make their decisions, they get something out of it that is basic and safe. From there, if there's problems with deterioration over time or things like that, that becomes maintenance. It becomes the owner's responsibility. If you chose to live in this structure, when we walked away, it was safe. And what you do thereafter is your responsibility. And when you sell it, the new person is going to know what they're getting into, and it will then be their responsibility. So in many ways, this is just releasing the options to the individual and allowing us to, I guess we're going to spend a lot of time with some folks, sure, but give them a sense of personal freedom in how they live their lives on their own parcel.
Okay, those are the questions I have for the moment. Thank you.
Mr. Stopper? Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you very much, Ms. Stopper. Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug, I want to commend you on getting this work done. I think this puts us in a better position. I think I have a little bit different take than some folks on this. I think that what I like about what you've created here is it puts the responsibility where it belongs, on the individual. It allows them to exercise their property rights and live a lifestyle that they want. It clears the liability from the county by putting those lines in there, and buyer beware. You should know what you're buying if you get it, and it'll be on the title system so somebody can't snow you over. I also think that it keeps us in our proper place and not overreaching. We're focusing on safety of our people, and that's great, not trying to dictate how they live their lifestyle. Grading, of course, is always an issue, but I've got buildings that are 150 years old that were hand cut, and they're doing just fine. And they'll stand for hopefully another 150, buyer beware. I do have concerns about some of the wastewater requirements, but that's not germane to this ordinance. It's an environmental health issue. And I know we've had conversations about things like composting toilets, drop pit latrines. We're trying to make housing affordable for people, and when you start with a $30,000 engineered septic system, that's a big opening tag to get something put in. So I like the fact that this allows people to have the rights to build on their property. They have individual responsibility for their safety. We're not telling everybody how to live their life. If they want to live some way different, that's fine, and we're providing housing. So I think this is well on track. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Stopper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of good points brought up by everyone. I mean, and they're all things that need to be addressed. Having worked in the building industry for well over a decade in the past, there was never, even with Title 24, there was never an engineering stamp requirement depending on the size of the home and everything else. You need an architect, you could have a drafter draw it up, as long as specific requirements were referred to. Also with the electrical, the way I'm understanding it, if you choose not to put in electrical, you don't need to engineer it to electrical standards. But if they are choosing to put electrical in this Title 25 home, then they're going to have to bring that electrical they're putting in the Title 25 home to Title 24 standards. So that is addressed, to the best of my understanding, with what they have here. I really appreciate the time that you spent in sending questions out to the industry working group. Doug, there was a lot of good points brought up throughout that process, and I think you incorporate them to the best of your ability if they're applicable. I have some more questions. You had the if adopted slide, and it talked about permitting and tracked like any permit through the track it system. This would possibly be able to bring some unpermitted homes out there in the system into the good graces of the county to be permitted if they were within the bounds of this Title 25. For example, during the Butte Fire, we experienced how many unpermitted dwellings were out there. At first we had a number in the vicinity of 800 homes lost, and they brought that number back down to less than 500 within a short amount of time because they were unpermitted and they weren't insured as a proper dwelling. So that's how it applied. But we all know that there's still out there, whether they're in the Butte Fire Zone or District 5 somewhere in the back end toward Salt Springs, or multiple areas in the county that there's hidden structures in the woods. So if these are within compliance Title 25, could these possibly get permitted and brought into the good graces of the county as a permitted home?
In short, yes. Now here's the longer answer.
Right, yeah, no, it can get very complicated, but in short, yes, yeah. if it's within the realm of what you're putting forward here. So we could bring people onto the assessed rolls and possibly get them so they aren't hiding behind the bushes any longer with it.
Right, and what we're doing now, we have a procedure currently that if there is a building that, let's say it's been out there 20 years and we just found that it was built without permits, it's way too old to try and apply the current code standards. However, we can use currently California Health and Safety Code, section 17920.3, which is the definition of substandard. We can inspect it and see if it meets that criteria or not. And then if it doesn't, say, okay, we're admitting that we didn't see everything, but what we see is not substandard, and therefore we can call it a dwelling and get it on the rolls and get it, at least declared that someone inspected it and it's safe. Now, under this ordinance, one of the definitions, definition F, substandard building, it cites 17920.3. If they fit in the definition of rural, and this is an unpermitted structure, but we can, guarantee through the process that we've done the job in this ordinance, yes, we can definitely bring them into the fold. And that actually is going to be incredibly helpful, seeing that the assessor has shared with me some information that there are several unpermitted structures, or at least question marks, out there where they know there's a structure, nothing's on record, what's going on? Well, that, to me, speaks to a potential fire hazard for several dwellings out there that we don't know if they have a good driveway, we don't know if they have defensible space, we don't know if the building's safe or fire safe. So giving us this tool to use to interact with them and say, okay, you don't have to bring it up to current standard. You can bring it up to this basic safe standard and give us a better driveway and give us some defensible space and, help our fire service out in the process and not break the bank.
Right. Yeah, affordably be able to do it. That understood. This could add to your current workload, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And now you brought it up in here, permitted and tracked like any permit through the track it process. I'm understanding from some builders in the area that we have a 6-week wait right now through the process.
It's fluctuating. Currently, we're about 2 weeks behind our 3-week goal. So the max on the single family right now is floating between 5 and 6 weeks while we train our new plans examiner and hire a permit tech so that we can free up that plans examiner to work full time. We're also getting new contracts signed with our vendors so that we can send out some of the larger stuff so that we can get our time frames down. The 6 weeks, 5 to 6 weeks we currently have is still less than what we had previously had. I want to say 8 months ago, where it was floating at roundly like 8 to 9 weeks. So we've taken it down a notch, but we can do better, and we're working on it right now.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you're still continuing to tighten the belt. One last thing with all this, and I brought this up to you some time ago. Places like Amador County and a few other counties that I've talked to, that after some of these people have gone through Title 25, some of them have found it problematic in getting fire insurance afterwards. Some of the insurance companies will not cover these homes. So I guess that does kind of fall into the indemnification part of this. So I guess I'll reserve most of that for when we get into that part of the conversation. But it's a grave concern of mine as we move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Doug, just a couple of questions based off what Supervisor Stopper was speaking of, and has to do with existing buildings that are out there that are not permitted, that could bring them into permitted status. In order to do that, they would still have to apply for a permit, and then inspection would have to go out and inspect to see if they meet the minimum qualifications that are set forth in the Title 24. And if we elect to go the sprinkler route and all that other way, that would still have to happen in order for them to be permitted dwellings. Is that not correct?
Under the current requirements, yes. If we see a dwelling out there that is non-compliant, unless it is so old that there's no way to gain compliance with that, then following the health and safety code's definition of substandard, we can inspect under that, and there are things that you're not required to have under housing law that still doesn't make the building substandard. For instance, you can certain plumbing requirements don't have to be met as long as it is working as it's intended and sanitary. So they could have alternate products, but they're not failing. So this is one example of how we would look at it if it's incredibly old. If it was built in the last 5 to 10 years, though, the expectation is they knew better. So we would take them through the standard code process, and they need to justify that it's compliant with the current code. Not just because it was built recently under new standards, but we don't want to create a situation where it's the price of doing business to try and sail under the radar because it would be so cheap to get it brought into compliance on the back end with the substandard housing laws as opposed to Title 24. So we don't want to create a situation where there's a black market construction, if you will, where people are doing this on the fly. So we do want to bring them up to standard. Under this ordinance, there would be another tool for those folks who just didn't know any better, and they meet the zoning requirements, or they meet the definition of rural, and they just want to live in their home.
The other question is, if those dwellings currently have electrical to them by whatever means, would that still have to have an engineer come out and look at it, an electrical engineer come out and look at it, make sure everything is safe to the home and in the home?
There's a few options. We can do that. We also have allowed licensed electricians to do a thorough review, ring the whole building out, and certify that it is electrically safe. In addition, on some structures where the electrical is readily visible, we can perform those inspections and make sure they comply with the electrical code. In older buildings, sometimes when there's unique electrical in really old buildings, we go back to the older code where we suspect when the building was built and make sure it complies with that code, because if it was installed at that time, we can reasonably suspect that it was built to the code at that time. We've met our obligation as the building department.
And then one other question Supervisor Stopper brought up about building a home with no electricity. If somebody comes in with plans and doesn't show in the sketches or whatever, and it doesn't show electricity, is there anything that would prevent them at some point hooking up a generator and running power to their home with a generator?
No, but they would have to get a supplemental permit to do that. So they could build the structure and then come back later and say, I want to put in a permanent generator and I want to add wiring. And we would inspect all of that. We would ask for a floor plan of how they're going to wire that into the house and make sure that it meets all the electrical requirements for that installation. So yeah, they just can't sneak in there and plug it in. If they do, that becomes a code compliance case.
Okay, thank you.
We could also, this is Julie Mosles, we could also, we're not required to allow generators under Title 25 in these structures.
Okay, thank you.
I want to just do some housekeeping items at the moment, since this item's taking substantially longer than Ben and I thought it would. I'm not going down that trail without you. At agenda review, I'm going to move item 3, 4, 5, and 6 to this afternoon. So we need to still work through some of these things. I don't want to move it out and still ask for public comment. And at 1:30, we're having a public health update because we're now on the monitoring list. So I just wanted to get that out. Mr. Oliver, before we proceed, I am going to ask for, I have some questions too. I forgot about that. But I am going to ask for any public comment on this as we move forward. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item?
May I read this?
Yes, please,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for having us here and talking about this really important ordinance for Calaveras. My name is Samantha.
Can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh,
sorry,
right.
that's the only place we could do the
I'm
mic.
going to just lean in awkwardly then. My name is Samantha Jacobello. I'm representing a nonprofit organization in Mountain Ranch called Endless Earth Eco Village. And I've been up here for a year and some months. And we purchased 22 acres down there. It's in the Butte Fire area. And so some things about this ordinance, because we sort of initiated this, because we looked at other counties that had adopted it and just thought, well, this is awesome because of what our organization wants to provide the community here. So a couple things that were in the ordinance that I just want to ask some questions about and then make comments. The first thing, I guess, is about what Jack Yaramendi was talking about the compost toilets. In the ordinance, it does state alternate as like a word in there. I would love it if this ordinance could be more specific in its verbiage to what the health department would be able to permit, and if they would consider a test pilot when we are creating these types of things. So we want to show the community at large, both people adopting this ordinance or using it, and just in general, that there are other ways to be processing your compost, whether it's urine or feces, and wastewater, drain water, or runoff, things like that. We want to be able to reuse, filtrate correctly with a very high standard, and that way it's environmentally safe and ecologically sound. The other things here, when we're pulling a permit, like I had talked to the planning department, and they said if you're building, you can't build a house without a workshop, for instance. So we just want to make sure that maybe stated in the ordinance is that if you're going to be pulling a permit to build a house, that in the process you might actually need to be building a workshop so that you can build a house. And so whether it's a barn or a shed or a workshop space, that maybe there is something a little bit more lenient or specific, and maybe that's a case-by-case basis when we're applying, that we meet and talk about what is required to build a unique structure under this ordinance. The sale and the lease and the rent is kind of a concern. I'm all in favor of building here because this is where I want to live. This is now my home in Calaveras, and I'm very proud to say that. And I want to have a family here, and I want more people in this community to stay and do the same things. Now, when it comes to renting, and this is a means for, income for some people, if they chose to use this ordinance and there was only a 3-year period, I'm just confused as to why you would have to bring this kind of structure, if it's a unique structure to begin with, up to the standard code of building. If you're allowing a family to live in it as it's built and another family comes in, I'm not real sure why the trust wouldn't just be granted the same kind of ordinance permit, in which nothing has to actually be brought up to a standard, a normal standard, but just safe. And that your responsibility as a homeowner and a landowner is to steward your land and to fix your home when things need to be maintained. There are some people in the past who are doing experimental building, like Dave Easton. He was building with rammed earth, and we would love to experiment with rammed earth and cob and stone, and just as the ordinance has presented many alternatives to just using wood. And so we want that in this community to actually be desired, because cob and earth buildings are fire resistant. In LA, where I used to live, fires go through there all the time. And fires are just destined to come through California, whether they're electrical or lightning or so forth. This place is meant to burn. And we have to start recognizing that, and we have to have a higher standard of building. And we want the community to understand that building with the earth is actually the best way to keep a home after a fire goes through. And so stewarding the land, creating more defensible space, and building in a way that is structurally sound, even more so than when petroleum-based lumber. Earthworks stands the test of time. And so we want this community up here to look at properties that have these kinds of structures as an awesome thing. It's cool. It's hip. It's what makes you want to come and buy land here to steward it and to live here. So that's something that our organization is actually trying to educate people about, and we hope this ordinance will actually help us do that more effectively. And then just real quick, when it comes to using our own milled lumber, because we do still have many standing trees that were burnt, but many of them are still viable to use even 5 years later. Now, with something like this, 5 years and beyond, that gets a little too long. You want to get those trees down, and you want to be able to use them. We would be milling things at a full dimension, so when you go to Lowe's or Home Depot, you're buying wood that is stating that it's a 2x4. It's not. It's actually not milled that way. So you're getting maybe 1 3/4. And so what we would be allowed to do is actually create lumber that has much more structural integrity by milling it with full dimensions. And so I think that is just, we have so many natural resources here, and we ought to be able to use them so that an engineer clearly, or the building department themselves can come and say, yeah, clearly, you guys are milling your own wood. This is great wood to use. It's awful that it would go to waste and that we just have to bury it or wood chip it or burn it. So I would love it if there was even some kind of a, I guess more of like a, trying to encourage people to use their natural resources that are on their land already. And then just quickly, I know someone else will talk about this as well, but just to state it, the savings on the permits themselves and the hourly rates for inspections and reviews of the applications, I guess it doesn't make so much sense that the permit cost should decrease or be reduced if it is relative to the build. And so if you are building a structure that's very unique and doesn't cost that much to build, and you're using your own materials, there should be a significant reduction in the permit cost as well. And it shouldn't be held up to the normal standard of a permit cost. And I don't know if that's a case by case, but seeing it written in the ordinance is concerning. So I don't know how that will get figured out, but something that allows for that kind of leniency where it is relative to the build would be nice.
Okay. Thank you.
And I believe that...
that's good, because I forgot to tell you, you only had 3 minutes, so
Yes.
I couldn't tell you to stop. But
Thank you.
But I will tell anybody else who wants to speak, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Would you like me to answer those questions, Madam Chair?
No, we'll wait, Mr. Oliver, thank you.
Very good.
Is there any other public comments on this item?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name's Keith Enderline. I'm third generation here in Calaveras. My parents bought land in '89, and that's where I was born and raised. And hearing about this ordinance is actually like a dream. It doesn't even seem like it's possible. Like when I tell people about that, they're like, in California? What? It can't be real. And seeing what happened at the Butte Fire and how PG&E screwed people over and insurance companies so poorly And all of our resources that could have been used to rebuild got taken away and sold to either particle boards or to China or just got burnt or chipped is sad. Calaveras County should have stepped up, bought a sawmill, bought log skidders, bought dozers. We should have had a sawmill and milled all this lumber and be able to help people rebuild under this ordinance immediately after the Butte fire. So that's something that the county could give back, since it is still possible. I fall trees, I build, I have a sawmill myself. Doug fir is still viable if it's over around 24 inches in diameter at breast height. Cedar has been pretty good, even over 12 inches at breast height to use. Pine is pretty much gone. Pine's not going to be usable. Oak is pretty dried and cracked. So we have cedar, we have Doug fir to still use for our buildings. I think we could be easily giving the skills needed to these inspectors to grade lumber. I don't think that the forester spends 2 years learning how to grade lumber. We could teach people how to grade lumber very quickly to let them know. Our wood that we're milling is old growth sometimes, tight growth rings, not 2-inch spacing between growth rings. Our lumber that we're milling is way stronger than anything you buy at Lowe's. Quickly, since I have 3 minutes, what about bringing homes that are built underneath this ordinance to code that aren't even part of the traditional code? If we're building a super adobe or a cob structure that has no current codes, how can it ever get brought back to a code then? So that needs to be addressed. Why aren't we tracking with documentation during the build so it's much easier and keeping it on record on file so the next homeowner can see exactly how the home is constructed to make a better decision, so we can have an easier transition through homeowners over the course of years? We need to give incentives to build under a permit, since people are building just on their own property. No one's ever going to see me. No one's ever going to catch me. This is a better option. The people say, hey, why not just go? I don't have to live in fear of people catching me. Let's do it for that reason as well. The relative cost for permits. With a 12 by 16 structure I helped build recently, we were able to build it under $1,000 with dry compost toilet before electrical and plumbing.
Mr. Keith,
Yeah.
your time's up.
All right.
Thank you. Are there any other public?
Can I ask for one more thing, just to read my final statements here?
Sure.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Natural resources allowed for fire-resistant homes, which Samantha talked about. No flame retardant on yurts would be preferred for us. Let's have a standardization for dry composting toilets that can be replicated time in and time out again, so we don't have to guess what people are doing out there with dry composting or just composting toilets. And document to record and build for future homes.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. My name is Kurt Hardiker. I'm also here to represent and a co-land owner with Samantha and Keith with Endless Earth Eco Village. Just want to come and support this ordinance for passing, and just really excited to see just the forefront of a new creation with building, and especially with super adobe homes, especially with earthships or whatever you want to call it. I'm just really excited to see and to commit to community in the ways we can build together. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4?
We haven't had visitors in a long time.
Yeah, where's that?
Sorry.
My name is George Murphy, and I live in Sheep Ranch. I think it's important for people when they have land to build a home so that they can reside there and they can bring up their families and have their gardens. I think it's a very important aspect to be present in your community. I believe very strongly in that. I thank you guys very much for having this meeting and having us here. Blessings.
George, thank you. Thank you for being our first visitors.
Chair, we should have.
Is there
Chair.
any comments on, okay, please.
Mr. Stahlberg, you can speak with the board now.
Yes, hello. My name is Christian Eric Stahlberg, and I live off Armstrong Road, and I'm a building energy efficiency professional. And I've been following this proposed ordinance with great interest because of my particular area of interest, which is passive solar design and use of natural building materials. As I'm sure you're hearing more about opportunities for natural building materials, particularly on site, not only being very affordable for people, but also remarkably resilient and potentially energy efficient if designed and used properly. I've been working with the Cobb Construction Institute in Berkeley, California, in developing a model home based on the fire in Butte County, where we're focusing on the fire resilience of such materials. And so between the fire resistance of these materials and also the thermal properties for energy efficiency and comfort, I strongly encourage the adoption of this ordinance. The second thing I will just add is during this time of economic crisis and stress and so forth, I think we can't overstate the importance of people being able to be housed and that housing become affordable and achievable. And so let me just close there, and I strongly encourage the board to move forward with this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Solberg.
Caller with the last four digits, 7509, you can make your comment now. Caller with the last four digits of the phone number 7509, if you'd like to make a comment, go ahead.
Was there another one? There's no one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Oliver?
Yes, ma'am.
We still have a lot of work left to do on this. Did you want to answer some of the questions? I know we've already done things for Earth Ram elsewhere in the county, but I'd like you to proceed with some of the things that we're doing.
Good.
And what you think environmental health might or might not allow. We have discussed compost toilets in the past.
Absolutely. So I'll go through the quick list here. The composting toilets angle on that. I know it would be popular to include this in the in this ordinance, but in my experience, when you tie different departments' regulations into one ordinance, as soon as a regulation changes in any department, this ordinance now has to be changed as well. It ends up being more efficient to unlimber this and keep it on its own. And then by virtue of having the language we do have in this, it puts it back into the court of discussion for possibly modifying the regulations for on-site wastewater systems as it relates to composting toilets. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on that. I know they're there. I know that in other jurisdictions there's been some issues arising from them just because of lack of maintenance. So I kind of want to distance this ordinance from that, but leave the option open by saying that whatever is developed in the future in environmental health for alternate wastewater systems, I think it's worth exploring, but I think what we have here will give them the flexibility they need to move forward without having to modify this ordinance in the future. when it comes to a permit for the workshop, because of the way the ordinance is written, if you're getting a permit for your house and you want a permit for a workshop as well, do it. And it can still be brought into the limited density ordinance, because the barns, appurtenant structures, accessory structures, those are all items that if the owner is going to live on the property, these also can be built under this ordinance. So there's nothing preventing them from getting an additional permit. It doesn't have to be expressly stated, because it's by virtue of how it is written. All they have to do is declare, I'm getting another permit and it's for this type of structure, and we can work with them on getting that permitted and constructed.
But we're clear that they can't do the barn or garage before the permit for the house, correct?
Correct. That's.
But they could do them simultaneously.
Correct. We still have to comply with the zoning ordinance as far as the timing, but concurrently, yes, just not the barn or shed before the house.
Thank you.
And then the sale, lease, or rent question. I guess what I want to say about that is we can't get rid of that. That is a mandatory component of the ordinance that has to comply with state laws, that it cannot be for sale, lease, or rent. What we have done is that in the law, it allows, it requires it to be within a year. They can't sell, lease, or rent within a year. We've extended it to 3 because of comments made by the Institute Work Group and the understanding that we need to make sure that people are not using this as a means to, have a black market construction economy, if you will. We don't want people to turn these over fast. We want people to be clear that this is to be lived in and enjoyed by your family. So we made it 3 years. Your board could ultimately decide that the 1 year is sufficient. But that is the minimum. And that is spelled out very clearly in law. We have to meet that standard. Rammed earth, cob, stone, all are on the menu for this. And in addition to that, it opens up discussion for, do we need an engineer, for what materials? Let's be clear on this. Some of them don't. Years ago, I was in a discussion with County Building Officials Association, talking to a gentleman regarding rainwater collection, alternate materials, that sort of thing, and there was an understanding amongst the building officials, although quietly, that because of the authority of the building official, you don't necessarily need an engineer in many cases. What you need is expert information and proper findings. So what that means is if you have an individual who has built cob houses in 5 different states with similar seismic seismic design categories and similar topographical or climatic effects, and they're all working perfectly as intended, we can make the findings that we're going to allow this individual to build and supervise his construction to make sure it's consistent with everything else he's done. So that's a perfectly fair decision to be made as a building official. If you have very good findings that a tradesman or an expert in that field is going to be overseeing and participating in the construction, and that lends to the difference in fees. If we don't have to watch them all day long and we come in and check occasionally to make sure it's being constructed appropriately in phases, that reduces the cost of the permit. So this is opening the door to all kinds of materials. The rammed earth, yes, we've had it here before. That's a little different. That's a mechanically applied material that we have engineering. We have an engineer who regularly has designed these, which means it can be reproduced relatively efficiently. But that is something that requires engineering. I don't feel necessarily comfortable with that because of the way it's applied. But many of the natural materials, if we have experts, if we have cases where it's been built that we can observe, we can work with them on that. Let's see. I think that covers all of it. Did I miss anything?
Tracking to keep things on file. I mean, don't we have to keep the information that we receive on building plans and so forth for 10 years or 15? Isn't there a period of time we need to keep that?
For commercial construction, it's indefinitely. For residential construction, however, we have a requirement to keep the plans and specifications for 180 days after the final of the permit, and then they're discarded. Your board may elect that we want to retain the plans indefinitely for this program, so that we would just have to make findings to identify that that's a necessity. But that's something that we could consider.
Okay. Then the question sort of came up on, and it goes back to Supervisor Tuffanelli on the use of millwood on property.
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, the gentleman who spoke up about the materials themselves in the old growth versus new growth wood, he was essentially correct. And in addition to the what we call rough sawn lumber versus the finished lumber. Finished lumber is a smaller dimension. Finished lumber also coming out of a relatively new growth groves has well, to coin an engineer friend of mine, Doug fir nowadays isn't much stronger than redwood because of that wide grain. If you are milling material at rough sawn dimensions and it's tighter wood grain, it is generally understood to be a stronger material, and that's evident in many of our historic structures and older structures that have rough sawn lumber in them. They're holding up very well, especially in high snow load areas. So if we have an ability to observe the type of materials and be able to compare it to an older span table consistent with the recognition that there was older growth lumber used 20 years ago, we can have a reasonable safety factor when constructing structures using on-site milled lumber.
And the one question which I had already and had emailed you, but I think it's important to bring up again, Samantha, is that correct? That bringing a home or up to code after the 3-year period or when you sell it?
Yes, let me be clear on that. If you sell it to another person who is going to live in it, they don't have to bring it up to current standards. If they're going to sell it to someone who's going to use it as a rental, then they don't have to bring it up to current standards. It can stay an owner-built limited density dwelling. The owner is just electing the reason why we're placing it on title is to notify the new owner, you have to stay here. If you purchase this, you're living in it. If you purchased it and you try and rent it, now you have to bring it up to standard. And if we catch you not doing that, we will encourage you to comply.
Okay. And that, just this is Julie Moss-Lewis, that would be up to the board. The only actual state requirement when it comes to the no sale or lease is that there is a presumption that if it's sold or rented within a year, that was intended to be for sale or lease, and in that case, it doesn't fall under Title 25. But it would be up to the board what it wanted to do with respect to title restrictions or handling structures that were sold after that 1-year period.
So let's say we go with the 3-year period, Ms. Moss, and I buy it, and then I choose to rent it. What I'm hearing Mr. Oliver saying is that I have to bring it up to code. Why can't we just maybe extend an indemnity?
You can. I mean,
without having that.
Yeah. Mr. Oliver's made that recommendation in the recordation section of the ordinance. Those are optional provisions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, to be clear on that, Madam Chair, in the discussion with the industry work group moving forward into this presentation, we looked through the 8 different county ordinances at what the limitations were, and it was agreed by the industry work group that the 3-year limit was appropriate, and the intent is that if it was going to be sold or if it was going to be leased or rented, that converting it to meet current standard was appropriate. This was also something that was agreed by the fire personnel that were at that meeting. And the understanding was that if our intent is to have an ordinance where the owner of the property chooses to live in this manner, then let them. However, when you become a landlord, when you become someone who is in charge of other people's lives, the threshold for code compliance has always gone up, which is why certain functions of the health and safety code, as it applies to structures, is far more strict as it applies to rentals and apartments and hotels. Because as soon as an owner is in charge of some other family's life, the law is there to protect those individuals from the decision-making of the landowner. So that's why this was written the way it was, so that we could safeguard those who may become tenants and not know what they're living in, or it may become dilapidated by virtue of neglect during a tenant-occupied situation.
Okay, we are pushing the time and we still have a lot more to do on this, but I'd like to be able to ask some questions. On the fire sprinklers, can the local fire districts mandate them for dwellings within their fire district?
The short answer is yes. The fire chiefs have the authority. I would argue that they may want to put it in their district ordinances, but there's nothing preventing a fire chief from identifying a specific hazard on a lot and directing the owner to install those fire sprinklers. I don't believe there's anything preventing them from doing that at all.
Got it. Will the building inspectors and plan checkers be able to negotiate with the applicant or the property owner? Because we talk about you'll be doing negotiations as part of the building process. If it's
in the development of the plans.
Yes.
And then
or is it going to be you?
Yes.
You don't
Yes.
have to do it all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the RVs, is there an age? Is there a proposed age?
No,
If it's over 15 years or 10 years, we used to have something on mobile homes.
We do have an age restriction on mobile homes. There is currently no age restriction proposed in this ordinance.
Okay. On yurts, I remember getting into a disagreement with our planning department on yurts. They said that they were temporary structures, and here we're allowing them, in essence, to be a permanent structure. Is planning agreeing that this is acceptable?
I haven't heard anything negative about
Okay,
this.
that's all right. Just want to know because I'm all in favor of yurts, so we will move on. I know. Well, two different things. Okay, you don't have to any more yurt made. We've got that going. So let's get back. I want to at least go as far as we can, Mr. Oliver. We might have to come back to this item this afternoon. We want to start with the definition of rural. You have it under E. Is that it on page 26 of the document?
Yes. So can we see it currently? Okay, there we go. All right, so item E, rural. Now, so when we first looked at this, I will say that the industry work group in discussion and looking through the definition of rural, they initially wanted to define rural as all areas of Calaveras County because we're predominantly rural, and they felt that that was appropriate. In talking with council Ms. Moss Lewis recommended that in order to be consistent with the intent of the law and avoid any potential litigation, the most appropriate way to take this would be to identify those zones in the county that are predominantly rural as recommended by HCD, which is, if you see there, item 1 is located within U, and I'm going to make a correction now, that's not GH, GF. TPA1, RA, and R zones, which are predominantly larger lots and rural. If your board decides to go with all areas of the county, there's a potential for litigation. There's also a potential that small lot subdivisions with specific housing are going to end up seeing vastly different architecture, vastly different look and feel, if you will, to those subdivisions creeping in over time as infill lots have rural dwellings built in them, which could mean an RV could be converted into a house in a small lot subdivision, and that to me spells a lot of headaches for HOAs. Potentially diminishes possibly the property values in the neighborhood. There's a lot of unknowns out there. But the biggest component of this is it could open us up to litigation, and if I will solicit any comments from the good attorney if she wishes to expand on that.
I just wanted to explain to the board that Title 25, the way it's written, it says the counties shall see if they have areas of the county that fit the definition of rural, and so essentially it says if you have areas that fit the definition of rural, and they don't give an exact definition of rural, but they suggest that we use topography and what have you. If we have areas such like that, I guess they mean it if we're not entirely a city like the city of San Francisco. We're supposed to identify areas that are rural countywide, and all of the parcels within that definition of rural should have the same option. I don't know that we would be able to say we're only going to allow it in the Butte Fire Burn area, because I don't know that the Butte Fire Burn area can easily be distinguished from other areas of the county as meeting a reasonable definition of rural, if that makes sense.
Yes and no. So if you're in Rancho Calaveras, can I do this in a Rancho Calaveras? I mean, should we be? I'm a little confused, Ms. Moss, on.
So the board can decide how it wants to define rural, and the board can make exceptions. It's just that whatever rules that the board decides and areas that are identified, that whatever its restrictions are should be applied countywide. So there's no legal requirement that you select the zones that were recommended. But initially, when this was brought to my attention, I was under the impression that it was only going to be applicable for the people who survived the Butte fire. And if you do something like that, as opposed to a set of standards that could be applied countywide, then I think there might be an issue there. But I do think the board has room to say what's defined as rural and appropriate for an ordinance like this. It's just that it should use standard requirements that would apply the same way to any parcel based on its location, its zone, possibly whether or not it's part of a subdivision. I don't see a reason why the board couldn't impose those additional restrictions.
That we can or cannot?
I think you can, as long as, my concern was that we were only going to be defining applicable areas in the Butte Fires area.
Skip
that was my concern.
No,
But if you,
I don't think that's not my question. I mean, what if I'm in McCollum Hill and I have an infill, I'm in the Butte Fire area, can I put outside of the historic designated area, can I put a yurt, or can I put an RV in? I think that's where I'm trying to go with this. I'm looking at maybe should we have a minimum parcel size. I mean, I don't have an answer. I just, R is just sort of open.
Yes, I think the board has wide latitude in deciding what the standards would be, what areas would fit into, and what types of parcels countywide would fit into this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tuffanelli?
I was just going to say, and she kind of answered my question, is we can exempt subdivisions. And because we're looking at opening this up, and it's not going to be a pretty thing if you don't. It's my opinion.
No, Mr. Mills?
Yes, I look at the HOAs, and a good portion of them have CCNRs. And those they're a political subdivision whether we want to accept it or not. So they're going to have a say in what's going to happen within their subdivision, especially with the CCNR. Secondly, districts are going to have, again, being a political subdivision, have something to say, whether a fire district or whatever. We have to realize, too, that we're building community plans. And where do community centers or community plans fit into this kind of concept? Because the general plan never really spoke to it. So I want to be sure that maybe the minimum parcel size is one of the ways to do it, but there has to be some consideration for existing political structural elements that they're also incorporated into this, that we don't run afoul of them as well.
That's a good point. Julie?
Yes.
If you have an HOA that has CCNRs that doesn't allow what's allowed under this ordinance, then what?
I mean, I think the board can choose, again, to say if it's a planned development. I know there are certain terms of art for what types of developments are required to have CCNRs and what have you. That would be a board choice. We don't have a legal duty to enforce private homeowners' CCNRs, but we certainly could choose to exempt countywide certain types of residential subdivisions.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper?
Let me start off with this one thing. How small of a piece of property is it that is considered to be part of a subdivision? Subdivided. Anything under 200 acres? So what is a legal subdivision? Anything subdivided. So, with that, I'll move on to my answers on to a lot of these things. I think we need to be specific within this right now to address it. So, the HOAs and the CCNRs don't really address it. So what we'd say is not allowed in any HOA. And then we say not allowed in any community plan or community center. Because part of Title 25, it says you're allowed to do this as long as you aren't putting your next door neighbors in danger. So in that part of it, you start putting it into community centers or HOAs that have specific rules. We are in fact putting something in an area, in those areas, that could potentially put their neighbors in danger. Not that that's the intent of the person when they do this, but when they're signing off. So just saying no RR or a minimum acreage doesn't necessarily address the issue. So, the clear statement, no HOAs, no community centers, so it doesn't belong in Mokill. It doesn't belong in Rancho, right?
May I make a recommendation?
It doesn't.
No, go ahead. He just spoke up.
I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't speak.
No, Mr. Oliver did. Oh,
Mr. Oliver
did.
Yeah,
That's all right,
point is
Mr.
if I
Oliver,
could make I see
wait.
where you're going with this, and I was hoping I could make a recommendation that might satisfy what I'm hearing in the room. Because the zones that are currently here are excluding the things that we know are not necessarily rural, such as commercial properties, multifamily housing, and any zoning for single families where the lots are generally small. So these are the zones that are most appropriately rural, to the best of my knowledge. What we could do, rather than be specific, because I'd hate to run down to make sure what HOAs are active and which ones aren't, but I would suggest that perhaps we keep these zones, but then add to it with a parcel size of more than, and then set a parcel size limit to where if you're in RR zoning or RA zoning, but you're a 1 acre parcel and you're surrounded by other 1 acre parcels because of the development, that this would not allow you to participate in this program, that way we don't end up with HOA type problems. Is that something that sounds okay?
I hear what you're saying, but we went through this during the general plan on some other issues. I'll bring it up again. RR, no rhyme or reason. We went over last week 80-acre parcels that are RR. That, there are some very large parcels within areas that are considered communities. I know of a couple at least over 20 acres within McCallum Hill. So, and so I don't believe that there's any direct line to address this issue in so much as including all these zones as you suggested, and saying something as simple as except within any community plan area or community center area or HOA within Calaveras County. And that's the closest I can see to addressing the issue. Maybe someone can enlighten me further, but we've been through this discussion on multiple issues in multiple different ways. And there's no perfect answer to it. So that's my suggestion, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And I'll let the rest of the board
Just a
deliberate on
second.
that.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. There are subdivisions out there that, and just because you subdivide a lot doesn't make it a subdivision. A subdivision is registered with the state with multiple homes by a developer, and there are some out there that don't have really what you would call HOAs and CCNRs. And if you do this without mentioning a subdivision, you're going to throw those people into defending themselves, because as Julie said, it's not up to the county to defend those subdivisions or those HOAs. It's up to the people and the CCRs. It's up to the people that live there to defend them. So I could just see this turning into just a nightmare if we don't completely define it to a point where it excludes those areas and confine it to areas that aren't within those types of boundaries, much like Supervisor Stopper was saying, because I think you're just opening it up to just nothing but problems. And it's still, outside of those areas, it still allows for a lot of rural areas in the county that aren't within those type of subdivisions or HOAs. That we can open up to this. Certainly the A1s and APs and TPs and to use. There's a lot of properties there that aren't part of HOAs or subdivisions that people own homes on that we can certainly open this up to. Those are my comments.
Mr. Maurer?
Good afternoon. This is Peter Maurer, the planning director. I think the board has, really struggling with the same challenge that we had in coming up with the clear definition. Supervisors Stopper and Toffanelli have just really sort of hit the nail on the head with the difficulty we've had in trying to come up with a clear definition. I don't know what the answer is to it, but what Supervisor Toffanelli just said about, there are subdivisions that don't have CC&Rs, aren't part of homeowner associations. You have large rural subdivisions that may have an HOA for road maintenance purposes. I would hesitate in relying on whether or not there is an HOA as a metric for where this applies. They can be disbanded by the members within it. You can create new homeowners associations. It's not something that the county has control over. I think that we understand where the board wants to go with this. We'll just need to really work hard on coming up with a very clear definition that the county controls, and that the property owner knows where these rules will apply and where they don't. And I think we just need to put our heads together and come up with a stronger definition at this point, and make sure that we apply this appropriately. But unfortunately, I don't have answers to the issue at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maurer. I'm going to do a housekeeping issue here. We have a 1:30 with the City of Angels and Public Health, so I want to keep on track for that. We have other optional items that we need to consider. If I heard Mr. Maurer correctly, that the staff will go back to the drawing board. They have the intent of where the board is on this, and so we're going to be bringing this item back to the board. I would like to proceed later this afternoon with some of the other items that we need to discuss versus stretching this out forever. So if that's all right with the board, we'll bring this item back this afternoon. Mr. Oliver, we're going to be doing item 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 2.
Very good.
So
Thank you.
you'll be later this afternoon, and we will try and hit some of the items that will be possibly less controversial, like a 1-year or 3-year indemnification, something really simple. My apologies to all of you, but I want to try and keep quasi on schedule. So this will be back again besides this afternoon. If you have any comments you would like to make, you could send them in to Mr. Oliver other than what you made a public comment. Is there anything else the board has? Okay, we will be back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be serious. I'm reconvening the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. The City of Angels, City Council will be joining us. Would you like to invite the city in, please?
Shall I do the roll call at this time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mayor Oliveira?
Present.
Vice Mayor Brolio?
Present.
Councilmember Herman? Present. Councilmember Matilde?
Present.
And Councilmember Bollendorf?
Present.
We're all present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to be receiving an update from Public Health. As everybody knows by now, we are on the monitoring list for the state effective Thursday at 1 a.m. I'm not sure how Mrs. Stranger pulled that off, but at least that buys 2 days. Mrs. Stranger, are you with us? And I'm not sure about Dr. Kaleda.
Yes, I'm here. Dr. Kaleda's here.
Thank you, Dr. Kaleda.
Sorry, I was
Madam Chair, Ms. Stranger, oh, there you go.
Okay, the mic's on you.
All right. Well, this is Dr. Kaleda. I'm the health officer. Let me get my camera on here. Okay, so I'm the health officer for Calaveras County, and we'll give a COVID-19 update because there's been several significant developments in our corona situation over the past week. So California's confirmed 628,000 cases of COVID-19 with over 11,000 deaths. There's been 10 million tests performed statewide. In Calaveras County, we have confirmed 174 cases with 1 death. Of these cases, 150 are classified as recovered and 23 are classified as active. There's currently 3 individuals hospitalized. ICU capacity at Mark Twain Medical Center is at 75%, and ventilator availability is 100%. 3 additional residents were identified this morning from Avalon Nursing Home in San Andreas, which brings to a total of 5 residents confirmed positive within the facility to date. An additional round of testing is being conducted on all residents and staff this week, and infection prevention measures are at maximum capacity to prevent additional cases. On Monday, August 17th, yesterday, the California Department of Public Health confirmed that Calaveras County was added to the county monitoring list. So what this means is that starting Thursday, August 20th at 1 a.m., the following industries and business activities will be required to shut down unless they can modify to operate outside or by pickup only. So these new business closures are gyms and fitness centers, places of worship and cultural ceremonies like weddings and funerals, offices for non-critical infrastructure sectors, personal care services like nail salons, tattoo parlors, body waxing, hair salons and barber shops, and indoor shopping malls. In addition, any schools that have not yet started the school year will not have the option to conduct in-person learning, and will be required to conduct only distance learning until Calaveras County remains off the county monitoring list for at least 14 consecutive days. Schools that have already started the school year will not be required to move to distance education only. Once a county appears on the monitoring list for 3 consecutive days, indoor operations in the sectors described above, which are listed in Section 3 of the July 13th State Public Health Officer Order, must close as I detailed. The July 13th order from the State Public Health Officer specifies that these indoor operations shall remain closed even when a county is removed from the county monitoring list until the State Health Officer modifies the order and authorizes reopening. The state of California tells us that they're actively reassessing the July 13th order in light of evolving scientific evidence regarding disease transmission and the risk of transmission in these different settings, and will provide updates in the coming week. Calaveras County was added to the monitoring list because we're experiencing increased disease transmission and hospitalization that exceeds the metrics outlined by CDPH. We specifically have seen increased 14-day rates of COVID-19 cases of over 100 cases per 100,000 population for more than 3 consecutive days. So our rate, which has been looked at, has been 103.9, which is above the 100 per 100,000 cases. Additionally, our testing positivity percentage, that's the percent of tests that are done that are positive for COVID-19, is 6.2%. That's getting close to the 8% mark, but we're not over that yet. So the only metric that we are above where the state wants us to be is in that case rate per 100,000, which we need to be less than 100, and we were above that. Amador County is seeing a significant surge in cases over the past 3 weeks and was also placed on the monitoring list yesterday, along with us and 5 other counties. Their increased disease transmission rates are primarily driven by an outbreak of coronavirus cases at Kit Carson's skilled nursing facility in Jackson. Because Calaveras residents cross into neighboring jurisdictions such as Amador, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Sacramento counties, which are having significantly elevated rates of infection, even more than us. Our residents need to be conscious of that when visiting those surrounding jurisdictions for essential activities and services. As I've discussed, my goal as health officer for Calaveras remains to keep our residents safe during this pandemic and to continue our public health interventions and messaging intended to move us back off the county monitoring list. Here's what we need to do to redouble our efforts to make this happen. The best way to avoid exposure to the virus is to stay 6 feet away from people outside your household. Physical distancing, social distancing, that's very critical. Hand washing with soap and water, avoid touching one's eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands, and face covering use at all times when outside, especially when physical distancing can't be maintained. No-cost testing for COVID-19 is available to anyone who'd like to be tested in our community. The Optum Serve COVID-19 test site is located at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds and is open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday, and now has testing available for those aged 3 and older. People are encouraged to register online ahead of time by visiting the website or calling the 888 toll-free number, which is listed on our website. To receive information and resources, visit Calaveras County COVID-19 website to get the specifics on how to set up testing for yourself, especially if there's a potential you were exposed to someone who is ill or has been diagnosed with COVID-19 infection. Again, wearing a face covering is an important tool in this fight to keep coronavirus in check. Preventing further infections not only keeps us healthier, reduces the risk of overwhelming our hospital system, protects the seniors in our nursing home, and is critical to preventing us from suffering further business impacts and will allow us to reopen all businesses and get our kids back to school. So my hope is that vaccine development currently underway is going to yield a safe and effective corona vaccine by early 2021. But this is going to be the new normal until such time as we can instill wider spread immunity in the population and prevent ongoing transmission, hospitalizations, and death. So Kristen Stranger has some additional information and is the expert on the business sector impacts that we're going to be coming up against here.
Thank you, Dr. Kaleda. Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the City Council, Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. Actually, Dr. Kaleda covered every single piece I had on my notes, so at this point, we can be available for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Mills.
Yes. You stated that there's increases in transmission. Do we have any idea from where, or where, are we looking at strictly the nursing homes? Are we looking at specific locations? Where is this going?
The sources of infection going on in our community can be broken down into groups of thirds. 1/3 is transmission that's happening inside of our community from people who are already infected, also infecting their household contacts, people at their work, people in their social circles. The other third are people who are acquiring the infection from outside of the community because they've traveled to some of those neighboring jurisdictions that I alluded to where COVID-19 infection is happening in more prevalence than it is here. And the remaining third of patients are ones that we don't know. We don't know where they got it from. We don't have a good idea. We don't think that at this point there's no evidence that the cases in the skilled nursing home are moving out into the community and causing community transmission. In fact, the opposite is the case. It is people who work, staff, people who go into the facility that bring the infection in there to the residents of the skilled nursing facility. So that's pretty much how it breaks down, but we don't have one single focus of transmission that's occurring in the community. We have pretty widespread community transmission, which makes it very difficult to mitigate at this point.
Dr. Quest Diagnostics, it's well known that and well reported that they weren't delivering data for some time. Do we know how long they were holding data back?
Yes. As I described last time, the California Department of Public Health database system that's called CalReady is the computerized surveillance and reporting system of which laboratories report their results into, and then CalReady helps report that information back out to local health jurisdictions. That website was down for 5 days at the beginning of August, from July 31st to August 4th. During that time, Quest Diagnostics, one of the largest commercial laboratory in California, was unable to report its data to the California Department of Public Health. So there wasn't anything that Quest was doing on their end where they weren't reporting. They weren't able to report due to a failure of the state database system. That system has been the deficiencies have been corrected, and now all of those test results which were backlogged have been caught up on. And that's probably one of the reasons why we got bumped up into the monitoring list territory, was because we had some additional cases that were reported at the end of last week.
Thank you for that statement, because that's what I was thinking is that did the data dump result in us getting caught up? And I think you're alluding to the same thing, which means that within the next 14 days, this will all stabilize out if the reporting continues the way it's supposed to be done. And, we'll start to look at our options beyond that. If we have 23 active cases within the county and 45,000 people, that's 0.5 per thousand. Where do we get the over 100 number?
The 100 is a number that is the case rate. That's our number of new cases per 100,000 population per 14 days. So that's a rolling number, whereas if we have a population of, say, 50,000, let's just round it off, then, every time we get more than 50 cases in any 14-day period, we're going to have a rate of 100 per 100,000 during that 2-week span. So it's not the number of active cases, it's the number of new cases that are reported every 14 days, factored per 100,000 population.
Because we know that there's some of those cases that are in the active list now that'll be coming off the list over a given period of time, correct?
Well, yes. By definition, once a case is reported, that case is an active case, and it will stay an active case until such time that the symptoms have resolved and enough time has gone by that that person can be considered non-infectious anymore. And so that person will move from being an active case to a recovered case.
Okay. Thank you for your responses and your interest in this.
Which one of you want to go first?
I think we probably have the same question, so.
Yeah,
Mr. Stopper?
I may go with it a different way, so Gary can correct me when I'm done. To refine or go a little more in depth on Supervisors Mills' questions. You brought up July 31st to August what? 4th? August 4th? Was that? When the governor first reported, he said it started in July 29th. So there's a little discrepancy there on the time, sir. Let's take it another step. With those not being reported, they, starting on the 29th would have been outside the current 14-day period. And those getting loaded up onto that 14-day period from prior may have put us over a threshold that isn't necessarily portrayed in the way that the governor is putting forward these thresholds on it. Let me follow up with a little bit more. Yes, we've been at 6.2% for a few weeks. Positivity rate. 8% is the threshold. Yesterday when the governor spoke, he said that the state's doing better. We're at 6.5% average throughout the state. So we're lower on our threshold on that one also. I could go down these numbers even more. I don't agree with the way it's been applied on Calaveras County at the time it did. The governor said he was going to wait till we get this ironed out, and he gave a time period. And then he went back, and before that time period was up, and he put us on a list that he can't even substantiate properly. So no, I don't agree with the position we've been put in. Yes, I do have concerns that there are 3 people in our ICUs in the hospital. That is, I think, every one of our concern. I don't think there's a person out there that isn't concerned about that. I'm concerned about the, what's the name of the...
Avalon.
Avalon. Thank you, Ms. Colley. That's a grave concern as we move forward. It's our older generations that we need to be cognizant of and take the best care of right now in this situation. But, was there anything said by our Health and Human Services or by you, Dr. Clada, when we moved forward on this and the governor came out this weekend and said, or the state said, you may be put on the list on Monday to address some of these issues where these numbers aren't necessarily represented in the timeline that was been put forth from the very beginning. This is disconcerting to me. We're over by a fraction, and I think that fraction's been construed by the timeline and the failure of the state to get the proper information in a timely manner.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how to respond, Supervisor Stopper, because the specific question I think that you asked me relates to, how did the delay in getting the results of the testing into the Calaveras system affect us getting on the monitoring list? And did we express enough displeasure to the state while we were in conversations with them? So let me address the first one. It is true that there was a delay in getting reports back from the state's Calaveras surveillance and database system. But once we did get those records back and they were put into the proper sequence, it did legitimately get us over that threshold that put us on the monitoring list. So I'm not blaming the state for miscounting us in some way or somehow cooking the books in a way that unfairly got us in the situation we're in. We're in the situation that we're in is because we're seeing elevated disease transmission occurring in our community. The second is that when we spoke to the state representatives over the weekend, when we went into the weekend, it was our understanding that the state was suspending putting counties on the monitoring list or taking counties off of the monitoring list. But then over the weekend, they cleaned up the delay and the backlog in cases that were in Calaveras, and then they just went back and they put everything back in order again. And we had a conference call with them over the weekend. In fact, my words to the representative that we were talking to with the California Department of Public Health, I didn't get to speak to the governor personally, was that we weren't happy about the situation taking place like it did with us in a very short time frame and notifying us on a weekend. But the data speaks for itself. And I think the productive conversation now is to figure out as a community, what can we do to redouble our efforts to getting off the monitoring list at this point.
Which brings me to the next thing. You said it earlier. Even if we get it moved off the monitoring list, the businesses don't get it open back up. Which is another thing that I have a question for the state on. Is like, look, we can put forward all this work. Placer County's put forward fines. Their businesses are just thumbing their nose at them now, even with fines. They're stacking up $5,000, $6,000 in continuously daily fines around their businesses. South Lake Tahoe has had some of the strongest mandates on masks. They have fines if you don't wear masks. They have some of the highest transmission in the state. I mean, it goes hand in hand with washing your hands and all the other things you explained. I agree with that. I work in wastewater. I know that. I wash my hands before I go to the bathroom, and after. These are all things we can do to help each other out. It's the way these metrics are working and the delay with the state and the fact that we just got an answer that says some of those were moved into that 14-day period, which has put us over a small threshold. And yes, I will repeat, everyone's concerned about the people in ICU. I'll stop with that, Dr. Clada. None of that last part was so much a question as a statement.
Mr. Toffanelli?
Yeah, I think Ben hit on some of my questions, but I want to go a little bit further on that delay portion of it. And I don't have the metrics in front of me, and I don't know, Doctor, if you had the metrics in front of you, but if the time frame was July 29th through August 4th that the reporting didn't happen, and so we plugged in these numbers, that's 13 days ago, 14 days ago. Are we retro on the 14 days? Or are we going to go 14 days from the 20th, August 20th? In other words, when we met the time, the point where we were over, have we gone down since then? And do we get to count those days as being some of the 14 days in the matrix that we need to go forward to get off the list? Do you understand the question, what I'm saying?
Yes, I think so. You tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're asking is about the specific criteria to moving off of the monitoring list. We need to be lower than the thresholds in all 6 of the metrics that the California Department of Public Health is grading us on for 3 consecutive days. At that point, we will move off the monitoring list. And so far, in Calaveras County, we have been today, we are officially below the rate metric, which is the only one that we were above on. But we'll have to have 3 consecutive days of that to be able to start to move off the list.
So all of the days, once the data was plugged in that wasn't before, it put us over the list.
Well,
is that, or we would have been over the list regardless of that data?
We would have been over the list regardless of that data, because once the delay in receiving the test results was rectified, then those test results came in. And we were already maintaining some of our own internal numbers beside what the state was giving us through CalReady. We are monitoring our own internal data source. So we had a little bit better information about what was going on than CalReady was telling us, which we knew was artificially low. And then once those test results did come in, once the system started functioning and the data was getting reported again, those cases get reported and counted, not just when those test results were received, but back to when the original test was performed or when the person first developed symptoms of disease. And those are the criteria that you use to judge the onset of illness and when the case was officially categorized as a case, even if the test result is delayed in coming into the local health department.
Okay, thank you. So officially today we're below. So we count today as one of the three. If we're below tomorrow and we're below on Friday, or Thursday, excuse me, then we're officially 3 days in a row.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that real quick, with those 3 days in a row and Kristen being able to get them put off till Thursday, those businesses still have to get closed if they're pulled off the monitoring list?
Yes, Supervisor Stopper, as Dr. Clay covered, and you did as well, successfully moving off of the monitoring list at the current time does not result in the ability for those industries and services that have needed to modify outdoor operations or close that we've released in our press release will have the ability to reopen at this time. We do know, and I wanted to reemphasize what Dr. Clay just said earlier, which is the state's considering that very question right now, but we don't have resolution at the current time. So that's that part.
And I'll have to agree with Supervisor Stopper that that's not right. That's penalizing those businesses and for something that they may or may not have been involved in.
Right. It's hard for us to draw a straight line to them.
Yes, very hard. So,
Ms. Stranger, does that mean at what point then would the businesses, or I'm hearing you say you don't know yet when those businesses can go back inside?
Yes, so the current direction that we have from the state is that there's the statewide requirements about restaurants and other types of industries needing to be outside, right? We've been living in that world for a while. And now with the onset of the monitoring list in Calaveras County moving towards on the monitoring list, we added a number of industries that also have to modify to outdoor operations or close. And at this current time, movement off of the monitoring list does not result in any of those industries being able to go inside or at the current time. I also wanted to add one more piece of clarification too. Just like getting onto the monitoring list was a interactive process, I believe getting off of it will also be an interactive process. We are receiving data, and there is a slight delay between when we receive the information and when we can validate and make sure it's accurate. And so, but as soon as our office again begins to see that we've met the metrics for remaining 3 days in compliance with the metrics that are established for us, all of them, we will continue to reach out to the state and advocate for Calaveras County's movement off of that monitoring list when the data allows us to do so.
I want to go to the City of Angels. Do you have any questions, City Council?
Hi, this is Veronica Matilde, and I do have some questions in regards to the statement that was just made that once we have had our 3 days clearing and then the data is presented to the state, but then we have to wait. And the waiting period is an unknown amount of time, but the state is the one that said it's 3 days. And yet, industries all over Calaveras County are going to have to close because, I'm sorry, well, I do hair, and we're not doing hair outside. I'm sorry, it's next to impossible. It's ridiculous. So if our county is good for 3 days, reports it immediately to the state, then the state says, well, we'll get back to you. You know, they're yanking our chain. I just don't understand. Why are they telling us one thing? It's like, stay off for 3 days, report it, but then you have to wait. So has anyone asked the governor's office for clarification on that? Because it seems very ridiculous to me.
I understand the statement you just made, and I don't mean to be repetitive, but even if we remove off of the monitoring list the moment we hit 3 days and close of business, it doesn't mean the salons, the gyms will be able to reopen right now. That's the way the rules are currently being prescribed, and those are the current metrics that we're on right now. What I'm trying to clarify is that there is a slight delay between receiving a result and then verifying that that person is in county, it is a positive result. Like, there's a little bit of human interaction that needs to go on in order to, prior to us moving that information into CalReady. It's a very quick process, but there is a little bit of a slight delay. So I just wanted the public and the community and the board and city council to be aware of, we're monitoring our metrics too. And as we get closer, of course, we're going to advocate, just like we advocated an interactive process this past weekend. And you know, we will continue to stay on top of this as we have been. And I know that the sharing of this information isn't exactly, I understand the frustration, I understand it, but you know, as my job as HHSA director, I'm just wanting to make sure that we're providing clarification so that we know the parameters by which we're allowed to work within the state guidance currently as it is.
Thank you, and that is what is needed. Clear, concise information. I think the general public gets confusing and conflicting reports. Today on the radio, I heard a news report that said the delayed positive test results might have been double counted. And I almost threw my hands up off my steering wheel because I was in the car. And I'd like to know, has the county heard this information, and is there any way to immediately investigate that? Because that again, if our tests were double counted, then obviously we wouldn't be in this, you know, we're in this situation, but if it's double counted and it's counting against us, then we might not be in this situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you heard that information specifically, Council Member Matilde, but we do keep our own internal data as well. So we won't be dependent on, you know, outside, you know, people telling us what our rates of disease are. We have a pretty good handle on that ourselves also internally.
Okay, it was on the local radio station, you know, out of Sonora. So as I said, I was flabbergasted. Also, I do have a question. I know that there are some residents here in Calaveras County that do get tested outside of the county, and I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume anything now, that if they get their results, they are still counted as Calaveras County residents, correct?
Yeah, the definition of where the case gets counted is the, you know, the residence of the individual. So even if a person goes outside of our community and tests positive in Kaiser Hospital in Sacramento County, if they live in Angels Camp, that would come back and be reported to us and vice versa. So what our public health department team does is, as they get reports of disease in, each case is still investigated. Each person is still interviewed. Each person undergoes contact tracing. And if during that process it turns out that that person doesn't really live here, or that person shouldn't be counted for us, or that person's already been counted and it was going to be double counted, we make sure that that doesn't happen. So we maintain a very robust internal data monitoring system in our own public health department.
And along those lines, in regards to the cases as they are cleared, how often are those updated in our database? Is it on a daily basis? Is it, every Friday, every Tuesday? Because obviously cleared cases are what we want.
Yeah, we maintain, like I said, we maintain our own data reporting systems internally. We evaluate each case. Cases that meet criteria from being active to recovered, we keep track of that internally, and then we report that to the community twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays as part of our press releases, and we update our website information at those times as well.
Okay, and again, obviously the urgency of getting reopened is paramount, and that's why I do ask that question. If in this case, if we get the green light to open the industries that will be extremely modified now on Thursday, if that news comes in, say on Wednesday, is there a way to get that out to the public immediately instead of having to wait until the Friday following?
So this is Kristen. Just a little bit more clarification on that. That what you just described, that it's not a potential. So the reason we're on the monitoring list is because of 3 consecutive days that began August 13th, right? And so it's not moving off of the monitoring list because of disease prevalence going down currently isn't going to allow those businesses to reopen. That's already a decision that was made. We're already on the monitoring list. So we wouldn't have the need to do additional mass notifications very quickly based off of what you're describing.
Well, I'm talking about, say, next week, suddenly it's like, oh, look, everything's good, but the county has done the update on its website on Tuesday, and then, say, next Wednesday or Thursday, we get the green light, but it's not, will we be able to update the public that day?
Well,
if we got the green light to open up from the state.
Council member, I would say this, that we do have a regular process for press releases. Those are on Tuesdays and Fridays. Any information that comes to light that's of significance and needs to be reported to the community outside of those timeframes, we issue that right away. An example is just yesterday when we first learned that we were on the monitoring list, we issued a separate press release on Monday. And we have other public health informational releases that we're doing all the time. Another example is our the heat advisory and the opening of cooling centers. That information gets released, right at the time where we think the public needs to know that information as well.
Okay, yeah. Just, again, I'm sure that you know the frustration that everybody is feeling, and that the urgency of getting that information out ASAP is paramount. So thank you. I do appreciate your answers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the City Council? Okay, I think the council member expressed the views of the board also. Is there anything else?
Yes,
Mr.
I was wanting to
Mill?
ask a question.
Oh, yes.
I was
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, one thing I noticed of what we're really dealing with is that the cure for coronavirus becomes, worse than, it's like it'll become a worse disaster or a worse disease. So, I think we're all concerned about that. And so I was wanting to ask about contact tracing. Is there any way that the county is able to trace whether or not the churches or these kinds of businesses actually are causing the increase? Is that possible?
Yes, that's possible, and that would be one of the purposes of doing contact tracing, is to try to identify if there's a common point source of transmission that's occurring in the community so that steps could be taken to get that under control. The reason that these specific types of businesses are listed in these different phases is that these types of businesses are by nature ones where there is more of a potential for closer and more intimate contact. And so that's what separates, a nail salon from, another type of business activity, is because of just the nature of that particular type of business sector having a more personal or intimate level of exposure from person to person. But we also have the ability through our contact tracing and disease investigation capabilities to know if there are local sources of disease outbreaks occurring in the community, and then we shut those down as well.
But at this point in time, we don't have any record of it being connected to these particular businesses or church.
No, we don't locally have examples of outbreaks being connected to some of the list of businesses that are being required to be closed. That's not what this is being generated to respond to. This isn't anything that's punitive because any of these businesses have done something wrong or that there's outbreaks that have been associated to them. It's just because that scientifically, by the nature of those types of business entities, there's the potential for that's higher than other businesses.
Okay, if there are any further comments from the city? Ms. Follendorf?
Hi, yes. So going forward, since these businesses tend to be the main focus of getting on these lists to close down, are there any conversations going forward on how to continue to support these businesses if they're going to be in a yo-yo like this? I know the county is getting money or considering monies from the state, but has there been further discussions about an economic support to these industries?
Ms. Stranger, do you know, I know there's some federal funding?
Yeah. Yes, this is Kristen Stranger. The answer is yes, there is opportunities, but I'm going to actually turn this over to either Al or Kathy because they've been more point on this part of it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
As you are aware, the CARES Act funding is before the board for further discussion today, and that's certainly a prerogative of the board to decide where those funds will be allocated, but that is an item for today's discussion.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay. The question, though, is there are loans from the federal government that will help small to medium-sized businesses. And I think that's what Ms. Follendorf was saying. Are there other opportunities to help these businesses?
I heard the question specific to the CARES Act funding, and so I clicked into what we were discussing today. I think Kathy's on the phone, Kathy Galino, but Kathy's been working with the Chamber on a number of the small business administration loans, everything from the Paycheck Protection Plan to other loans that have been administered. Kathy, I see you unmuted. Would you like to speak in more detail to the work that you've done? Kathy Galino?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, barely.
Speak louder, please.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Yes, there's actually several grants that we have been working on besides doing the small business revolving loan program, which we have not heard back whether we've been awarded or not. There's actually a few more things I need to finish up. There is also the EDA grant, the Economic Development Administration grant, that I am putting some final touches on response to comments, where we will be providing direct assistance to businesses as well as revolving loan funds.
I did want to make the public and the City Council and the Board aware that much of this information, we do have a businesses tab on the COVID-19 website where much of what Kathy is referencing is available there.
Okay,
Thank you, Kristen. Yes, there is a resource guide, a business resource guide
on the county COVID-19 website under the business tab. And there is lots of information there, whether it's tax deferrals, other funding options, and a lot of information.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vollendorf, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I know.
I know. I have one last question.
Okay, make it quick. I'm behind my whipping
In
this
regards
board
to
into
the
shape.
transmission of cases, a third, some people coming into our county, I know that the supervisors were considering asking for our campsites and lake access to be closed to non-Calaveras County residents. I'm sorry that I was not able to attend that meeting. Did we get a decision made on that?
The board has no authority to close down any lakes or parks that are not under our jurisdiction. So.
Right. Was there a letter written out from legal to ask the
No, there was
state
not.
and BLM? No? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions from the city? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, let's just throw the scenario out there. If the businesses that are listed shut down on Thursday and we go off the list, can you give us any idea how long it would take for those businesses to be able to reopen?
We cannot right now.
At this point, the criteria is clear for counties going on the monitoring list. The criteria is clear for counties to move off the monitoring list. What's not clear is what happens to the business sectors that have been closed down in counties that are now moved off the monitoring list. That still remains an open question. According to the July 13th State Public Health Officer order, those businesses are to remain closed even when the counties move off of the monitoring list. So now the discussions that are taking place are what to do with those business sectors once the counties move off the monitoring list. Because now there are some larger counties in Southern California, San Diego County, for example, that is moving off the monitoring list. And with them moving off the monitoring list comes the fate of thousands of businesses. And so there's going to be, I think, clarification on this issue of how to handle the business sectors in counties that move off the monitoring list sometime this week.
Okay, Mr. Mills?
That's all I've got. Thanks.
Mr. Garamendi? Oh, Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yes, Doctor, I have just one question. Of the 174 cases, how many are active?
Well, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can look it up. I would say 150 have been recovered and 23.
You said
22 are active and one's dead. So that's the formula, is total cases equals active plus recovered plus dead.
Yeah. And so I'm not sure why that's the formula. If they're no longer active and they're cured and they're done, I don't understand why this has to play into the equation. It just doesn't. It makes all these numbers that they're using to monitor larger than what they truly are. If we only have 23 active cases, then that's what we have. It just doesn't seem right. But thank you.
If there are no other, Mr. Stopper?
My apologies, Madam Chair. I've been real strong with my words. I understand that, Health and Human Services and the Public Health Director is doing the job that's set before them, and it's being directed by the state. So I'm going to direct my discontent towards the state and not towards the staff that are before us today. I completely agree with Mr. Toffanelli about 23 cases. I brought it up earlier. I disagree with them putting forward a structure that closes businesses down that they can't pinpoint being the infection sites and not having a way to open them back up. You know, and this culminating at a time when the state has not been able to follow through with what they said they would do for us from the very beginning. Is contact tracing, all this. At first we're supposed to close down for a couple weeks so we could level this out. Now we're at a point where they're closing us down. It's a seesaw right here, one way and then the other. They're breaking our economy. I don't even want to support telling our businesses to close down on Thursday when we're back off a monitoring list possibly on Thursday. I mean, right now, it makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to the way the state's applying their scientific data in my mind. That's where I stand on it. I do not support them putting us on a monitoring list that they can't substantiate themselves.
Are there any other comments from the board? Dr. Kaleda, Ms. Stranger, City of Angels, thank you all very much. Oh, gosh, yes, thank you. I want to move to public comments. Is there anyone in the public who has an item they'd like to address to Dr. Kaleda or to Mrs. Stranger? Well, wait a minute. Okay, hearing no public comment, I'm going to close this item out. Thank you, City, for joining us. Dr. Kaleda, Mrs. Stranger, thank you very much. Does anyone need a break? Because I'm going to move to the assessor, who's going to conduct a study session. Ms. Davis, do you need a few minutes? Or shall we go ahead and proceed?
I think that the City of Angels should call for an adjournment.
I'm sorry. Forgot about that. My apologies. Go ahead.
No problem.
Go ahead. Please adjourn your meeting.
Is that all we need, Susan, is just a movement?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, need a motion, council member.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. A second?
Alvin, they may have dropped. I don't know.
Amanda's here. Amanda, can you give us a second on adjournment?
Second.
Thank you. And I'll do a roll call vote. Mayor Oliveira?
Aye.
Councilmember Herman? She's gone. Councilmember Follendorf?
Aye.
Councilmember Matilde?
Aye.
That's a quorum, so we are adjourned.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City, for joining us.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Joe.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Okay, Ms. Davis?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Are you ready to proceed? Thank you for your patience on this. I appreciate it.
No problem. I understand these are difficult times and confusing issues for many of us. I think if I can share my screen, it looks like I can. I ought to be good to go.
Where are you, Leslie? Are you at Alpine Lake? Is that?
Very close, actually. I'm maybe a couple hundred feet from you. I thought as hot as it was, it would be nice to have a nice background that we can perhaps see.
So Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about some assessment issues and get your feedback on a few things. I did send out a copy of the PowerPoint, which I have been updating over the last 2 days. So this PowerPoint presentation is close to what you have, but because of questions that I've received, I have updated the PowerPoint with some additional information. If I go too fast, let me know, but I'm cognizant of the fact that you've still got a couple of things to go. Plus, I'm sure you're dying to get back to the conversation with the chief building official. What I'm hoping to cover with you today is a brief overview of the office, just a reminder of who we are and what we do. I'd like to talk about low-value exemptions, inter-county transfers of base year values, including the initiative that's on the November ballot, the split roll initiative, because I'm sure you will also get questions about that, and then finally, unsecured assessments. What county assessors do in California is established in the Constitution and in statute. We're responsible to assess all taxable property in the county, and to do that, we discover, inventory, and value real and personal property. We produce a regular assessment roll and a supplemental assessment roll. We administer property tax exemptions and maintain assessment maps. The foundation for what we do is found in Articles 13 and 13A of the California Constitution. And what many people like to point to is Article 13A because it was enacted by the voters on June 6, 1978. Many folks think that they know exactly what it says. I'll go over a couple of things I think are important for you to know. It's commonly referred to as Proposition 13. I will tell you, I don't refer to it as Proposition 13 anymore. Proposition numbers come and go. They're very transitory. But this is a constitutional amendment, created its own article, and I think it should be addressed with that kind of importance. It applies to locally assessed real property. And what Proposition 13 said was all property will have a base year value established as of March 1st, 1975. So it rolled assessed values back to their 1975 assessed value. And it established the concept of a base year value. And it said once a base year value is established, it cannot be changed unless there is a sale of all or part of the property, a change in ownership, or new construction of a portion of the property. And then further, it limited increases to that base year value annually to 2% or the change in the California Consumer Price Index, whichever is less. So property is reassessed with a new base year value if the property or a portion undergoes a change in ownership or completion of new construction. What isn't subject to Article 13A is locally assessed personal property. So that's business property, boats, and planes. State assessed property, which is railroads and utilities, are not subject to Article 13A. Restricted value properties like TPZ or Ag Preserve are annually assessed and don't have a base year value. And taxable government-owned land. So in Calaveras County, the best example of that, I think, is East Bay Mud's ownership of Comanche and Pardee. Some common terms we use, and they cannot be used interchangeably, so I'll just go over them real quick so as not to confuse you in the rest of the PowerPoint. When I talk about the assessment roll, I'm talking about the roll produced by the assessor. That roll is solely under my guidance. When I transmit that assessment roll to the auditor on July 1st, she will extend the roll by adding tax rates and calculating the tax amounts, and then it becomes a tax roll. But it is still separate and apart from the assessment roll. The assessment year is a calendar year, and what the auditor and tax collector use the most is a fiscal year. And finally, lien date, which is the date that property, that taxes become a lien on real property. And generally it's every year at 12:01 a.m. on January 1st. The types of assessment rolls that we produce are the regular assessment roll. That's the roll we produce by July 1st. It contains a secured component and unsecured component. Supplemental assessment rolls, which we rarely report out because that's produced continuously throughout the year, also secured and unsecured property. And then the unitary roll also exists. That is produced by the State Board of Equalization, and that contains their assessments of railroads and utilities. This year's 2020 assessment roll totaled about $8.1 billion before exemptions. As you can see, we have 48,986 assessment units. 45,239 are secured parcels, totaling about $7.8 billion. And the unsecured roll contains about 3,750 unsecured assessments. Again, businesses, boats, and planes, totaling 113 million, or less than 2% of the total number. Property tax distribution in Calaveras County. This is a slightly older slide, but I want to tell you that the numbers are not that far off. This slide was originally created, I think, about 5 or 6 years ago when we were talking about a new property tax system. And at that time, the county got about 18.5% of all property tax dollars, or $18.50 on the dollar. Currently, they get 18.16%. Special districts shared 13.33%. Currently, they're sharing 13.9%. The schools at that time got 67.3%. They're not that far off from that number. And the city at that time got 0.85%, and currently they're getting about 0.78%. So the first big issue I want to talk about is low value exemptions. The statutory for low value exemptions is found in the Revenue and Taxation Code in section 155.20. The legislative intent for this particular code section was that revenue should exceed the cost to assess and collect the taxes on a property. And the current status in California or Calaveras is that we have a $2,000 low value exemption, and that was by resolution of the board, resolution number 91-75. So it's been almost 30 years since the board has changed the low value exemption. This exemption has been around more than 40 years. It's gone up periodically, but Calaveras County, when it changed to $5,000 in about 15 or 20 years ago, chose not to increase the low value exemption at that point in time. Numerous changes to that code section over the years. In 2001, the increase was to $5,000. In 2010, the low value exemption threshold was changed to $10,000. And in 2019, it also increased the low value exemption for all possessory interests to $50,000. Prior to that time, the threshold for possessory interest was the same as real property and unsecured property, but there was a $50,000 threshold for properties that were at fairgrounds or in convention centers or cultural locations. I'm going to be proposing an increase to the $10,000 limit, and I wanted you to see what would happen in that case with a low value exemption of $10,000. It means that about 4,451 parcels would no longer have an assessed value, and they would not have a tax bill. Of those, 2,388 are secured real property parcels. 562 are businesses, so generally we're talking smaller businesses. There would be 11 aircraft affected by that, 1,352 boats, 56 possessory interests, 72 manufactured homes, and those are mostly mobile homes that are in mobile home parks. and then 10 other properties that don't fit in one of those categories. If the board only considered a low value exemption at $5,000, that would remove 2,040 parcels, 863 of those real property, 376 businesses, 3 planes, 737 boats, 24 PIs, 31 manufactured homes, and 6 others. And as you could see, at the $10,000 level, we'd have about a $25 million drop in an $8 billion assessment roll. And at the $5,000 level, we'd have about a $7 million drop, again, out of an $8 billion assessment roll. On the possessory interest side, just looking at the $50,000 threshold, we have 115 possessory interests currently assessed for $6.6 million. 100 of those are under that $50,000 threshold. 15 are above the $50,000 threshold, and you can see that most of the value with possessory interests is with those larger PIs. And so those larger PIs, if you're wondering, what are those? Those are things like the carnival out at the fairgrounds, the New Maloney's Lake Marina concession, things like that, the concession, urban park concessionaires out at Lake Comanche. In order to support the low value exemption, what the law says is we have to look at the cost to assess, bill, collect, and apportion those assessed values and taxes. So what I did was I took some data from the auditor's office, and I want to shout out to Kathy and her team, particularly Blake, for getting that information for me. I used their Senate Bill 2557 apportionment calculations, which are extremely conservative because it actually shows a negative value for the auditor's office. And I divided those activities, the tax collector, assessment appeals board, and auditor controller, by the total number of taxable units. So even though we have 48,986 assessments, 1,510 of those parcels are tax exempt. So they're owned by the county, or they're owned by the state, or they're owned by the federal government. And I also took what we do in the assessor's office using this year's budget and A87 costs, and divided those by the number of units that we work, with about 10% of our time spent on roll maintenance, which would affect all assessment units, and then 90% of our time being spent on all of the reappraisable events that I have sort of mentioned already. And the cost per parcel to assess, bill, collect, and apportion is in excess of $100 per parcel. And that is the support for the $10,000 exemption. I do want to acknowledge that I did talk to the tax collector, Barbara Sullivan, and the auditor controller, both the previous one, Rebecca Callan, and our current auditor controller, Kathy Gomes, about this low value exemption. I don't know if Barbara is on with our conversation, but she did express some concerns about the diminution in tax collections, but that's not what the code says we look at, and so that is not how I looked at these particular exemptions. I'm wondering, before I do a heck of a lot of work on this, if the board is even interested in considering an amendment to the low value exemption. Again, it's currently $2,000. The code allows for $10,000 for all property types, or $50,000 for possessory interest. So, Madam Chair, perhaps you want to lead a discussion on that, and I'll just take notes.
Do any of the board members have any thoughts on this? Mr. Mills.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that the cost to recover the dollars that we are recovering exceeds the values we're getting for the assessment that you're doing, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
In business, you wouldn't do that. Doesn't make sense.
Well, that's quite true, Supervisor Mills, and that's why the code allows this to happen, but it does require the board to take action. So again, the board's last action was in 1991, setting the exemption at $2,000. We did come back to the board in early 2000, I think it was 2001 or 2002. Supervisor Callaway might remember that. And the board was unwilling to consider an increase at that time for the low value exemption. So at this point in time, I'm thinking that we really should consider that and just wonder how the rest of the board feels about it.
Well, my next question is, would this result in a reduction of an FTE or a portion of an FTE?
Don't ask her that question.
Well, you won't need as much staff if you're doing less work.
Well, it's not that we're necessarily doing less work, but...
Good try, Mr. Mills.
We can
Exactly,
discuss
good
the
try.
backlog next, Mr. Mills.
Okay.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I was just
Mr.
thinking
Stopper, your views on this, please? Are you willing to maybe amend the exemption?
Yeah, definitely willing to consider it. I mean, it's actually, as Mr. Mills would put it, a sound business move. It's a no-brainer almost.
Mr. Garamendi?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to talk about it. I think it's something I would like to learn more about, but I'm certainly not closed to the idea of discussion.
Okay. Mr. Tuffanelli?
Yeah, I'd be willing to consider it. I want to know, since you were on the board in 2002, why you didn't consider it then, Marita?
It's called gotcha. Ms. Davis, I think the board would be willing to consider it, though I can tell that's not something we'd like to take up at this time. But to come back, we would probably need a little more information and understanding of what this economically means to the county and to your department.
I can absolutely tell you right now, it would mean about $45,803 less in revenue to the county. But we can certainly write all of that up. I just didn't want to go through that exercise if three of you said no out the chute.
Got it. We understand. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Perfect.
So at some point, you can bring it back, and hopefully when we don't have to move you from morning till afternoon. Could you please proceed?
Certainly. So the next item I wanted to talk about was inter-county transfers of base year values. The statutory for inter-county transfers, which means a transfer from another county into Calaveras County, is contained in Article 13A, Section 2 of the California Constitution, which added Revenue and Taxation Code Section 69.5, and also another proposition that added Revenue and Taxation Code Section 69.3. Proposition 90 in 1988 was approved by the voters on November 9th and allowed for a base year value to transfer where the original property was in a different county than the replacement property. And I know I'm going to sound like I'm using a lot of jargon, so if you've got questions, interrupt me. What it said was that the replacement county must have an ordinance participating in the program, and it only allowed the transfer of base year values for people who were over 55 or severely or permanently disabled. Proposition 171 was passed November 2nd, 1993, again allowing original and replacement properties to be in different counties, again requiring that the replacement county have an ordinance participating in the program, but in this case the requirement was that the original property was destroyed or damaged by disaster. How it works is this: it allows a buyer, let's just pretend we've got it here, we do not. It allows someone buying a piece of property in Calaveras County to transfer their factored base year value from wherever they live to Calaveras County. Certain conditions have to be met with both the original property and the replacement property. The buyer has to own and occupy the residents, which means they had to live where they're moving from and they have to live where they're moving to. They're not required to have a homeowner's exemption or a disabled veterans exemption, which also has that requirement, but they do need to have been able to qualify for those exemptions. So a little bit of math, which is not in the PowerPoint that I provided to you, but I got enough questions that I picked a couple of instances where a person whose original property in the Bay Area sold for $280,000, but it had a factored base year value of $125,250, and they bought a replacement piece of property for $135,000. Now, in that case, they'd only get about a $10,000 break, but I think every $100 counts, and they probably would have applied had Calaveras accepted that. One that's probably closer to the mark is an original property that sold for $475,000, again in the fringes of the Bay Area, with a factored base year value of $172,549, and they bought a piece of property in Calaveras County for $395,000. So instead of paying taxes based on a $395,000 assessed value, they would have, if an ordinance had been in place, been able to transfer a base year value that was more than $200,000 lower, which would save them a couple $1,000s a year in property taxes. The current status.
Leslie?
Yes.
This is Gary.
Yep.
Where's there a piece of property in the Bay Area where it's sold for $280,000?
Oh, I picked an older.
Like 1.28.
Actually, I picked an older sale for that. I wasn't trying to make it current where you could identify anybody. Supervisor Callaway, you had a question?
Yeah, if Proposition 19 passes, we have no option. Did I read that correctly?
We're going to get to Prop 19 in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Hopefully sooner than a few minutes. The current status in Calaveras County is that we do not have an ordinance that allows a transfer of base year value for either reason, which means over 55 or severely or permanently disabled, we do not have that ordinance, and we do not have an ordinance that allows people who lost their homes in a disaster similar to, say, Butte Fire. They could not transfer their base year value into Calaveras County. In the state, however, there are 10 counties that allow the transfer of base year value for persons who are over the age of 55 or severely or permanently disabled. There were 11 until 2017 when the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors repealed their ordinance. There are 13 counties who allow the transfer of base year value in the case of a property that's damaged or destroyed. There have been 2 recent ballot initiatives on this particular issue. In 2018, Proposition 5 was on the ballot. You might remember it. It was called the Portability Act. Calaveras County residents voted against that, 58.3% to 41.7% yes. There is another ballot on the November 3rd, another initiative on the November 3rd ballot that is Proposition 19. This was put on the ballot by Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 11. And I'm going to go over it with you just so you can understand what it could possibly do if it passes. I have colleagues who think that it doesn't stand a chance, but I can tell you that in both the case of Proposition 5 and Proposition 19, the realtors are actively lobbying. They've been to the Assessors Association twice to discuss these propositions and the features that they have. So again, it was put on the ballot by Assembly Constitutional Amendment. It's called the Home Protection for Senior Severely Disabled Families and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act. And they bundled not only the transfer of base year value for over 55 and disabled, but they also bundled the inter-county disaster relief provisions, and then they also bundled the parent-child exclusion and the grandparent-grandchild exclusions into this particular proposition. And what they were attempting to do is cobble together a proposition that handles a number of issues that various interests have with the way property is assessed or excluded from assessment. So what Proposition 19 does is it expands the transfer of base year values on or after April 1st, 2021, if the primary owner is over 55 years of age or severely disabled or the victim of a wildfire or other type of natural disaster like a flood or an earthquake. It, however, puts a limit to 3 transfers of base year value in their lifetime. What it also does is it takes the authority or the decision-making out of the Board of Supervisors' hands and makes it statewide. And that gets to the question you have, Chair Callaway. Right now, your board can decide to move forward. If this passes, it will be the law. It also changes parent-child and grandparent-grandchild transfers on and after February 16th, 2021, and will limit the parent-child, grandparent-grandchild transfer exclusion to a family home if the transferee, meaning the person who's receiving the property, occupies it as their primary residence and they file a claim form with the assessor. Additionally, Proposition 19 creates a California Fire Response Fund. And so what that attempts to do is take revenues and savings resulting from implementation and fund fire suppression staffing for both the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and underfunded fire protection districts on a local level. So presumably, and I really have no doubt in my mind, every fire protection district in Calaveras County would probably qualify under that particular proposition. Don't ask me for specifics on that. I didn't spend a lot of time reviewing the fire protection district guidelines because I don't want to be an expert on that.
Ms. Davis, that was sort of a question I had. It says the revenue and savings resulting from implementation. Years ago, there is no savings. It's a cost to Calaveras.
Well, there will be savings to the state. Okay, so the money is coming from state savings where someone, when they're filing their income tax and claiming deductions, they believe they will be able to identify where they're getting savings from implementation. Like I said, there's a really complicated series of formulas. I'm giving you one of the complicated series of formulas here in a couple of slides because you, Chair Callaway, actually asked the question. And that has to do with the County Revenue Protection Fund. So it creates 2 funds. One is that Fire Protection Fund that I just talked about, where the money would go for fire suppression staffing. And the other is a County Revenue Protection Fund, allegedly to reimburse local agencies for the negative impact. However, there is a provision that any excesses get transferred to the state general fund. And I think as you hear me talk about this particular fund, how it's created and how it's distributed, I think you'll understand that it's unlikely to have an excess transferred. If anything, I think we're likely to perhaps get a pro rata share that isn't great. So the parent-child and grandparent-grandchild transfers will be changing under this proposition, where it has to be the family home of the person who's taking title, and the assessed value will either be the parent or grandparent's factored base year value or current market value minus $1 million. Now, there's a super convoluted formula in that particular proposition, but no matter how many ways my colleagues and I have calculated it, it always comes out to market value minus $1 million. And the purpose behind this, if you'd like to know the political piece of it, it has to do with some state senators who are concerned about very wealthy property owners who've passed their property on to their children on death or as part of their estate planning. And the children now have maybe a $5 or $15 million home in Malibu that they're using for rental units. And so this is attempting to ensure that that won't happen. It has to be the family home of the transferee. And if the market value exceeds the grandparents' factored base year value, then you're really not getting as much of a benefit as you might like. And so, in terms of creating this county revenue protection fund, which is supposed to reimburse local agencies that incur a negative gain, in other words, lose money, and to pay the administrative costs of the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And notice this is CDTFA, not CDFA, that you heard this morning talking about cannabis. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration is basically what broke out of the Board of Equalization a couple of years ago when the legislature decided to break the BOE apart. The calculations involve the Director of Finance, the County Assessor, the County Auditor Controller, and CDTFA. And basically what the Director of Finance calculates is any additional revenue and savings. This is at the state level. Any increase in state income tax revenues that are coming because of differing deductions, and any net savings to the state because of a reduction in the state's funding obligation for schools. This will have a negative impact across the board, potentially. But I have to tell you that we really don't know what the impact will be when all is said and done. After the Director of Finance calculates that number, the state controller is required to deposit 3/4 of it in the California Fire Response Fund and 25% of it into the County Revenue Protection Fund. The county, and this is primarily going to be the assessor in conjunction with the auditor controller as it relates to the tax dollars, we have to determine the gain for the county and for each local agency by calculating the following components. Any revenue increase resulting from sale and reassessment of original primary residence for outbound inter-county transfer. So in other words, let's say I retire and I buy a house in Sacramento County. So the house that I'm selling would be reassessed, and that would be the revenue increase to Calaveras County for sale and reassessment of an original property. And then from that, we subtract revenue decreases resulting from transfers of taxable values of original residences located in other counties to here, so those inbound county transfers, plus any revenue increase resulting from changes to the parent-child and grandparent-grandchild transfers. And that's really going to be the hardest part, because we're not going to know who would or would not have filed for a parent-child transfer in the first place. And so we will determine the gain or loss to the county. And if the number is positive, we don't get a reimbursement. And if the number is negative, we're eligible for a reimbursement. Notice those words, we're eligible for reimbursement. So what happens? CDTFA is required to process the reimbursement every 3 years based on 3 years of reporting. And if there's not enough money in the County Revenue Protection Fund to distribute to all of the counties, all of the cities, all of the local districts, and the schools, then we will get a prorated share of the fund based on our portion. If there's excess in the fund on a 3-year basis, then CDTFA is authorized under this proposition to sweep that money into the state general fund. The legislative intent for this particular proposition is to remove unfair location restrictions and eliminate unfair tax loopholes. And the tax loopholes has to do, again, with those wealthy property owners who are granting their property to their kids who aren't living there. So the key provisions of this proposition is basically this. If it's an inter-county transfer of factor base your value, then the replacement property is worth less than the original property, we'll just transfer the base your value from the other county, which means assessors will be creating new methods of communicating with one another to get that type of information, and we're doing it already in some cases. If the replacement property is worth more than the original property, then the new assessed value will be the original property's factored base your value plus the difference between the two market values. So to the extent, remember that one example I gave you where it was only a $10,000 difference, most of the time it's much larger. It would be a couple $100,000. So to the extent that the replacement property is worth more than the original property, whatever that difference is gets added to the original factored base your value. And so here are some calculations and using something close to I showed you before. If the original property sold for $300,000 and they bought a replacement property for $595,000, you take the original property's factored base your value, in this case $172,549. You take the difference between $595 and $300 and add it to $172,549. And the person who would be perhaps moving into Calaveras would have an assessed value of $467,549 instead of $595,000. So they'd have about $125,000, $130,000 lower assessed value than they would have without Prop 19 passing. It is impossible to predict what the impact is going to be on the general fund. I can tell you that when the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors repealed their ordinance in 2017, their county administrator wrote a very interesting analysis of the impact on El Dorado County revenues, and essentially what they concluded was after 8 years of being involved in the transfer of base your value for over 55 and severely disabled, they lost about $1.9 million in property tax revenue. I tell you that not to scare you away. I tell you that because that was the El Dorado County experience. There is no way to predict what the Calaveras County experience would be, because it's impossible to know when people are going to move here. El Dorado County did find that many people who they surveyed said they moved to El Dorado County because they could transfer their base your value. And that may have downstream positive impacts on other aspects of our economy that El Dorado County, and I think us, would have a hard time quantifying, and they admitted they would have had a hard time quantifying.
Ms. Davis? Oh, I'm sorry.
Recently, I've had a number of phone calls from people who have told me flat out that they have been calling board members, and they have been telling board members that they wanted to move to the county, or their parent wants to move to the county and transfer their base your values, and it's been reported to me that a majority of you are interested in this ordinance. Again, there's work involved in developing an ordinance. I'm not afraid of the work, but I don't want to put the effort in if I'm being misled or if you don't believe that you're interested in the ordinance. So, Madam Chair, I'm certainly happy to answer your question, but I'd like to hear what the board's feedback is.
So, did I hear you say that El Dorado's CAO said that when they eliminated it, they lost 1 point whatever? Or what is it that you said his analysis showed?
His analysis showed that the property tax impact between 2011 and the end of 2018 was a $1,961,350.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood that. My the board in the past, when it came before us, we did not want to participate in this. I mean, for me, I'd rather wait to see what happens in November. I wouldn't want staff to go through any work on an ordinance. If Proposition 19 passes, it's mute, as I understand your explanation.
That's correct.
Mr. Stopper?
That 1.8, $1.9 million, there's one clarification on it. Was that an annual loss, or was that over the entire 8 years?
That was over the entire 8 years.
Okay. That makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I mean, that's where I am on. I'd rather wait until see what happens with Proposition 19. Mr.
I wonder,
Garamendi?
Madam Chair, if I might ask you, as you're all expressing your opinion, there are two aspects to the intercounty transfer. One is for over 55 and severely and permanently disabled, which is where I'm getting the phone calls. But the other one that Calaveras County does not seem to have engaged in conversation on has to do with transferring Bayshore value following a disaster. And I would just like to say that following Butte Fire, I certainly talked to a number of our former residents who were moving to other counties and who could have benefited from that. I don't know that the reverse wouldn't necessarily be true. So as you're talking about it, if for example, you'd like to wait to see what happens with the proposition, but you'd be willing to consider the disaster relief component, that would be helpful for me to know.
Mr. Garamendi, what is our CRC on this? No on 19? Would you be interested in an ordinance that might help on disaster?
I support what we did, I tried to do around the Butte Fire, I support what we tried to do around the Butte Fire, but no, I'm not interested in taking this up.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm not interested either. I had one person call me, and I knew they were testing the market, and that was about all.
Wait till November.
Well, I'd like to wait till November. I wouldn't want Ms. Davis or her office to do any work on it. Would we want to consider something for what happened during the Butte for a disaster?
You mean for other counties?
Well, would it be for other counties, Ms. Davis?
Yes, so in this particular example, let's say someone who lost a home in Paradise. Yeah. If we had an ordinance in place and someone who lost their home in the Camp Fire wanted to move to Calaveras, that's how that would be implemented.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi?
I mean, look, I feel for these people, and we tried to do the best we could internally after the Butte Fire. But, you know, if we come in with these lower base years, that hurts our schools, that hurts a lot of things. And so if somebody's going to come out of the Bay Area, maybe the house gets burnt down there, or in Napa or Sonoma, they can come on up here, but it's going to lower our, it'll result in somebody moving up here and paying less taxes than their neighbor and still having all the same services. We need to support our schools and our students.
That's kind of sort of where the board was years ago when we discussed this, but I'm open to looking at some permutations, but I'd rather wait till after the 19th. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, I think it would behoove us not to spend a lot of staff time on this until after the November election and then decide from there what would be the best move.
Okay, Mr. Stopper?
No, now wait till after November.
Mr. Tuffanelli? I don't know what's... Would you two change places?
Wait till November.
Okay. Ms. Davis, did you get that?
I got it.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the split roll initiative, which is Prop 15 on the ballot in November. This is going to have massive impacts on my department, but I will tell you at this point, nobody really knows how it's going to play out. I know I have personally met with the proponents of Proposition 15 in my capacity as president of the California Assessors Association last year. I can tell you that they are quite serious. They are focusing their efforts on high voter turnout areas. So it's really hard for me sitting in Northern California in a rural county to know how this one may play out. It's currently polling at 54% approval. Pundits are saying that it needs 60% at this stage for anyone to take it seriously, and I'm just not an expert on statewide propositions. By way of history, however, when Prop 13 passed and it said all property will have a base year value as of March 1st, 1975, unless there's a change in ownership on all or part of the property, that proposition was very short. There weren't a lot of words in Prop 13. And so the Assembly Task Force of 1979 was formed to develop implementing legislation. And one of the things that they did was they defined what became a change of ownership for corporations or legal entities. Over the past 42 years, what has happened in the mind of the proponents, and I think it probably plays out in the data, although it's not something I've got time to play with, what we've found is that these legal entities and corporations are not transferring ownership so that it would hit the threshold that would be noticed by a county assessor. And so their properties are not being reassessed. The intent of the proponents is to preserve Prop 13's protections for homeowners and residential rental property, increase revenues for schools, counties, cities, and other local agencies, guarantee that new revenues go to schools and community colleges. It requires disclosure of the new revenues that are received and how they're spent. To the extent that cities, counties, and special districts get revenues, they are also required to meet that disclosure. And it applies to commercial and industrial property. What it does is it requires commercial and industrial properties to be reassessed on a cyclical basis. And the revenues that are realized by that then have to be calculated so that they can be distributed. And in the proposition, it says the legislature is required to create the methodology to calculate those revenues. They're also expected to memorialize it in statute, and then it needs to be calculated by the county auditor. The Legislative Analyst Office estimate is that 60% of all new revenues will go to cities, counties, and special districts, and 40% to schools and community colleges. And I've not spent time with the LAO's office to find out how they came up with that number. I do have some difficulty seeing it in the text of the proposition itself. We're creating another new fund with this proposition. It's the Local School and Community College Property Tax Fund, and the intent is that fund, 11% of the monies will go to community college, and 89% of the money will go to local schools. It guarantees an increase to local school districts of $100 per enrolled student. It can go higher, but it cannot go lower. And this fund cannot be appropriated by the state. So you remember when I was talking about Prop 19, after 3 years they could sweep into the general fund. Not so with this fund. It is not a general fund proceed. It cannot be used by the state. The school fund formula is basically this: the increase in property tax revenues minus the loss to the state due to increased deductions on income tax filings minus the cost to counties to administer this new law equals the funds that go into the local school and community college property tax fund. So you'll notice that we were somewhat successful with the proponents in convincing them that there will be a lot of costs to the county and particularly to an assessor's office to administer this particular proposition. The costs to administer include the cost to assess the properties, so appraising them on a cyclical basis, the cost for assessment appeals. There's a widely held belief across the state that the number of assessment appeals will increase dramatically under this proposition. The cost for legal counsel, if any, the cost to calculate tax allocation and distribution, and then the cost for auditing and enforcement. And while that component sounds like it might be the auditor controller, that auditing and enforcement provision is an assessor function. So starting with the 2022 lien date, which would be January 1st, 2022, or about 14 and a half months after the election, all commercial and industrial real property would be reassessed, provided it hits certain guidelines. It would not apply to residential property that is either owner-occupied or rented, and it would not apply to home-based businesses or short-term rentals. In other words, being a short-term rental doesn't put it into the commercial industrial range. It also doesn't apply to commercial agricultural production. So cattle ranching, farming, any kind of commercial agricultural production is not applied. It does apply to improved, vacant, and mixed-use commercial and industrial property. So improved, I think you can think of a gas station or a retail store. Vacant, as long as it's not zoned for residential use, it's not used for commercial agricultural production, and it's not used or protected for open space or park purposes. And then for mixed-use properties, which you generally find in more urban areas, but certainly we have them in the foothills, we're talking about the portion of the property that is commercial or industrial. So if you have a property that has retail on the ground floor, but you have 2 or 3 floors above that that are residential apartments or condos, that component of the property would not be reassessed, but what would be subject to reassessment would be the first floor retail. The property has to be worth more than $3 million in order for this trigger of a reassessment. That $3 million is required under the proposition to be adjusted biannually beginning in 2025, and that adjustment is on a by-county basis. The adjustment is to be calculated by the State Board of Equalization staff. Notice I said the property must be worth more than $3 million. There's a disclaimer there, however. If any of the co-owners of the property also own other commercial industrial property worth more than $3 million in aggregate in California, it triggers a reappraisal. So you might have a piece of property in Calaveras County that's worth $300,000 that we wouldn't be reassessing. But if you owned it with, I'm going to pick on somebody, let me make it up, Brad Pitt. And let's say Brad Pitt has 2 commercial industrial properties in Los Angeles County and they're worth $6 million. That will trigger the $300,000 piece of property to be reassessed on a cyclical basis. So you can start to see what kind of work assessors will be doing to track that kind of information. There's a phase in...
Leslie?
Yes. Supervisor Toffenelli?
If I owned a piece of property worth $300,000 in Calaveras County, how would you know I own $6 million in Los Angeles?
Well, that's part of the concern that we are going to have. We're probably, and I shouldn't say probably, we are working with the State Board of Equalization, and I believe the executive director is probably monitoring us on your YouTube video right now. We've been working with the State Board of Equalization about creating a state clearinghouse so that we can track all of these little provisos that are contained in Proposition 15. This isn't the only one. This is just the first one that I'm talking about. So we would then be telling the State Board of Equalization, for example, since you're talking, I'll pick you. I've got Gary Toffanelli owning a $300,000 piece of property. Does he happen to own anything else in the state of California that's commercial industrial? Then we're going to add it all up, and if we get over that $3 million threshold, tag, all of those properties get reassessed. So we'll be working with the State Board of Equalization, creating this clearinghouse so that we can monitor that.
Mr. Stopper?
So it's not compounding, it's an aggregate. It's just to make that clear. So, you know, Scott, I need it made clear for me, not just the public. So let's say 300,000 Calaveras, but I own something in LA worth $2.8 million. They don't add in together, or do they add in together? So,
we add it
so they're
together.
compounding. So in aggregate means the same thing as compounding.
We add it together for the purpose of seeing if the $3 million threshold has been met.
Understood. That makes a big difference. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
So there are phase-in provisions with a percentage of properties each year, but an expectation that there would be a cyclical reappraisal every 3 years. So it's not hard to figure out that percentage of properties is probably 33 1/3. The proposition also includes an expedited process for assessment appeals, and it includes something that is not defined, and actually we have serious problems with the terminology that's being used in this proposition, but it says that property owners should get a reasonable time frame to pay increased taxes. There's no definition of reasonable. There's no definition of what is meant by that. And so it's my expectation the state controller's office will probably become involved to help tax collectors determine exactly what that means. Again, a problem with terminology. They talk about exclusions and exemptions, and they use the terminology wrong. They call the $3 million threshold an exclusion. It has to be reviewed annually, and what they mean by that is we have to look at all commercial industrial properties in the county on that cyclical basis to see whether or not their value has increased above the $3 million. If it does, the property gets reassessed. If it does not, it retains its factored base year value. There are some questions in assessor's mind about whether or not, if it gets reassessed for 2 or 3 years and then it goes below $3 million because we have a declining market, do we go back on factored base year value? And we just don't know the answer to these questions. It delays reassessment to 2025 if more than 50% of the occupants of the commercial or industrial property are small businesses. And that's expected to be certified by a property owner. But I want to tell you that I'll let you know what that small business means in a minute. It also exempts up to $500,000 in business property. So property that is used for conducting a business, like a desk and a computer that we assess, would be exempted up to $500,000 statewide. So let's just pull a business out of the hat and say Save Mart, for example. Save Mart, it's all over California. Their first $500,000 of business property is exempt. We just don't know which county is going to get tagged with that exemption, and it won't be on the assessment roll anymore. So they may say, because their headquarters are in Modesto, they want their $500,000 exemption to be in Modesto, but Stanislaus County, but they could just as easily say they want to exempt their Calaveras County business property. This is, again, property that's used for business and doesn't apply to aircraft and vessels, but it does include fixtures. It does exempt all personal property for small businesses, and again, we'll talk about small businesses, which are defined as, in the proposition, not anywhere else, a business with less than 51 employees in California. So if you've got a shop here in Calaveras, but you've also got one in Madera County and maybe in Inyo County, and the 3 places together are 60 employees, you're no longer a small business. It has to be independently owned and operated and located in California, where the owners and the officers of the business are residents of California. So again, back to that state clearinghouse with the State Board of Equalization, we'll need to be able to track where the owners and where the officers of the property owner are residents. And then finally, it says that the small business cannot be dominant in its field of operations, which means it doesn't control the field of operation and it doesn't have a major influence on a statewide basis. So when I think of dominant in its field of operations, I think of things like
Leslie, this is Dennis. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Where do the LLCs fit into this?
Limited liability corporations?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it depends. If the limited liability corporation owns a commercial industrial property, then we start looking at all of these other provisos. Okay? So it's not, this has to do with the property being commercial or industrial, not the method of holding title of the owner.
Okay, thank you.
So you can see this particular proposition has, it's got a lot going in it. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't change the tax rate. The tax rate is still 1% plus voter-approved indebtedness. It doesn't change Ag Preserve or Williamson Act valuation, so they're still restricted. State Board of Equalization will still give us the cap rates. Those aren't going to change. And it specifically says it does not affect VLF adjustments. It will have a major effect on assessors' offices, and in 2018, the Assessors Association commissioned a study on the impacts of the split roll initiative. You may or may not know there was an initial initiative. I shouldn't have said it that way. It sounds a little too alliterative. But there was one created 2 years ago that our initial study looked at, and then the proponents rewrote the proposition, and that is what was presented in September of 2019 to the Attorney General. They did get that particular ballot initiative qualified, and so we have updated our study. But essentially what we found is that there will be tremendous upfront costs for all counties, for all assessors' offices, because we'll have to develop a structure to assess these properties on a cyclical basis. We will also have to be working very carefully with the State Board of Equalization staff to develop new forms and new reporting procedures. We will have to recruit and train staff, and this is where we start talking about what kind of staff do you need? Well, you need staff who can appraise the most complicated income-producing properties that you have. These are not the simple properties that we could just kind of push out. And then there will likely be additional programming requirements. Not only will we be looking at some sort of computer-assisted mass appraisal system, because I can tell you the megabyte property system does not currently meet any of these requirements, or there will probably be some type of handshake scripts that we'll have to write back and forth between these programs. Legislative Analyst Office said in testimony before the Board of Equalization last month that upfront costs would be loaned to the counties. That's the first that I've heard about upfront costs being loaned to the counties. In my conversations with the proponents, they said upfront costs would be covered by the state and by the proposition. So that one is going to actually have to sort of fall out if this proposition passes. I'm sure there will be a lot of negotiation back and forth with how assessors are going to get funding to cover these requirements. Our key concerns on the assessment side is that it's a fairly short phase-in period following the election, so we've got about 13 and a half months. The proposition does require a task force created with members of the legislature, an assessor, a tax rep, and others. We're concerned about staffing. As you know, we're having difficulty here recruiting experienced appraisers. What I'm learning from my colleagues is they are also having problems recruiting experienced appraisers, and in the study that we commissioned, they estimated about 900 appraisers were going to be needed statewide to meet the requirements to reassess these properties. Concern I've already brought up a couple of times, I won't spend a lot of time on it, is the proposition uses terminology incorrectly, inconsistently with state law. We're worried about the increased workload and worried about how we're going to pull off the statewide coordination. I have no doubt in my mind that assessors across the state and the DOE have a great working relationship. But of course, you know, when we talk about CDPH and the difficulties they had with the COVID-19 statistics, sometimes the state's computerized systems don't work as well as we might like. So we're going to have to pay careful attention to exactly how this coordination across the state operates. The effect on the Calaveras County assessment roll, so I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the statistics I've pulled together, and I did this as a result of being asked to testify before the State Board of Equalization last month on the impact of split roll on small rural counties. And when I surveyed my colleagues, they pretty much agreed that what I was seeing in Calaveras is what they're seeing. We currently have 11 parcels in the county that are commercial industrial with an assessed value greater than $3 million. Now, I say it that way because it doesn't say assessed value, it says market value. But we have a huge percentage of our commercial industrial properties still in decline of value status because of declining market conditions. And I'm guessing COVID-19 is not going to help that much. It reflects about 0.75% of our roll total, those 11 parcels. And so you can see we're going to be putting a Herculean effort into something with very, very little return. There are 1,353 potential properties that might have to be reassessed, and 1,040 of those are in decline of value status. We are unlikely in Calaveras County to see a huge increase in assessed value. Now, when you read the proposition, you will see that the proponents are expecting upwards of $11 billion in additional revenue. And I think what you'll find is those are the coastal counties. So that's Orange County, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, Santa Clara. That's where those huge increases are going to be. There will be probably increases for those school districts and those counties, and not so much here in the foothills. On the personal property side, we have 2,068 business property assessments, and by my calculation, about 1,989 would be exempt. And what I did was I very fast skim the list and decide who was or was not a small business. Our business property values would drop by 41%, or about $39 million. So that's it on split roll. If anybody's got a question, I just want to move to my last short topic.
I did.
Madam Chair?
I didn't have my light on. No questions, Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about, and Supervisors Toffanelli and Callaway will have heard this before, but when the board started cutting my budget back in 2008 because the market tanked and the board's budget had problems, one of the first things I said was, look, I'm going to have to pick something that isn't going to get done, and I'm picking unsecured assessments. And the hue and cry coming from the board was something to behold. Just a reminder, I gave you the statistics at the beginning of the study session. Unsecured assessments total about less than 2% of my total assessment roll. Less than 2% of an $8 billion assessment roll, but I can tell you that they're time consuming, and a lot of our time over the last 4 weeks since Barbara was so nice as to mail out their tax bills has been solely dealing with people calling about boats, planes, and businesses. We do have staffing issues. I know you heard this morning from Sheriff Rick complaining about Bureau of Reclamation and what that issue was going to do with his staffing. I'm not trying to turn this into that, but I want you to know that I am seriously looking at how we are going to get important things done. So when we talk about the low value exemption, that is part and parcel of what I'm looking at, of what we may or may not be able to get done. I'd like to know what your concerns are around this particular issue. Personally, I think increasing the low value exemption handles most of these concerns, but you may have other ideas, and so I thought I would give you a chance to share those with me. And by the way, that's my last slide.
Thank you. Board, we've all been approached by people in the community of things that have been going on in the assessor's office or not, mostly with the Butte fire, if I remember. Are there some concerns or comments you'd like to make to Ms. Davis? Ms. Davis, I know there's openings in your department, and sometimes you've talked about being able to recruit people, and like if Prop 15 passes, you're going to be competing with, I'm assuming you already are, skilled assessors across California. So it's the same story this year as it was 10 years ago. And I know you and I have that running, a dialogue on that, but is there a way that we could look at getting the work done in a different model than traditionally used? You hire, your office has total control versus contracting maybe with outside assessors or outside companies that deal with this, some of the tasks?
Sure, and I'll tell you that internally we are looking at some different ways to move work through the office and move it a little bit faster. This isn't the first time that one of you has suggested outside appraisers. I know Supervisor Garamendi has mentioned it multiple times, and it concerns me a little that I'm maybe not making my point. So I will share with you what a couple of my colleagues have said, and that is basically this. Particularly if Prop 15 passes, if the split roll passes, we think the tax reps who pay a heck of a lot more than county government are going to be out there recruiting for the very appraisers we need so that they can fight us at the assessment appeals side. The fact that my colleagues are also experiencing problems recruiting tells me that folks don't want to come into public service anymore. But also, I have said this ad nauseum, and I'll just say it again so you can hear it. We're not paying our people well enough to attract them to come to Calaveras County. We like to talk about the great lifestyle, and this is a beautiful place to live. But it's also an expensive place to live. Gas is more expensive here than it is in the valley. Many of the things that we purchase are more expensive here than they are in other areas of the state, and they get paid more in those other areas of the state. I've really got to push the point that we have got some disparities there. Is that all of it? No, it's not. I have worked regularly to reach out to retired annuitants to try and get them to come here on an extra hire basis. Because with a retired annuitant, I would be essentially buying someone who already has the certification. And in the property tax world, you cannot appraise a piece of property for property tax purposes without being certified as an appraiser by the State Board of Equalization. So that skill or qualification is in pretty short supply, and therefore the demand is higher. I've told you before, I'll tell you again, I've lost people to Stanislaus, I've lost people to Sacramento, to Placer, to San Joaquin County. They all get paid more. All they had to do was pull out of their driveway and turn left instead of turn right and come up to San Andreas. So we're looking at it, but we are not being very successful.
So I still don't think I've heard why we couldn't contract, or like we've done that in planning when we had a huge number of building permits and not enough plan checkers. I mean, and there were some potholes to doing that. I'm not saying it was all smooth, but we've been talking about this for years, and I'm sure you're not the only assessor who has this issue. So how else can we look at this than the traditional way? Well, we need to pay more money so we can recruit somebody back from San Joaquin or Sacramento. Are there other options?
I can tell you that I do contract out our audits, and I contract out our audits to the California County Assessors Audit Cooperative Services. I can't remember all the words. We call it C-case. And in that particular case, I'm contracting to other counties who have on staff qualified and competent people who are already going someplace to do the audit, and they're just picking ours up on the side, and we're paying for it. We have budgeted for professional services. But it's not so easy when you start talking about appraisers. There are appraisers out there that you can hire to appraise your house. However, they're not qualified to appraise for property tax purposes. And when you add what the Revenue and Taxation Code says they have to do if they are working for government, then it makes their life harder. They're in essence having to give up their business in order to take contract work from the county.
But it's still business for them. Are they that busy? I mean, I'm sure it's cyclical for them too.
Well, I used to be self-employed. I think you know that. I started my career with Contra Costa County. I quit. I opened a business as an appraiser, right-of-way consultant, and property tax consultant. And then I came back to government 20 years ago. And I can tell you in 12 and a half years of being self-employed, there was nothing cyclical about it. I was working 12 to 18-hour days, depending on what was going on. I did not have downtime. I did not have to worry about where the next dollar was coming from. So my opinion about the good appraisers is that if you know what the heck you're doing, your clients know it, they hire you, and you're not out there looking for that next client. If you want us to bring in the crappy appraisers, I might be able to find those, but then again, they would also have to be certified by the State Board of Equalization, and there's no provision under the law to give them a pass on that certification.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Davis, you brought up some changes you're looking at inside the process and restructuring possibly within the office. Last year, during our last conversation, during the budget item in June, you brought up that you actually had a reduction in the backlog of approximately 2,000 transfers. Am I correct on that number, approximately?
I don't remember what I said then, but I did ask my staff to tell me what the backlog was this morning, and I'm told it's 3,859, and I know we were in the 6,000 range, so that's pretty darn close.
Right. So you've made a significant amount of progress just since June, because your number was in the 5,000 some odd range in June is what you had relayed to me. I don't have the exact number in the top of my head, but yeah, I do recall the conversation specifically. So you've already made some significant progress on that backlog.
We have, but we've also had some other staffing issues. So as I shared with the board during preliminary budget, or whatever we call it now, I did promote a person out of the appraisal ranks. I have a vacant appraiser position, but of course that one, in my mind, is affected by this salary savings sweep back to the general fund. I've had an employee quit out of expressed concerns over the county's reopening protocols and allowing the public back in. And I have another employee on a very extended leave of absence. So, and they're all appraisers. I'm talking about all appraiser levels. So we're about to have to recruit again at the lower levels. I've been recruiting for a senior appraiser since last July 1st. Still, and I already told you the story, 2 applicants, one got another job before we could interview him and the other turned the job down because it didn't make financial sense. So still nobody applying for those jobs. I know you don't like to hear it. You didn't like to hear it from the sheriff. You don't like to hear it from other department heads, but the sad state of affairs is if we're an elected official, we're in a better position to tell you what you need to hear. And that is we've got serious problems with recruitment. And part of that is the cost, what we're paying them.
I hear you, but you know, well, there's a little feedback there, sorry. It goes back to my question. Even these times without these people here that you brought up in June, and also another loss that you just relayed to me since then, you still made progress on the backlog.
We made progress. I'm concerned that it might turn around.
Right. That would be disconcerting and definitely something, you know, those numbers of people. So, yeah, no, that about answers my question. I mean, honestly, if you could fill those positions again, you know, on an if, and I understand your concerns on that. There's no argument coming from me on those. And you continued with the processes you've been going through the last year. I mean, that's a huge reduction in the backlog that you've made. And if you continue down that track, I could see it being close to doing them as they came in, you know, along the timeline that it takes to process them. But am I not? I mean, it was well over 7,000 originally.
It is certainly my hope that if we're able to fill these positions, again, I've got 3 that are clearly vacant. One, again, is subject to that salary savings sweep back to the general fund. A 4th that is absolutely questionable. And just so I don't see Judy show her face and scream at me, I won't say much more about that. All appraisal positions, I've just, please forgive me for being a little uneasy. You know, we have been fighting workload. We've been fighting trying to get caught up. I'm just a little uneasy about it. So I'll just put that out there and leave it. I think,
and I understand that. I do just want to say that you and your staff have done an excellent job even under the duress of what you've been going through the last year. And I do appreciate that. I mean, that's progress in my mind.
Thank you. I think they've done an outstanding job stepping up and working extra hard to see the goal, which is to get this backlog reduced to nothing so that we can focus on the work as it's coming in.
Well, we'd be happy to have you work 12 to 18 hours a day to make that happen like you did when you were in business. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Tuffanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leslie, you showed on your PowerPoint that the effective date of Prop 19 was April 1st, 2021. But you don't show Prop 15, the effective date of it if it passes.
Actually, yes, it was lien date 2022. So January 1st, 2022.
So there's some time on that one to get prepared for. The April 1st date is, if 19 passes, is going to be here pretty quickly.
Correct.
And I will say this, that we are going into final budget on the 8th and 9th of September. Perhaps we can have some conversation on some issues to prepare if that passes in November. I hate to see you inundated and then you go back to 7,000 because we're not properly staffed in your department.
Thank you.
There's no further comments, Ms. Davis. Thank you very much, and for giving us the PowerPoint ahead of time. It really helped me. I think it helped all of us. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just quickly recap, just to be sure I have my notes right? What I heard was that 4 board members were willing to consider an increase in low-value exemption. The reason I'm pushing that a little bit is because it has to be done before the 1st of January to apply to next year's assessment roll. I heard a very strong majority saying, wait on the transfer of base year value until after proposition, the November election, let's just put it that way. But even so, I think I heard a strong majority say they were not interested in that.
And looking at some components of 19.
Okay.
I think I was the only one that was interested in at least pursuing it. Just a moment. Are there any oh, and you were correct on the first one.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on this item?
Not yet.
Okay, we'll wait one moment. Don't go away, Ms. Davis.
Darn. Madam Chair, if I may, while we're waiting, I just really want to thank the board for their time and attention and feedback. It's really important to me to have received the board's feedback on these issues so I know where to focus our time and energy. So thank you.
Thank you. No. Hearing no public comments, we'll close this item and we will take a...
Madam Chair?
Yes?
If COO could just jump up for a second, there's going to be he would like to make an announcement.
Who?
Real quick. CAO.
Well, I don't know. Just let me just, okay, no, thank you. Ms. Davis, that's fine. We're done with that item. Mr. Alt, you wanted to make an announcement?
Madam Chair, my apologies for breaking into the meeting. I wanted to let the board know, I have let 2 of the supervisors know we do have a fire in the area of the Rock Creek landfill. It's about 4 miles away from the landfill, and currently wind is blowing away. I've talked to Paul at the landfill, and he's got all the employees in public and preparing to have them evacuate. We don't right now think there's a threat to the landfill, but I wanted all the public and our employees out of that space. And so you may have heard some of the sirens in the background. Those are probably our fire partners here locally heading down to help out. That's the update for now. Air Resources are on board and have dropped loads and are reloading, and we'll be back out there.
Okay.
That's what I have for now. Sorry to break into the meeting.
No. Thank you.
We had a fire there, same place 2 years ago.
Madam Chair, you are muted on your end.
I'm not either. My light is on.
You're unmuted by the host now.
Oh. Are you trying to tell me something? I think Ms. Glanville would like a 10-minute recess.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to move to item 4 and 5. And I think item 6 for the priorities for the remainder of 2020, we will move that item out. We still have to get back to item 2. I need to be respectful to Doug, so. CAO Alt, do you want to take item 4 and we'll do more of a Reader's Digest? I don't believe we want to go line item by line item.
Madam Chair, Deputy CAO Von Lotta will cover that item.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Krista Bonlata, administration. We are, due to the interest of time.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Mills.
Yes, could you speak up just a little bit, please?
I certainly will. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. So in the interest of time, we are, and actually as has been the plan, we are taking the budget update and the CARES Act item together as a practical matter. The only actual material change, or the main material change between preliminary budget and us heading into final, is the CARES Act funding. And so we are bringing a basic recommendation to you now that we think is advisable in terms of our next wisest course at this point. In general, as you know, we have collaborated with staff. We have reviewed state and federal guidance. We've looked at what other counties are doing, and we continue to do so and update our knowledge as we can as we move through the process. However, when the major outcome of that research that we have done to date is that there is an acceptable allowed expenditure for public safety payroll. So that would include the public safety payroll from March 1st through December 30th. We have taken a very conservative view, and quite frankly, that expenditure, those expenditures that will incur for our public safety payroll between now and the end of December will be more than, in fact, the $4.6 million that we are being allocated by the state via CARES Act funding. So our recommendation to the board at this point is that we use that as our primary allowable expense that we'll be reporting to the state. We will balance the 2021 final budget and then put the delta of that into a contingency fund so that the board can reevaluate the uses of those funds in connection with other projects once they have a full picture of what our final budget is going to look like. And that is the recommendation that's before you now. I understand is slightly different, or is different than what we had originally contemplated, but based on current events, we think that that is the advisable course at this time. CAO Alt, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, unless the board has questions about what our recommendation is.
So what I'm hearing is that we take the CARES money and just roll it into the general fund contingency?
More or less. We would need to actually balance the budget first, so we're in the process right now of making those adjustments. So just like we do in every other August budget cycle. So, but yes, the vast majority of those funds would be added into contingency at this point.
Ms. Vanlott, would that, it shows total requests at 5.6, but if you take out the non-general fund, you're just talking, which is 1.2, and then putting that in, I'm looking, well, I'm looking at, well, even if I just look at the front page, under total request, total allocation for the county is 4.5. At the bottom,
That's the allocation from
right, from CARE, yes.
from the state,
But,
correct.
You're proposing that the total requests add up to 5.6, of which 1.2 is non-general fund.
So, so 1 point, I'm not sure, perhaps I'm not sure where you're seeing the 1 point.
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the incurred expenses, the way to look at this chart, just to look at, is that the total costs are the sum of the already incurred expenses and the future anticipated
Correct.
expenses. So, but like I say, we budgeted at 0.75 of our known allowable public safety payroll expenditures, so we wouldn't actually need to look at any of these other objects in order to come up with a sufficient amount of allowable expenses for these funds.
Okay.
We will be over $4.6 million between now and June 30, and rather December 30th.
Okay, I got it. Mr. Stopper?
Through discussions before and looking at what the avenues some of the other counties have gone with these funds, they have generally added more costs to apply towards that than actually is allocated to possibly fill in anything that's disallowed by the state in the future. So at that point, are you more, it's been a week. Are you more solid on what's going to be allowed at this point, where you're feeling more comfortable with these projected numbers?
So I'm feeling very comfortable with the public safety representation that we will have sufficient expenditures just looking there. As it relates, and as you suggest, to other expenditures that would be allowable uses of CARES Act funding, we will still track those expenditures. And as such, when we bring back a prioritized list of projects for the board, we will still be tracking those expenditures as a hedge, quite frankly, but also so that we can show the county, the board, and anyone else who might be interested, ultimately where these funds are going.
Yeah, I'm sure we're all interested in where the funds are going. With that said, let's say more would tend to be allowed in the future now that you're more confident in how we're applying these numbers. So if it came to the point where we filled that $4.6 million, then we would have to sit down as a board and prioritize what isn't going to be backfilled by that and possibly give it a no, that don't do that.
So here's the, and I want to demystify here, if I can, the notion that these funds are somehow different or special or can be allocated differently, or procurement processes would be handled differently or anything like that. In terms of appropriations, those appropriations will still be made and approved by the board. In terms of the procurement and other processes that we use in order to obtain whatever board-approved objectives we have, we will be following those very same processes. So it's not like this money is just going to evaporate and you guys aren't going to have the same level of control and direction that you ordinarily would, period.
Yeah, and I don't think that answers my question. Let's just say that you have that $5.6 million right now. We get to the point where we fill in that $4.6 million that's allotted. We're going to have to say no to certain things that are over by that $1 million if they're all allowed.
Correct.
Okay.
So the board will have, and that's the beauty of putting everything that we can from this funding essentially into contingency, would be so that the board can make those determinations as a cohesive body as we move forward. That is why we will bring back prioritized projects for the board's consideration, etc.
I'll hold at that for right now, reserve my time.
Yes, Krista, when I add up all of the payroll that's in the list for the various categories, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're over $5 million for just payroll alone. If we just take the general fund requests, we're at 6.35 million for those. So there's going to be a lot of no's in here. This has become, in essence, almost a Christmas wish list. I am very concerned that we're not thinking of setting any money aside for business assistance. I see now a new line item for school assistance, but from what I understand of the CARES Act and how it was put together, it was not just to help governments to keep themselves afloat, but it was to help in the economy and the strengthening of the economy within local communities. So I'm a little concerned that we want to use all of this money internally when we've got external partners who contribute substantially to our livelihood and our reason for being here. I think they need to be helped to some degree too, whether it be grants or whatever beyond what we have on this list. So at some point we're going to have to do the line by line on this thing, whether we do it somewhere in the near future, like in the meetings of September 8th or when, but we are going to have to do that discussion. I agree. I think just rolling it over to general fund contingency for right now, making the commitment that we're going to try to do the best we can to support our payroll that's being expended is the best answer in the short term. But the longer term is that a lot of these requests, we're going to have to look at their value and decide what we're going to do with them. So, thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, might I respond to that? Those are good points. I think I can summarize pretty quickly on those. Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, I'm just talking to you.
Well, you know I know better than to speak unless you allow me to have the floor. So,
Please.
So those are good points that Supervisor Mills has made. We have presented, now we have three options. One is to offset the general fund expenditures and the payroll for public safety, which in net effect allows all that money to fall to the contingency, and the board can have the discussion whether they want the contingency to get back to policy minimums, and all of the rest of the money above and beyond the policy minimums can be allocated by the board, whether that's internal projects or external projects, or projects that could go to the external community. That said, as we move on to those discussions, we've provided a list of needs that are appropriate for projects within the county. The board has various interests amongst the five of you of what you would like to do with the money for external partners. So I would encourage us in the next discussion for the board to actually set those criteria in much the same way you did with the PG&E money, but it'll be a little bit different context because we will have already expended the CARES Act money, and the board will be having a discussion of how those projects would be funded out of the general fund, in this case out of the contingency. So they're just a little bit different conversations, but those are the options that are available to the board. Pass on putting it in the contingency and using this to help support the budget and do internal and external projects with it, or just simply external projects. But we, within the county, haven't done the work to just put a wish list together of what might be the board's interest of supporting our external partners. And that, I would suggest, would be the next conversation that the board would need to have, as opposed to staff putting together a list of what the board's interests are. I think that's a board effort that needs to happen. So Supervisor Mills is absolutely correct in everything that he said. We're just trying to provide different pieces to the puzzle.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, and thank you, Dennis. I think you're correct. This is easy. It's clear in audit without any obstacles, which we always have to be aware of. It allows us to have the flexibility to do what we want to do when it goes back into contingencies. I think it's important that when we talk about the internal projects, we have the staff come up with the prioritization of that. They know the buildings better than we do, and I'd like to see what they have. Other than that, as soon as you do public comment or there's more comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Mr.
Your motion was
Toffanelli?
thank you, Madam Chair. Your motion was going to be to put it all in contingencies?
Move it, uses public safety payroll and associated costs to max out that $4.59 million
Yes.
and put it in the contingencies, and then we will discuss what we do with that.
And again, this is not all coming at one time. This is coming over a period of time. So the discussions that we'll have in the future will be as the money is taken in, or you want to distribute the money all at one time, even though it's at different times?
That's a good question, Eric. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking only when it comes in, because we won't know where we'll be when the next comes in.
I agree.
And where it may be needed at the time we receive it versus spending it all and here it is and then wow, we could hit some and
That's not dissimilar to any of our revenue sources, though. None of our revenues that we have on the books have we received 100% of them. In fact, all of them come in throughout the course of the year. That point's well taken, that if there was concern about whether or not we may get it, that your point is legitimate, Supervisor Toffanelli, but it's not dissimilar to the way we handle the budgets and allocations and appropriations from them in all of our revenue sources.
I don't disagree with that, and I'm well aware of that. That's the way governments operate. I'm just saying this particular money, perhaps because of where we're at in our contingencies in our general fund, it may be better to hold off and distribute it as we get it versus spending it all right now, and then it's all designated funds, and then we run into a problem and we've depleted it. So that's my point.
And I didn't mean to disagree with your point. In fact, I'm on board with your point that the board would have the latitude to be able to wait till mid-year. Frankly, if our recommendation is accepted and we put it towards appropriate general fund salaries that are allowable under the funding source, then it's in the contingency and the board can decide when and how to spend it at your prerogative anytime throughout the year, because then it's general fund dollars. So you could legitimately wait until mid-year to consider spending any of it if that's what the desire was to do.
Mr. Mills?
Yeah, that's the direction that I would like to go to and support that we don't want to wrap ourselves up into something and then find out that we needed it for something else, or there was another more urgent need that changed everything. So this patterning of how much is going to be distributed over a specific period of time is to some degree an unknown and could change. So let's just get it allocated, get it in a contingency where we could use it later or find a way to use it as it comes in and not tie ourselves up in a situation where we've got it committed to something and then we can't walk away. We can't back up. So that's my point.
Mr. Garamendi?
If I could add to that, Dennis, I think that if the staff comes back and they say, hey, look, we desperately need this right now because this is going to help us with our employees, life and safety, those type of things, we should consider those things at the time that they're coming forward, and we can prioritize them. I agree, we don't know what the future's going to hold, and I like keeping my powder dry. But if there's stuff that reduces our costs, helps us be more efficient in this crazy new world, we should definitely consider it. And I think that could kind of be an open rolling bill. I don't think we don't know what next week's going to bring, let alone tomorrow.
And I think you have consensus for that.
Well, maybe. Mr. Toffanelli?
I know we've had this conversation, Al and Kristen, and we still don't know the whole gist of it. But my question would be, and I know the intention is not to allow the governor to grab any of this money for his budget. Is that solid? Are we solid in that right now, that none of this money, this earmark for Calaveras County, the 4.6, is going to be grabbed by the governor in any way?
By the governor of California? Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you, Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes.
I think that's a great question. I think we're living in fluid times, and I've shaken the 8-ball up many times on that very question, and the answer never comes out the same. So I'm concerned about that as well. But it feels like our advocacy through CSAC and CASE has been helpful to lock in where and how we can spend this money. And in fact, CSAC through their advocacy has been able to speed up the payment plan to the counties, for lack of a better term. So we're getting the money on a more aggressive payment schedule. So I don't believe there's any risk in the money from the governor not allocating it. I think where the risk still remains is whether or not certain things will end up on the list or not. Part of what Krista and I are relying on is Sac County did the very same thing that we're recommending. Quite frankly, their public wasn't entirely happy about that, and they had a long board meeting about it. And it was discussed in that meeting and verified through the Department of Treasury that it was an allowable expenditure. So I'll take responsibility for this. I think our recommendation is solid. I think it gives the board the most flexibility on what you do with it, either internally or externally. It backstops our budget in the safest possible way, and it buys you some time to consider how exactly you want to allocate the money out, particularly if you're going to look at any sort of grant funds for business or things like that. Those are very complicated, would need to be audited as well. So, on a short runway, my recommendation is this recommendation gives you the most flexibility to think about what all the options are.
Mr. Toffenelli.
No, that was it. But the real way that he could possibly would do it is start denying allocations on how you can spend the money and what's eligible for it, and then he whittles it down to where you're only eligible for $2 million instead of 4.6. I mean, that's certainly what true. He could do. So.
That's true.
Mr. Stopper.
Wouldn't surprise me either. But with that said, we did discuss, or Scott Nanick did get on today and discuss the grant money coming in. I believe there's a share of that they're counting on from this CARES Act that we should consider and possibly okay that today if that's possible. I don't know.
I'd like to provide some clarity on that, and Kristen's on the line. I think what you're referring to is the new addition that we've added in for the learning hubs, and Kristen and Scott worked on that. Kristen's done a fantastic job in being able to bring that project forward. We do need, I believe, to make an allocation to that, and I can speak to why after Kristen speaks to it, but it's not necessarily to that grant program that Scott spoke to today. Kristen, would you like to provide some clarity on, sorry, you're moving around my Zoom screen here, and speak to what that allocation would be for?
Sure. So the purpose of that is to address an immediate need that we have identified as it pertains to creating learning hubs to support county employees, as well as healthcare and hospital employees, as well as school district employees, and the need for them to continue in their essential services work while living in and providing services in a distance learning environment. So in a nutshell, what the proposal is that CCOE has looked at their existing infrastructure and created a community survey for those individuals those individual entities that I just spoke of, the three categories of parents who provide essential services, and identify 3 locations where the essential work offices primarily are. Those 3 locations are Valley Springs, San Andreas, and up the Highway 4 corridor. And the idea would be to utilize extra hire staff that would be staff of CCOE, and provide opportunities for those individuals to be able to have their children go to these learning hubs and be assisted while they do distance learning in accordance with COVID protocols and such. And it would be all day long. And those are those are pretty much the main parts. We have discussed, the request is in there for approximately $200,000 to accommodate the staffing that CCOE would, this is a rough budget, would need for through the end of this calendar year. That being said, CCOE is identifying potential funding sources that they can utilize to offset that cost, and we will continue to do the same. I know we say this a lot, that this is an evolving situation, but it very much is, and we will continue to try to mitigate that cost to the greatest extent possible. But at this current time, that remains the rough budget, and that's the intent of what we're trying to create.
Thank you. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Kristen, I have a question. Given our conversation earlier today, since we've made the list and what the list says you can or can't do for schools, is this program going to be affected by that?
So what we can and cannot do for schools, so this is not school in terms of providing in-person learning. What we're trying to do is to create learning hubs which would serve more in kind of the childcare, but it's not called that. It's much more of orchestrated distance learning. So it doesn't fall into that category of providing in-person learning services. That would be subject to the whole concept of being on the monitoring list and then 14-day delay before one has the option. So it is under a different category. That being said, many communities are working on something very similar to what we're working on for very obvious reasons. And the state has said that they are working on additional parameters or guidance that we would have to make sure that we're abiding by, right? Because this is a little bit different. But at this current time, there's nothing about the proposal that we're discussing that we believe would be in contrary to existing state guidance.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was surprised to see this, and I appreciate it, but I will tell you, over the course of my day and talking to many of our county employees, this is important. I mean, we are asking our employees to do extraordinary amounts of work. We're not letting them, we're making them essential workers. They have to show up, and they're having a really hard time. I think that this is, if we're going to ask people to do extraordinary things, we have to meet them halfway, and I would support this. Don't know how it all fleshes out. I know CCOE does this stuff. I know our employees need it. And so, yeah, I would, when you're ready for a motion, I would modify it to include this.
Supervisor Garamendi, if I could provide some statistics to even further make give evidence to your point. When our superintendent Scott Nennett conducted this survey, he identified preliminarily 100 youth that could be served under this. So when you speak about need and being in an unprecedented times and doing our very best to try to help provide support so that these essential services continue to be carried out, you're speaking very accurately. I just want to add that.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, Kristen, this is going to be, what, a 7% administrative? Your administrative cost on this will be about 7%?
So we haven't discussed administrative cost for this. This was more of a projected overarching budget that the funding would be administered by CCOE, not the Health and Human Services Agency.
Okay. Because that's, to Mr. Supervisor Garamendi's point, is that we have staff that are essential service workers in essence, and they are struggling with trying to provide care for their kids during this time. You know, there's some hard choices that are being made by staff trying to maintain their families and their home life and their kids' education, et cetera, and still provide all of the services that we're asking them to do too. So my greatest concern is as a state, as you remember in 09, is that if we don't put fingers on this and say, this is allocated money, we are appropriating this to a specific purpose. If it's just sitting there as loose change, so to speak, the state could come back and sweep it back. So we have to be very careful that we be sure that it's appropriated, that we acknowledge it as such, and that we don't just leave it as loose change laying around for the state to get a hold of some point in the future.
Mr. Stopper.
A couple things I would like to discuss on this issue specifically. Look, I won't be using it personally with my child because I'm already paying an extensive amount. I went someplace else, but there's a lot of people here I've discussed with about their need. Now, to Supervisor Toffanelli's point, it's not only the concern with whether the state will let it happen or not. There's an instance I'm aware of where a certain person that had a child going to a daycare tested positive for COVID. The daycare had to close down. Now, they went through all the process. We need to be careful by sending all our children in the same place because there's 3 other people from let's say a certain department that all had kids that went to that at the same time. And every one of them from that department had to go home for a certain period of time until things were cleared, or not necessarily they had to be cleared because of it, because the daycare tested negative, but until the daycare could legitimately open back up, they were allowed to leave to take care of their kids because of the COVID issue. So we need to have all the buffers in place so that we don't have a substantial block of our government go down if there's a positive case within that we would be implementing on ourselves. It's just a concern of mine and everything as we move forward. Talk to CCOE, proceed with the ultimate care. I think this is a great idea. I support it 100%, but move forward with the greatest care so that we don't essentially shut ourselves down because of the situation.
Ms. Stranger, so if you have a child that's 2 or 3, or how does this help them? If this is just for K through 8, this one doesn't help them. 2, the schools are looking at doing things where students might come into the classroom a few at a time, not many, and meet with their teachers. So they're at the hub, then they go to their school. And the schools are getting a lot of funding from the state. I mean, you listen to the governor when he talks about the schools, they're really putting a lot of money into the schools. Having been a working mom, a single working mom, I'm really supportive of something like this, but I have concerns because my kid's 3 years old. Where's my kid going? This is not a child care, this is a learning hub. And the things that Mr. Stopper talked about are really valid, and all the schools are dealing with those same questions. So
Madam Chair, in my opinion, that's an existing issue. Pre-COVID, post-COVID, we're always going to have that. The parents are always going to have that challenge. In my view, this is filling a gap where our employees, in this case, and I'm sure CCOEs and the hospitals, we're forcing our employees currently to make a choice between whether they're going to decide to homeschool or do online schooling with their children or come to work for us. Even though we've tried to be flexible with our work schedules, at the end of the day, we don't have enough resources and work schedule flexibility to allow our employees to do both. And even if they were, it's going to be awfully taxing to work full time without this measure in place. So I wanted to thank Kristen and Scott Nanick for their work. If it wasn't so important and I didn't see it as vitally important to serving our employees, I wouldn't have stuck it on the list after you'd already seen the list, but this was something that they've been working on. It doesn't answer all of your questions. It answers the most immediate one, that we have parents that simply are not going to be able to continue to work for us if we don't have the opportunity to fill this gap. And if I know anything about Kristen, she's already probably working on something in her own mind that will solve the next problem that you're asking about. But this one's narrowly defined for those school-age children and to fill the gap with the difficulty of online learning, particularly at these ages, and to provide care for the children. And so in that way, I'd say just look at it fairly narrowly, and then we look at whatever else we may be able to do with this money once we do the budget transfers and bring it back to prioritize with the board later. Or we'll continue to work on it if we need to bring something back as an emergency and ask for authorization from the board. If we can come up with some other options, we'll do that. I do know that Judy and I think Kristen have been working on trying to formulate other options that would fill other gaps. But right now, this is very, very specifically tailored, as you know, for the school-age children and the parents of them.
I feel like I'm watching a shell game here, because the schools are working really hard at trying to do learning, virtual learning, whatever terms we want to use, for all the kids in Calaveras County. Okay, so that's their strength, that's what they do. Is this really a learning hub, or is this childcare? And I don't see it. I mean, if it's a learning hub, then you are supposed to have a credentialed teacher in the.
So the kids will be, I'm sorry, Kristen, I saw you unmuted, but I'm going to take this one as a person that worked in education for the last 20 years before I came here, and as a faculty member who's taught online and distributed learning to adults. The retention rate for adults is less than 50%. Of those people who want to go to school, that want to go to college, the retention rate is incredibly low. Students drop out because online learning is difficult. Learning is social, very social, and so we're losing the social networks if kids just do distributed learning. That's one problem. For two, it's hard enough at non-compulsory levels, but we're talking about teaching kids reading, writing, arithmetic at the earliest ages, where it's really difficult to convey that in a distributed learning setting. So this isn't a setting where the faculty member, where the teacher isn't teaching to the students, it's proctored. There's a teacher teaching to them, and there's skilled people on the receiving end that can work the technology, that can help interpret the material, that can coalesce questions that come in from students, and manage some of the difficulties that go along with distributed learning. So frankly, being able to speak from my past life and having a doctorate in education, I love this idea, and I think it's magnificent. And I think what Scott and Kristen have put together will be amazing for our kids that are going to have difficulty learning at these levels in a distributed environment. So I don't see it as just pushing school out to the learning hubs. I see it as managing the difficulty with distributed learning in a very thoughtful and artful way, for whatever my opinion on this particular topic holds. But I've spent the last 2 decades in serving students prior to coming here.
Okay, thank you.
Did I miss anything, Kristen?
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not believe we're facing a shell game at all. I think we're serving our community and we're serving our employees. And if you'll take public comment, I'm happy to make a motion to move this.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this?
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4403. You can talk to the board now and make your comment. If you're on the line to make a public comment, you can do so now.
While I'm waiting. Ms. Stranger?
Yes.
There's still, we have employees in all of these areas who have children who are not yet in school. And so they, excuse me, are in the same position as the county staff or the hospital or the school that have kids K through 8. But they're also staying home. So what are we doing for them?
So I think, Madam Chair, my response would be kind of drawing back from what CAO Alt just said, which is this is we're doing our very best to meet a need that has not been in existence before. As a parent with an infant as well as 2 school-age children, prior to COVID, I had to plan for an infant, right? I had to plan for a specific childcare. I did never to consider that I would be in a position where I now had to find all-day care for my 8 and 10-year-olds as well, right, who are doing distance learning. So what we've been trying to do is to help and provide supports for those individual staff members from the various entities I just discussed, meet a need that they did not foresee. That's the purpose of this. And so as it pertains to the other children who aren't of school age yet, yes, daycares are still are open for essential and non-essential. That happened that happened a few months ago. Do we have the ability to meet our daycare needs for all of the youth in our community? Absolutely not. I believe First Five has been a huge advocate of trying to increase not only the quantity but the quality of our child care, and they've done a phenomenal job in doing so through the various collaboratives that they lead and are a part of. But again, this is meant to meet a very specific need that was not intent. Yes, exactly. Nobody saw this one coming, right? But here we are.
Okay, thank you. Is the person on the line?
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4889. You can make your public comment now. If you'd like to make a public comment, you're live with the board. Please do so now.
Okay, well. Okay, Mr. Garamendi, did you want to make a motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to allocate $200,000 of the CARES Act towards the CCOE learning hubs, and the remainder to be allocated towards safety payroll.
I will second that motion.
Well, Mr. Mills had a light on. Did you have a question, Mr. Mills?
Wanted him to be specific. Now you got it.
Okay, is that clear enough?
It's very clear enough, and
Okay,
I'm with
Mr.
you,
Toffanelli,
and
is that a second?
Yes.
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi, a second by Supervisor Toffanelli. All in favor? Mr. Stopper, did you want to make a comment?
I want to vote.
Oh, well, do you want me to poll the board?
No, this is a vote, not a poll.
Okay.
This is
Do you
the
want
one
me to
time
call?
I would not like a poll.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you.
Good discussion, people.
Madam Chair, item number 6, can we do a vote to table it to and determine what meeting date we want to do it to?
Yes.
Thank you, Catherine, for your comment.
He was looking for some money. May I have a motion on, well, wait a minute, I'm going to back up. CAO Alt, on item 6, we're going to move that out. Did you have a date when you'd like to move that to? We haven't done agenda review, so I'm not sure. I thought this was going to be a short agenda.
Madam Chair, we could, I think, review it in the next meeting if that was the board's prerogative, or in the alternative, we could move it out to the following month's study session. My concern, though, is that there's a lot of competing interest right now, so my recommendation would be that we take a half hour to discuss it in our next meeting.
All right. may I have a motion to move item 6 out to August, excuse me, August 25th?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to move item 6 out to August 25th.
Got it.
I want to poll.
I want to vote.
I want to second that.
And a motion by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes on a 5-0. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to go back to, we have item 5. Ms. Von Lott or Mr. Alt?
Madam Chair, I see Chris is coming back on board, but I think in our intro to item 4, she spoke to the fact that there's really no new information about the state landscape other than the exercise of the CARES Act money. So it's really ditto to what we said in the preliminary budget, but for the action that you just took with the CARES Act. So my suggestion would be that we move forward as directed and we bring it back in final budget to show you the effects of the action that you took today.
Is that acceptable to my colleagues?
I do have a question going back to item number 4 that was not addressed in the motion. Item 4 was asking for us to approve budget transfers, and it needed a 4/5 vote. And we did not address approving budget transfers. Was there budget transfers specifically in that item that we needed to address?
So, the lion's share, CAO just indicated of those, the changes will be rolled into the final budget that's brought to you in September, on September 8th. So as it relates to specifically to the funding for Health and Human Services, or for rather the learning hubs, we could bring a budget adjustment on Tuesday, or we could incorporate that conversation also into the final budget where those changes will be reflected. I can take that conversation offline with Director Stranger, and we can determine whether it's necessary to bring a budget adjustment for the $200,000 next Tuesday.
I thought, I'm confused too, Ms. Von Lott. I thought when we were recommending that we move the money into the general fund, that was part of the vote.
Chair,
That's not a chair, that wasn't necessarily a budget transfer within items. Mr. Mills.
would we want to ask council to be sure we did it right?
Yeah, well, the only item that we bid on, that we voted on was his motion, which was the 200,000.
And the remainder go. It was the contingency. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Was that in your motion?
Yes.
What I said was, I said 200,000 for the ed hubs, and the remainder to be transferred. I don't recall whether I said. Yes, you did. Did I? Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Dennis was asking for specificity, so.
Okay. All right.
Are you okay, Mr. Mills? Yeah. All right, thank you. Oh, he's.
Said you weren't when you got here.
Okay, so on item 5, Ms. Von Lott, there's really nothing to report at this time. Excuse me.
I believe, Madam Chair, if I may, unless I misheard, and Ms. Von Lott, please correct me if I did, I believe that the board's last item was intended, that the board just considered those two items together as part of its last discussion, and there was no need for, item 5 was informational, and there's no need for a vote on anything for 5.
That's right. That's correct. Okay. And we've taken care of item 6. I want to move back to item 2. Mr. Oliver, are you still with us?
Indeed, Madam Chair, I'm available.
You look a little tired.
Did you redo your hair?
Yeah.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Okay.
So I'm setting up the,
Mr. Oliver, you have to speak up. My understanding when we closed it out, that this will be going back to staff to do some massaging on defining rural per what you and Mr. Mauer were hearing from the board. But there are other things, optional things that are in this that you believe we should take care of today?
correct.
And could you speak up, please? It's a little hard to hear you.
Can you hear me okay now? I got basically put
Yeah.
my mouth on the microphone. Okay, so there's only a couple things remaining for discussion. That is, I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to talk about the findings that we've provided.
Just a minute, Mr. Olmer. Did you have something?
Doug, can you enlarge that? I can't even hardly read it, what you have up on the screen. If you're going to ask us to go into it, I'd like to be able to read it.
Just
there you
maybe,
go.
yeah.
There you go. That's one page anyway.
So on roll currently, I do have just your opinion on the findings, because currently the way it's written, there are a couple of items that do require special findings, so we did provide them here. We do have item 1 of the findings is recognizing the Butte wildfire as one of the reasons why we are doing this, but in addition, ability to use unregenerated materials creates an affordable option for that's not available in current Calaveras County building codes. The desire for sustainability, affordability, self-sufficiency, and creativity, and then identifying significant portions of the incorporated area of the county are remote, utility service, or cost prohibitive. So those are the kind of the stock items. Getting further into it, we do cite a couple of areas of law. I guess I just wanted to throw that out to say, do you guys have any objections to any of these before we move on? Understanding that if we do add anything later to the ordinance that's not contained in the law, we may be adding findings.
Ms. Oliver, could you please tell us what page you're on? Because I'm looking on my board packet.
33 and 34 of our packet. Sorry, Ms. Calloway, I just have it all up here already.
Yeah, that's correct.
Personally, having read through them and understanding what you've said, that there may be need for some addition in the future on findings, I'm personally okay with what you have here so far.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yeah, I want to refer to Julie on these items, especially the ones under the findings of 3 and 4, where it specifically calls out Butte wildfire.
I think I might have had some confusion. Those are drafted by building. I didn't see harm in them because my understanding is that this comes out of a concern about the Butte wildfire area. When we were reviewing state law, it looked like the state wants us to identify rural areas that are just based on similar topography, size, things like that. And it wasn't, I wasn't clear that either the board would want to limit it to the Butte Fire wild area or wildfire area, or whether the board would want to come up with different criteria for where the application of these new rules would be appropriate. But I did recommend that we come up with a set of criteria that could be applied countywide. So I don't think it hurts anything to mention the Butte Fire as being an impetus for this. My bigger concern is not taking out some of the other findings that I believe are required for us to make in order to justify some of what we do. And as Doug was saying, if the board adds additional restrictions to do with multi-story buildings, to do with what zones they want them in, to do with the acreage they want them in, I would want to be able to, we're supposed to make findings of local consideration for why we would want additional restrictions. And I think that we can justify most of what you would consider. But the findings are really just the legal justification for what we're putting in place above, and they wouldn't be necessarily codified. They're not something that we would have to worry about with respect to how members of the community would be reading them. They're really just legal justifications to comply with the law. What I would feel that Mr. Oliver and I would need more direction on from the board, based on the conversation we had before, is what is the board's desire with respect to, first of all, does the board want to adopt an ordinance of this nature at all? And if so, where does it want to apply it? What additional or different restrictions might it want to impose beyond what we've listed here? And, that's where I feel like, I'm hearing we need more direction on.
Okay, my understanding and listening to the board, one, they want this county-wide, not just for the Butte Fire area. Am I clear on that? For me, we had a working committee made up of pretty competent people. I liked most of their recommendations. Some where I thought that you were asking for clarification, or do we want things stricter or not? I'll just give my opinion. For 4290 and 4291, I'm not interested in making them stricter, mostly because we have enough problems, at least in the Ebbets Pass area, enforcing 4290. And the only other one that I see is maybe somewhat controversial is 1 year to 3 years. And I don't think we've made a comment on that. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, it's 3 years. I'm responding only because of what you said right there at the end. But 3 years keeps these properties from turning over quickly with the intention of trying to take advantage of. I've got to defer to the devious nature of my wife here. Excuse me, dear. But we have to be thinking about how are people going to try to get around it? And if we want these to be living structures where people will live, that's one thing. If their whole goal is to make a structure that they very quickly could turn over for a profit as a substandard dwelling, that's quite another. So I want to be sure that we're giving them some clear direction and some clear assurance that this is for them to live in and not to strictly turn over and make a profit. So that's why I know we've had discussion just previously this morning. Maybe we look at state-filed subdivisions through the Department of Real Estate as being one of the limiting factors, along with community centers. We'd had a long discussion on that. But the other thing that kind of just been jumping out at me here is there's no baseline to establish, from what point in building code Doug, are we starting this whole thing, or are these situations going to be kind of a free-for-all? As they come in, we kind of catch as catch can and respond as we feel we need to. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because, these codes have been in place for a long time. Do we want to establish what is the baseline code that we're going to work from here?
Excellent question. I guess I would answer it this way. In order to guarantee flexibility within the intent of this law that we're enacting an ordinance, I would suggest that we don't pin it to a specific code cycle, because as the code is developed and as, the potential of this, across the state is that as people test these products, sometimes something new is going to get moved into the code, and then we're still operating off an older standard to use as a basis of approval. I would say that in general, just by the section that says the technical codes are the basis of approval, and that we are required to follow, as the technical codes, sections 2 through 12 of the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, which is the building code through all of the technical codes. It's basically saying whatever the building standards that are adopted currently in California happen to be at that time, we're using that as the baseline. And then anyone who opts out of provisions of that by not installing electrical or not installing certain plumbing features, then great, you don't have to put it in. But we will always use the most currently adopted building standards at the state level as the baseline for the technical codes. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you did. I'm just a little concerned that I didn't see a baseline here.
Can I please, let me just say something for a second. So just to clarify, and I don't know I don't know all of the numbers that Mr. Oliver is citing, but the intent of this ordinance is to waive the technical requirements of the construction codes, but to use them as guidelines in how to determine whether alternative materials or methods would be sound. That's the point of this.
Right, so let me go ahead and give examples. If we look at section 1512, 290, 300, 310, through 330, they basically state, so for instance, 290, fireplaces, heating and cooking, and gas piping installed in buildings constructed pursuant to this article shall be installed and vented in accordance with applicable requirements contained in the most currently adopted version of California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. So every one of those sections, moving through electrical, moving through the plumbing code, they always cite California codes, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. But when you go back to 15.12.250, technical codes as the basis of approval, it says, except as otherwise required by this chapter, dwellings and appurtenant structures constructed pursuant to this chapter need not conform with the construction requirements prescribed in the latest adopted edition of the building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical codes or other applicable technical codes. However, it is not the intent of this section to disregard nationally accepted technical and scientific principles relating to design, materials, methods of construction, and structural requirements for the erection and construction of dwellings and pertinent structures as are contained in the technical codes. Such codes shall be the basis for approval. So going back to my previous statement that the baseline is Title 24, but we don't have to follow it strictly. So there's your starting point. And then from there, what are you really doing here, and can we use that baseline as a reason to approve what you're doing out there as similar as similar.
Okay, Doug, I'll leave it alone, but 3 years.
Okay, now that we've done Building Code 101, is there any other aspect of this that you want us to address?
Yes, so the last item really is, sorry?
Mr. Oliver, I forgot Mr. Mauer's on the line. Do you mind, let me just see
No
what
problem.
Mr. Mauer likes?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to sort of step back a little bit to the discussion you had a few moments ago about the Butte fire. If you recall, this was an implementation measure from the housing element of the general plan that the board directed us to apply for a grant to help, offset the cost of preparing this. This was one of 3 priorities of the housing element that we felt met that grant criteria. This is to, it reads, the county shall evaluate the flexibility or the feasibility of amending the county's implementation of Title 25 to provide greater flexibility to meet the needs of residents. Then it goes on and says that the Butte fire area would be set up as a test area. I think we sort of step beyond that in that if it's good for the Butte fire, it's good for the whole county in the unfortunate situation that we might get another fire that, someone else might lose their home. And this actually came out of discussions that we had in our community workshops while we were developing the housing element as a need for people that were in the Butte fire area that were unable for a variety of reasons to rebuild using the standard code requirements. And so while the Butte fire was an important reason why this is, and I think it's important to have that in the findings, it really needs to sort of apply to whatever we determine to be the rural parts of the county. So I just wanted to sort of provide that framework for why we're moving forward with this and why the Butte fire was specifically referenced in the findings. I don't know if that's helpful or just muddied the water more.
No, it does not. Thank you, Mr. Mauer.
You're welcome.
Mr. Oliver?
Thank you.
What
Last item is whether or not you would prefer to have indemnification or some form of liability language in this document. In reviewing the 8 other counties' ordinances, only 3 counties specifically had liability or indemnification language. 2 of them had identical language, and this goes back to ordinances written all the way back to 1984. One was Humboldt, one was Trinity, and Humboldt just identifies that this chapter shall not be construed to impose upon the county or upon any of its officers, employees, any liability or responsibility for injury or damage resulting from any building, plumbing, electrical, heating, or comfort cooling work approved and performed herein under. I don't think it's necessary, but it has been indicated that it would be, it may be wise to include language similar to that. Otherwise, we have the other version from Trinity County that just says the owner and/or applicant for an owner-built limited density rural dwelling shall indemnify, defend, and hold the county harmless from any and all claims proceedings relating to the approval of the permit or relating to any damage to property or persons stemming from the building of a dwelling under this ordinance. So in either way, it's basically saying that you're taking the responsibility on yourself. I wanted your opinion as a board whether or not you would prefer to make this express responsibility and place it directly on the owner in this manner, or to just use the body of the ordinance enacting state law as enough to say that if you're taking this on, you're following the law and you're not responsible.
I just want to clarify for the board that there is a legal distinction between trying to just state in an ordinance with nobody signing anything, hey guys, you're liable. I don't know that that's actually a thing. So if the board, obviously there are policy issues the board has to decide in terms of what it wants to put in there, but as far as the legal effect of saying you're liable in the ordinance versus having somebody sign an indemnification agreement, I would say that the latter is the more protective vehicle.
And that's where I was going to go. Thank you very much, Julie. That my proposal is yes, an indemnification, but it's in the form that says we will provide you, if you decide to go through this process in Calaveras County, we'll provide you with an indemnification agreement to be signed at that time you put in for the permit, is what my position would be on it.
For how long?
For how long?
For as long as that building's there. That's
my sentiments exactly, hold this harmless.
Right, and there's other issues than just the electrical and everything else that was brought up. I brought up earlier the fire insurance. If someone's not able to get fire insurance later, that's your liability. You chose to go the less costly route, and that may put you in a position where you're not able to insure yourself in the future, and you should be solely responsible for your own decisions.
Mr. Mills?
I would concur. So
Well,
that's a poll, I guess that's
we,
a poll.
we don't do that with other property owners. Why, I could
We
see
do that
doing
with
it-
other businesses.
I could see us doing it for a 3-year period, but why we should do it for as long as a building is standing. We don't do it for,
Because the other buildings are built by code.
Yes.
Building.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
yes.
trying to figure out a way to frame this appropriately.
Oh, because you've got different supervisors with different opinions.
Individual
That's smart.
responsibility.
I want to be able to make sure that this.
I think we should, before you go further, I think we should just take a poll to see where we're at.
Mr.
Because-
Oliver, could you please go ahead?
So I guess what I would say is, following some of the guiding principles of, where I'm taking this department and trying to streamline what I can here. Anything that we know we're protected by virtue of enacting law. You're correct in saying that we don't require indemnifications on other permit types. Why this one? Well, it is technically built to code, and we're following a law that allows flexibility in the code, but we are building to a code. That being said, they still have to get a permit. When they sign the permit application, there's specific language required in law. If you're the owner, you're signing up saying, hey, I'm building it, and I'm responsible for employees, I'm responsible for X, Y, and Z. I understand my rights and my law and my rules that apply to me as the owner. Same thing if it's a contractor. If it's a contractor, we have Business and Professions Code that protects the owners and protects, against faulty workmanship. Some of the stuff doesn't necessarily fall on the building department or the county, which is why we don't see those indemnifications signed on building permits in general, and which is why indemnification isn't something, I believe anyway, that's why it's not established in the Health and Safety Code that we make sure is in this ordinance. I always want to shy away from that extra piece of paper that the owner has to fill out, especially if we know that the first person may sign that form and say, I'm indemnifying the county, and then they sell the house 4 years later legally, and a new owner is in place. How does this apply to them? Do we have to make them sign a new indemnification saying they understand they live in it?
No, you add a clause that says this applies to successors and assigns, and potentially you could record it so that it's something that goes with the land.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. It's just, like I said, in the interest of streamlining everything we do in this department, and sometimes the added indemnification, if it's not necessary, I prefer not to worry about it. But if there is a concern, we may be able to incorporate it into a separate permit application that contains all the other language we normally have inside. I don't see that that's a problem if that's what, if that's the will of the board.
Mr. Stopper?
I'm still in the same position I was at the beginning of this explanation, but I have one thing to add after we're done with this.
Mr. Tuffenroth?
I'm in the same position too, and Doug, I didn't mean, I had spoken appropriately about not being built to code, but the other dwellings are built to uniform building codes that are current when they were built and while they're being built. Where this has eliminated some of it, those uniform building codes, in order to get outside of it, the materials being used and other things. So this is a code, and it will be built by this code, you're correct, but not by current uniform building codes.
I understand, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this, Mr. Stopper?
My apologies, but going back to findings, I think there's one other finding we could probably add to this in support of it is adoption of Title 25 countywide could help meet the shortage of affordable housing inside the county. It's just something to think about, review, but it's a hard line across. The state's going to hold us accountable. They said so multiple times, and we've talked about it in our general plan. And this is maybe one way we can make part of that happen. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll work something in there. Thank you.
Any other comments before this goes back to staff?
I have
Yes.
one. Under 15.12.120 plans, and it says architectural drawings and structural analysis shall not generally be required. However, for structures of complex design or unusual conditions for which the building official cannot make a reasonable judgment of conformance to this chapter based on the general description and simplified plans, the building official may require additional supporting information sufficient to make a judgment as to the integrity of the design. Is there any way that included in that supporting information, that some way we can put in there, including additional drawings or plans?
This particular section, 120, is actually a mandatory feature in the law that we have to abide by. If we make it stricter, then we have to make new findings for that. What are your thoughts on this? Where do you want to take this?
Well, I'm just worried about what specific supporting information you may be looking for. I'm getting back to these sketches of plans. It says simplified plans. And I'm really concerned about the structural integrity of some of these buildings that were being okayed to go up. There's wind loads, we're in earthquake zones. None of that's taken into consideration for somebody going out and building this building that he's going to put his family in.
I understand where you're coming from. Let me see if I can explain how we would operate under the framework as it is currently written. As it is currently written, simple floor plan and site elevation in order to determine appropriate dimensions, structural members, architectural drawings shall not generally be required. So at this point, though, however, structures of complex design or unusual conditions, which means structures that have engineered trusses, but they don't want to necessarily get in depth in engineering, but they don't want to frame their own roof. They want to buy trusses. Okay, great. That's an engineered design. Bring me that. Also, unusual conditions. Your snow load is over 70 pounds ground snow load automatically triggers engineering in some cases. So what that ends up meaning is that depending on where you're located and what you're doing with the materials, we have to take it case by case and say, okay, these components don't need design, but these do. we'll work it out on a case-by-case basis with everyone who brings forward a material and a location, because we do have a wide range of site elevations in this county. We have different soil conditions. I mean, cob houses, if they're proposing it, they usually try and take the material from the site. We have to have proof that that material will actually work for cob construction. So if we try and impose any strict requirements for design, we end up locking ourselves in and not able to negotiate on a case-by-case basis, because everyone will have to provide the same level of detail. When if it's, for instance, someone can come in with a hunting cabin that is, 50 elevation where there's only 50-pound ground snow load, I can use the current codes as a basis to say, okay, the lumber you're using is similar and therefore it's okay. Once you get into really high country, the engineering is going to be something we're going to have to be asking for in some cases. But I can't say, I don't want to say everyone has to do it, because it wouldn't necessarily apply to everyone. In fact, in many cases, it wouldn't apply. Did I explain that okay?
No, that's fine. I just had these concerns, and if you feel that this is adequate and you'll be able to do that, that's fine. I don't want, and I understand, you're right, we have all different types of elevations and soil conditions and so forth. The other question I had is under 15.12.160 under inspections. And it just says required inspection shall consist of a foundation inspection prior to placement of concrete. Are we requiring them to hire a soils expert to come out and do a soils report on the pad and compression tests before they place concrete or put any construction on the building itself?
Currently, for residential construction, we don't require the soils analysis unless, of course, we know that there has been a significant amount of fill, or that they have, for instance, removed massive tree roots and have, brought in new soil. Wherever we suspect that there's been a significant fill area that could slide. So it's a case by case, but we don't blanketly require it in residential construction, with the exception of multifamily dwellings. Anything commercial, the law is pretty straightforward on that. We have to get a technical report, but it would carry over the same way into this ordinance, that if we know that the soil is stable, it is native, it is not disturbed, we wouldn't require that engineering, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Mr. Oliver, is there anything else?
No, that's it. I can get back to work.
This is going back to staff to be massaged for definition of rural and brought back to the board. Do you have any other questions on this? Need direction from board?
No, thank you. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work on this. I'd like to move to supervisor announcements. Mr. Mills?
Yes, the fire districts that respond on federal land had an opportunity to handle 3 medical aid calls over the weekend. And in those calls, it absorbed 14 volunteers and multiple fire apparatus from various agencies, basically reducing the ability to provide an adequate, a good response to other potential calls that might be in that same area. The fire chiefs are very concerned because it is stressing their level of capability at times. And in one case, it even included a helicopter. So when you get people that are 300 pounds and better deciding they're going to walk down the natural bridges, they better be sure that they got a way out. And that's part of the problem. So we will be having, hopefully, a continuing, I've got back and forth emails, continuing conversations with Bureau of Reclamation on that particular issue, as well as the sheriff's situation. It's very clear that our lakes are being overwhelmed whether it be Hogan, Comanche, or even down there in Lake Tulloch. I certainly don't want to have to report deaths or injuries, but we've had it happen in the past, and I always caution people, realize that when a lake is overloaded like that, the potential is just really great. So be safe out there, even though you're having fun, and realize that sometimes your emergency services are not going to get there when you think they are. And I'm glad that the sheriff made his report this morning, because that just brought home the whole situation we're dealing with throughout the county. So that's all I
That's
have for now.
happening in the lakes and the reservoirs up country also.
Exactly, thank you.
Any other step? Yeah?
Well, since he brought up emergency, Supervisor Mills brought up emergency services. It segues into what I have to report out. On Monday morning at 9:30 a.m., we had a special meeting of Mountain Valley EMS to adopt 2 addendums to the RFP. The first addendum was to make an adjustment on the verbiage in the RFP to who would be qualified and to bid upon the request for pricing, and it allowed for JPAs, specifically the verbiage was to allow JPAs to be able to, with a qualifying member, one of the members on the JPA, to be able to bid on the RFP, and that passed. And the next one was to add 30 days to the RFP for the date that you need to have your response in. The date that the fire chiefs came here and spoke about was an incorrect date. The due date was originally August 13th, which they spoke of. However, that date was moved out one time before, so actually they had till September 17th, but now they will have till October 14th to put forward their bids on the project, and that was adopted unanimously by Mountain Valley EMS Board. So they got both of what they requested. Yeah.
Mr. Stahl?
Thank you, Supervisor Toffenelli. Those are great steps in the right direction. Would you like to possibly pull, or would we like to possibly see if all the board's in favor of bringing the chiefs back? Because there's a discussion on money that we're going to have that's going to facilitate this, or not? No? No?
Yeah, I'm in favor, yeah.
I'm not. That's sort of part of the budget discussion. They've asked for $2 million, and we're going to be discussing.
So if that's part of the
budget.
budget discussion, then we'll be discussing it during the budget discussion?
I thought you want to bring them back separately from the budget discussion?
Well, if it's part of the budget discussion, then no, I'm incorrect, and I was unaware that was part of
I
the
was
budget
unaware of that
discussion.
too. I did not know that they made a
No,
formal
they-
request.
Well, they discussed that. That was part of the staff report. If I remember, they wanted $2 million.
There was no staff report. There was just an item. There was nothing attached to it.
If we can put it inside the budget discussion,
Well,
I'm
this
more
is
than happy to
something-
do it.
Okay, so
I
before,
agree.
we're overstepping the line here.
getting specific. Done overstep. I put out my report, and I'm done.
Got it. So Supervisor Stopper is asking for the
I will
chiefs
be
to
quiet, Sarah.
Okay.
Looking right at you.
Okay, fine. All right, I don't want the fact that we're overstepping something. Mr. Garamendi, do you have something for the board?
I'd like to have it outside the budget discussion, but since we're not talking about that, there's an issue coming up in my district that I wanted you guys to be aware of. I'm probably going to need your help down the road on it. Railroad Flat Elementary, as you guys may or may not be aware, was scheduled to be closed next year. Under the COVID, it got closed very quickly, and the portables got tore out week before last, so it's not coming back. I've got a gaping hole in the heart of one of my communities that I'm working very hard to work on a lease between CUSD and a community nonprofit while we go through this. Now, we all know how this works. Gary and Rita may have been on the board when Mountain Ranch Elementary School had the same thing. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but I'm working very diligently to come up with a solution that doesn't end up putting a burden on all of us. But I will be seeking your counsel as we move forward, and I'll keep you aware if there's anything that impacts the county itself.
Why did they remove the modulars?
I do not know why, but it is done, and we're trying to find a way forward for the community to have those activities still there. And I'm working with the Blue Mountain Coalition, because I think they're very solid. We've worked with them before, and maybe come up with a solution. But I'm working with their board and their superintendent, and since I'm doing that, and it could end up back at us, I thought you guys all might like a heads up in advance.
What was the library? Wasn't there a library in there, Tim?
There's a little library in there, but I don't think it was a school library. I don't think it was.
Oh, it wasn't public library.
No, there's a lot of broken trust that I'm working real hard to figure out if we can work, and we may have a role. I'm hoping that it can be between the school district and the nonprofit, but if not, we'll discuss it, and I'll seek your guys' counsel.
Okay, anything else? No. Do you have anything? No? Susan? Mr. Alt? He's missing in action.
Mr. Alt.
Miss Edwards, do you have anything?
No.
All right. Okay,
I was deferring to Miss Edwards first. I do not have anything either.
Oh,
I was
that's
trying to be
because she
gentleman.
just got the vote. All right. This meeting stands in recess, and we're going into closed session. Yes, please. Thank you.
Item number 7 is closed session conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization SEIU board action.
Thank you. Pardon? Oh, yes. Is there any public comment on this?
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4403. If you'd like to make your comment, you can make it now. If you're on the line to make a public comment, you can do so now.
This person's called before. I feel bad. Okay. All right.
No, this is great. I got one right here. It's great.
Oh, hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, we were calling about the limited density ordinance, but there doesn't seem like there was time for any more comments, so.
No, that's quite all right. Please go ahead, because the item's coming back to us.
We will email you, but just pretty much basics what you guys are talking about. One thing, just maybe, it's not really economic in the Butte Fire Scar to rebuild under the current regulations and codes, and that's why I feel like no one's really rebuilding, and why the school, Riverpod School, maybe even got shut down because there's no more students in the area. And then just looking at lacking of the headache down the road for proper documentation of the builds that are going to be in place. And one more comment, many of the insurance companies currently are constantly dropping. My family's been dropped 3 times from fire insurance, so I don't think that you're really safe just because you had a regular built home, regardless of this ordinance. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Is there anything else? Anything else? Okay, great. And who will our host be? everybody come in here? That's fine.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll be joining you in just a moment.
Okay, great, thank you, thank you.
Madam Chair, are you going to take a break first?
Yes.
Do you want us in there?